Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
I take a step forward, lift my hand, and poke the orb. Julius looks up at me. What are you doing? Touching it. Why are you touching it? I wanted to see if it would pop or something. He sighs and looks back at the orb, specifically at the spot where my finger is halfway through it. What did you do? I ask. I condense my power into a ball, Julius says. A faint tingling runs along my fingertip. It reminds me of those old plasma lamps, the ones that give you tiny shocks when you touch the glass. Only this is lighter, barely noticeable. I glance back at him. Do you think this will work? Julius just shrugs. I'm not sure. I figured if I compress my power tight enough, it might block them from getting into our minds. What is the meaning of this? Ammonius asks from behind me. Without turning, I raise a finger. One moment. He scoffs. I ignore it. Let's test it now, I say. Now. Julius asks. I nod. Better now than later. Julius glances past me at the others. What about them? They're going to see your ability eventually. The Volturi always test newcomers. You'll end up showing it whether you want to or not. He gives a slow nod. All right. How do you want to test it? Move the orb around your head. Make it a little bigger so it covers everything. I step back. The orb drifts upward, expands, and settles over Julius's head like a clear bubble. If not for the candlelight glinting along its surface, it would be almost invisible. I can't help laughing. You look like you're wearing a tiny space helmet. Before Julius can complain, Ammonius steps beside me. What is that? His ability, I say. What? Making bubbles? No. Telekinesis. Ammonius frowns. And what is this telekinesis? Telekinesis. A psychic ability. It lets him move or manipulate objects with his mind. He can lift things, throw them, break them, whatever he wants. But what he's doing now is different. He's condensed his power into an orb, so it can act as a mental shield. Ammonius' eyes widen as he studies the shimmering bubble. And it works. That's what we were about to find out before you jumped in, I say, looking back at Julius. How does it feel? It tingles, Julius says with a laugh. Good sign. How's your control? Steady. I barely need to focus. It feels like I'm just holding its shape. All right, let's actually test it. I turn to Jane. Try hitting him. She gives Julius a wicked smile. He freezes. He knows exactly what her power feels like. She meets his eyes and says, pain. Nothing happens. Julius blinks, then looks at me, relieved. Yes, it works. Do it again, I say. I want to see if the shield holds or if it wears down over time. Jane repeats the command. Again, nothing. Keep going. Hit him 10 times. Ammonius leans closer. What is her ability? Jane creates the illusion of unbearable pain, I say. No physical damage, but the mind thinks it's burning alive. That's what I've been told, anyway. Ammonius shakes his head in awe. Incredible. Both of them. You know Arrow is going to want them, he adds quietly. I know. That's why we're here. I hope you might have a way to block the Volturi, but if they manipulated you, then I'm guessing the answer is no. Ammonius lowers his eyes. No. I wish I did. Maybe I could have saved my coven. No, you couldn't have. He looks at me. What do you mean? You were an example. They needed to make a point. You weren't big enough to threaten them like the Romanians, but you were still powerful and influential. Taking you down sent a message, and it didn't cost them much. He absorbs this quietly, then nods. I suspected as much. The only reason they let me live was to prevent the other covens from uniting. They relied on my influence here. My coven didn't matter. Only my usefulness did. A sudden squeal makes us both turn. Julius almost falls backward. How many was that? I ask. 7. Jane says, catching his arm. So the shield breaks after a few attacks, I say. Julius steadies himself. Yeah, I can feel each hit draining a little of the energy. but I'm pretty sure I can refill it when needed. He gave me a thumbs up. He picked that up for me. At first he thought it meant asking for mercy, like in the arena. After I explained it, he started using it everywhere. Good. It means you'll be able to protect yourself from mental attacks. We just need to work on the size so no one sees the bubble. I turned to Ammonius and noticed KB standing beside him now. Well, I think it's time for us to go. Let you get back to your quiet life, I say, offer my hand. Ammonius shakes it slowly. Sorry for how I reacted. You have to understand. I thought you died as a mortal man thousands of years ago. Then suddenly you appear at my door. I get it. I used to travel constantly, but the last few centuries have been quiet. Haven't passed through Egypt in a long time. Ammonius laughs. The quiet life suits the old ones. Especially me. I'm far older than I look. How old? I ask. Oh, around 3,300 years, give or take. I chuckle. Kid, I'm 4,800. He stares, mouth falling open. No, you jest. No, he doesn't, Julius says, stepping up. He has journals for every era. Thousands of them. I've barely started. Ammonius looks stunned. I almost wish cameras existed right now. And since I can't resist, I finish with a line he won't understand, but will definitely remember. There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. Leaving Ammonius' home, we slipped back into the crowded streets of Alexandria. The sun had already sunk low, but the crowds hadn't thinned. If anything, the streets felt even busier. I took the lead, weaving through clusters of people as if I'd been doing it my whole life. So that was the Ammonius and KB you wrote about all those years ago. Julius asked behind me. Yup, I said, squeezing between a slow-moving group. He doesn't match the man you described. You said he used to be confident, carried himself with authority. Now he looks like he's lost all of that. That's because he isn't the same man, Julius. None of us are. Your body might be frozen in time, but your mind never is. We keep changing. Experiences pile up. We learn, we lose, we grow. He lost his whole coven. He lived when the rest didn't. Guilt changes people. I understand, Julius said quietly. What now? Are we going straight to the Volturi? Jane asked. Not yet, I said. Julius needs time to practice with that shield. Both of you need protection before we walk into Volterra. I knew why she was impatient. She wanted to see Alec. She couldn't accept that the brother she remembered wasn't the one who stood in the Volturi guard now. The Alec she loved was gone. Arrow had reshaped him into the perfect weapon. After nearly an hour of walking, we finally reached the ship. Are we staying here again? Jane groaned. No, we're staying at a house I own farther down the coast. There's plenty of wildlife around it, so you too can hunt. Thank the gods, she muttered, lifting her hands like she'd just been rescued. Once we boarded, the crew pushed the ship off the dock. We all stood at the railing as the harbor slipped away. Jane and Julius, still hidden under their cloaks, watched the other ships drift out to sea. A few minutes later, the lighthouse of Alexandria came into view. That's incredible, Jane breathed. Wait until we get to Rome, Julius said. You'll see real giants then. You've told me stories about it, she said, but are there truly structures that large? Yes, I answered before Julius could. Both of them turned toward me. There used to be a statue called the Colossus of Rhodes, I said. It stood over 100 feet tall by the harbor. When the sun hit its copper crown, the light flared so bright you could see it from miles out at sea. Really? Jane asked, eyes lighting up. Can we go see it someday? I wish we could, but it collapsed centuries ago. She let out a disappointed sigh, and I smiled. There are still wonders left. After all this trouble with the Volturi and the Romanians, we can travel. Take our time. See the world. Like what? She asked. I call them the wonders of the world. Back in my early years, the 7 ancient wonders were the only ones anyone talked about. I'd seen most of them before they were destroyed by war and earthquakes. But there were still marvels left. Great cities, temples, stadiums. One of them was mine, the Imperator Arena, the largest structure in Rome. Someday it might end up on a new list of wonders. For hours we stayed on deck, and I told them about the ancient world as I saw it with my own eyes. The great pyramids when they were still smooth-faced, the towering temples of Greece, the gardens that seemed to float in the air. When I finally finished describing the hanging gardens, my villa appeared in the distance. The place was built in classic Roman style, square layout, open courtyard in the center, breezy interior, 7 bedrooms, a wash pool. Compared to the home I kept near London, this was practically a palace. I'd owned it since Gringotts started construction here, though I hadn't visited in years. Thankfully, I kept people on payroll to maintain it and a small guard to keep it safe. The ship glided toward a modest dock below the villa. As we approached, I saw a line of guards waiting at the top of the path. All of them wore the old legionary breastplates and royal purple cloaks, the mark of my bank security. Once the ropes were tied and we stepped off the ship, Julius leaned closer. "That's strange." "What is?" I asked. "None of them look under 50. "That's because none of them are under 50, I said. "Most are veterans who grew too old for regular duty or were injured. They didn't want to retire, and I wasn't going to throw them out. So they guard my properties around the world. Easy work, steady pay, a place to live." As we reached the group, one guard stepped forward. "Stop. Who goes?" He looked to be in his mid-50s. Salt and pepper hair, clean-shaven, tall, still solidly built. I reached into my pocket and held up my gold card. His eyes widened. All 10 guards snapped to attention. "Sir," the man said. I stepped forward and offered my hand. "Nice to meet you. I'm Adam." He clasped my hand in a grip that could crush stone. "Marcus Augusta, sir." 2 weeks later. At the moment we are all in the courtyard of my property, me, Julius, and Jane, I was currently juggling 4 balls of hard metal. I know what you were thinking. Why exactly are you juggling 4 balls of metal? Well, the reason why is because at the moment we are testing Julius's shields. It only took Julius a week to almost master his mental shielding ability. Now he was able to shield himself and Jane at the same time, while also being able to use his telekinetic abilities. And now we were doing a little extracurricular work. I figured if Julius can make a mental shield, he could also make a regular shield using his telekinesis. And so far we have made big strides in this ability. At the beginning, Julius was only able to make a small shield the size of a frisbee, but now he is able to make one big enough to cover himself whole. Anything bigger and his mental shield would start to weaken. "Are you ready?" I called out to Julius. "Yeah, I'm ready." In a blur of motion, the metallic balls the size of pool balls were launched towards the still figure of Julius. Like gunshots, the metal balls smash into the nearly invisible wall. Unlike the mental shields Julius can make, which is mostly made out of the energy his ability makes, this kind of shield has a slight smoky look to it. And like the many times before, the metal orbs came to a dead stop when they hit Julius's shield, then dropped to the ground, making clunk sounds as they hit the ground. "Not bad," I say, as Julius dispersed his shield. "I don't think I could do much better while keeping our mental shields in place," he said as he pointed his finger at Jane, who was at the moment reading one of the scrolls I had brought on our trip. Looking at them, you couldn't see the orbs that were the mental shields Julius made, unlike before where it looked like small glass space helmets that reflected light around their heads. Now it was impossible to see. Julius had it to perfection, where it was molded to your face and right under the skin so it wouldn't reflect light. As we were taking a break under some shade, one of the guards came out of one of the doors and made his way towards us. Stopping next to where I was seated, he came to attention and held out his hand, which had a piece of paper in it. Taking the paper, I dismissed him and opened the letter. On the top of the paper was the symbol for the Roman bank head. This letter was one that I was expecting. The day after arriving her at this home, I sent a letter to the Roman bank head and asked him to send people to watch the Volturi and to let me know when there are large movements made by the Volturi, and it seems there must have been something to happen. "Sir, the spies I have sent out at your request have sent word to me of a large gathering of people in Volturia, all of which they noted as being perfect beings who wear black and red cloaks. It has also been noted that in the surrounding areas there has been a large number of people going missing. Some are found, others seem to just go missing in the night." Augusta. Folding the letter back up, I couldn't stop the smile that spread across my face. Noting the smile, Julius asked, "Was that the response from the Rome Bank?" I nodded my head. It seems the Volturi have started to gather their forces in preparation for the fight. Does this mean we will be leaving soon? Jane asked. Yes, we will be leaving tomorrow. And with that started the flurry of preparation for the leave. Packing our belongings, we were ready by the next morning. Back in the dark cabin that was our new home for the voyage back to Rome, we all did our own thing to pass the time, which for all of us was reading. It took 4 days to make it to the main Rome ports. Unlike many other places, Rome's ports were massive, with hundreds of ships coming in and leaving almost constantly, even after falling to the Germanic tribes and a large part of Rome falling, due to war, fire, and other natural disasters. But through all of that, Rome still stood as one of the world's largest hubs for trade, with ships coming from all over to trade their goods. Standing on the deck of the ship, Jane and I looked out at the massive swarm of moving ships, while Julius packed up his belongings for when we left the ship. What do you think will happen? Jane asked me. I looked over at her. What do you mean? When we meet the Volturi, what do you think will happen? I looked back at the ships again and thought for a moment. I think the Volturi will try to do something to anger you and make you attack them, possibly using your brother to do so. My brother? Why would he help them? For all he knows, I'm long dead. Jane asked, looking up at me. I'm sure he knows that you are alive. Jane stood dead still as she processed my words. Then why is he helping them? Jane asked in a quiet, angry voice. Because to him, what he's doing now doesn't seem wrong. I don't understand. It's the whole reason Julius has been training so hard with his mental shields. The Volturi has a member that can make and change your emotional ties to people, to your brother. No matter what the Volturi does or makes him do, they're always in the right. But he's my brother. I'm sure as soon as he sees that I'm alive, he will change. I shook my head. It doesn't work that way. Even if we kill the vampire that changed him, your brother will stay the same as he is now. Before we could continue the conversation, Julius came to the top deck and approached us. I swear, this will be the last time I'm on a ship for the next 100 years, Julius complained as he approached. Well, we could have swam, I said in response. But swam, that would have been twice as terrible, swimming for days on end, constantly wet. Not thanks, I would rather be on the ship that smells like sweat, shit, and other terrible things. I laughed. Well, we're almost done with this trip, I said as we all turned to look out at the port. Wow was all my brain could think as I walked the cramped streets of Rome once again. Following behind me was Julius and Jane, both wearing their white cloaks over their faces. Julius walked at a steady pace, unconcerned of his surroundings, the sights and smells something he was used to seeing. Jane, on the other hand, was a different story. Both Alexandria and now Rome were whole new experiences for her, a girl born in a small village north of Londinium. She had never left the village her whole life until she was saved by me and Julius. Her head turned in every direction as she absorbed her new surroundings and smells that came with it. This is where you were born? Jane asked Julius. Yes, I was born farther to the east, but yes, Rome was my home, he said, looking at her with a smile on his face. Something I picked up on more so lately was the bond both Jane and Julius were developing. For a long time, Jane was distant from both me and Julius. Her hatred for humans divided them. But ever since I strongly persuaded her into changing her views of humans, they have grown close, very close. They weren't in a relationship yet. That much I knew. I would hear it, but in my little expertise in the field of love told me it was bound to happen. And the only thing keeping them apart was the fear they felt from meeting with the Volturi and the vampire war that was about to be fought. They feared losing one another in the fight to come. It was in the hope that it would hurt less if they weren't in a relationship when one of them died. But I could be wrong. I haven't been in a relationship for over 5,000 years, so what do I know about it? As we were walking, you could see a massive structure in the distance in front of us. And as soon as Jane saw it, she had to ask, "What is that?" She asked in an awestruck tone. "That would be my horse chariot arena. The Emperor's arena," I said, looking over my shoulder at her. "How incredible," she said as she looked at it. "I'm a little surprised it's still standing, to be honest." "Why?" Jane asked. "Well, it's a few hundred years old now, and still in use. It's bound to be in some bad shape," I said, as I looked at the structure from a distance, trying to see if I could see any cracks. "It's actually in pretty good shape," Julius said. Turning to look at him, I asked, "And how would you know?" Julius shot me a wide smile. "I get reports every new moon. Anytime there is any damage, I approve funds for repairs." I nodded my head, then shrugged my shoulders. In all truth, I forgot about it for about 100 years. "How could you forget something like this?" Jane asked. I chuckled. "Well, when we had it built, it was just a way for us to get rid of some money by giving it to the people that needed it. That being the workers, it gave jobs to almost 2 generations of people." Jane looked at the back of my head with wide eyes. "How much gold do you have?" "Too much." Julius answered her question with a chuckle. "Too damn much." After a few more hours of walking, we made it to my old villa where we spent the night, or I spent the night. Jane and Julius went off to hunt. The next morning, we headed north. Thanks to our speed, we ate up the miles. The only problem was the fact that I'm still practically a human with human needs. So every now and then we would need to stop so I could eat or get a drink. And at night, I needed to sleep. So with me holding the group back, we made it to Volterra in 4 days. Long gone was the town with only one stone building, with the rest being small wooden huts. Now Volterra was a large city of its time with stone buildings and homes. I haven't been here for the last 100 years or so, but over the years I had been here to check on the Volturi, I had seen the town grow. Now most of the buildings were made of stone, with clay roofing. As we walked up the steep hill road that led to the city, I spoke to Jane and Julius. "Remember what I have told the both of you. They will try to anger you, make you do something with your powers, but you can't show them your powers. If you do, Arrow will try and make you come to his side," I said, stopping to look at the both of them. "And let me do all the talking. The both of you just need to stay close to me, and to stay silent no matter what is said." Looking at Julius, I say, "Now would be a good time to put on the mental shields." Julius nodded his head and closed his eyes, and in a matter of seconds, both of them had the shields in place. "Ready?" I asked them. Both Jane and Julius nodded their heads in the affirmative. So with a nod of my own head, we continued up the cobbled road. And within half an hour, we were walking the heavily populated streets of Volterra. I led Jane and Julius expertly through the streets to the Volturi's headquarters. It wasn't hard to do, since it's been their headquarters since they came here. The only difference was that their headquarters has been improved greatly over the years into a small castle. Finally, after turning a corner, it came into sight, the large stone building smack dab in the middle of the city. With confident steps, I lead Julius and Jane to the large metal doors. As we approached, I could see a cloaked person standing in the shade the large building gave by the door. As we came closer, the person took a slight step forward away from the wall he was leaning against. Stopping before the steps that lead to the door, I waited for the person to speak. And like I knew they would, the person spoke first. "What do you want?" The man said in a deep, gruff voice. "I'm here to see the Volturi." "What business do you have with the Volturi?" "Just tell them Adam is here. They will understand." The cloaked man stayed silent for a moment before taking a step back and knocking on the large metal doors twice. A moment later, they opened slightly, and he had a quick conversation with someone on the other side of the door. Once done, the door was closed, and the awkward silence began. As we waited, I looked at the cloaked figure. He was new, or relatively new. It had been a while since I ran into any of the Volturi members, or came to check in with the Volturi. The last time was when we saved Jane, and the members there were the Volturi and their personal guards, not the freshly made vampires. At least he wasn't trying and failing to intimidate me like the vampire who was on guard duty the first time I met the Volturi. After a few more minutes, the doors opened again, this time fully, revealing a nondescript female vampire who wore the hood of her cloak down, revealing her perfect porcelain skin and raven black hair. "Please follow me," she said, taking a step to the side to allow us entrance. Taking the steps up, we entered the half-castle. The inside was dark and gloomy, candles the only light, leaving long shadows and dark corners. The female vampire led us through a long maze of hallways, past works of art on the walls, as well as stone statues that lined some of the walls. After a few minutes of walking, we finally arrived at another pair of large metal doors. "They are waiting for you," the female vampire said as she pushed one of the doors open, with almost no effort. Without giving her a second glance, I stepped past her and into the large throne room. The soft footsteps of Jane and Julius behind me were the only confirmation that they were following me. Stepping in, I looked around, clocking every person in the room. To one side of the throne room was the massive 6-7 figure of Felix. Next to him was a smaller man by the name of Afton. On the other side of the room were two vampires I have never seen before. Both were also men, short and nondescript. And of course, like before, in their thrones were the Volturi heads, Arrow, Marcus, and Caius. Walking steadily to the center of the room, I looked at the three of them without an ounce of fear in me or my eyes. "If it isn't our oldest friend, Adam," Arrow said in his snarky tone. "I wouldn't say friend. We are acquaintances, nothing more, nothing less." Arrow let out a chuckle. "Why, of course, Adam," he said as he tapped one of his fingers to his gold throne. Looking over my shoulder, Arrow spoke again. "And I see you brought some friends. They are members of my own coven." "How preposterous," Caius cut in. "In what way?" I asked. "You are no vampire." "Clearly I am not, but I am immortal like a vampire. I am as strong and as fast as a vampire. Who says I cannot have a coven like a vampire? Humans are fallible, which you are. It takes a vampire to run a coven without error." He snapped. I let out a chuckle. "So you call yourself infallible? If so, that is your greatest weakness. Because you do make mistakes." "In what way?" Marcus finally spoke. "Let me break it down for you, Barney style," I said with a chuckle that only I would understand. "You have limited knowledge. You don't possess complete knowledge or understanding of all situations and individuals. It's impossible to. You rely on your own experiences, interpretations, and information sources, which can lead to errors in judgment. Second, subjectivity. Your decisions are influenced by personal biases, beliefs, and emotions, which can cloud your judgments and prevent all of you from making objective and impartial decisions. Then my favorite is your power dynamic. Your authority and power has led all of you to become arrogant with a sense of invincibility, which clearly makes all of you overconfident and blind to your own weaknesses, making you susceptible to mistakes or miscalculations. Then there's the changing circumstances. The world is constantly evolving, and new challenges and threats can emerge that you, the Volturi, may not be fully prepared for. Your strategies and methods will become outdated or ineffective in the face of these changes. And last but not least, the external opposition. Since you have formed the Volturi, you have been fighting tooth and nail for every ounce of power you have received. But come on, how long will you keep pushing your luck before the other vampire covens get tired of your rule and oppression before they band together to take you down? The throne room was dead silent as I finished my long rant. For a long, full minute, not a sound was made by anyone in the throne room, while a look of bewilderment grew on the faces of the three Volturi heads. Looking at Caius, I said, "If you wish I could continue." "I don't believe that will be necessary," Arrow said, raising one of his hands. After another moment of getting themselves mentally on track, after the hard facts I just dropped on their heads, Arrow spoke again. "And what brings you here, Adam?" "You know why I am here, Arrow." "Unfortunately, I don't," he said, leaning back in his chair. I let out a sigh. "I know you are gathering your forces, which I'm guessing is to take on the Romanian coven. And like I told you all those years ago, I'm going to help take them down." Once again, Arrow tapped a finger to his throne. "And why should I allow you to go?" I laughed. "Like you could stop me from going. And let's be honest, Arrow, you could use every extra weapon on your side as you can get." A corner of Arrow's face rose slightly in a small smile. "True, but how am I to know that your friends are strong enough to hold up in a fight?" he asked, with a small smile on his lips. I smirked. "The only way you will find out is on the battlefield." A sneer rose on Caius's face. "This is no game. We must know the powers of those we are bringing. We can't afford any weak links." He spat. I pointed at myself. "Do you consider that I am weak-linked?" He didn't respond. "I have trained them well, and I know I can trust them, and that's all that matters." Caius opened his mouth to speak again, but was cut off by Arrow's raised hand. Then he turned his head to one of the nondescript vampires that was to our sides and behind us. In a blurry, he was gone and out the large metal doors. Confused at the vampire's actions, I turned my head slightly to look at the large doors that were now slightly opened. A moment later, the sounds of footsteps could be heard in the hallway. And a moment later walked in Alec, Jane's brother. Alec walked into the large room with a steady stride. His footfalls making hard thuds on the marble floor. Out of the corner of my eyes, I saw Jane twitch slightly to move to her brother. But before she could make a move, she went completely still again. Looking at Julius, he gave me a slight nod of his head. Me and Julius knew that when Jane saw her brother, she would react. We didn't know what she would do, but we thought it best to stop her before she even approached him. So me and Julius decided to stop her with Julius's telekinetic powers, holding her in place before anything could happen. Leaving my thoughts, I looked back at Alec. I watched as he approached the seated Volturi. Going up the few steps that raised the Volturi above any they were talking to, Alec stopped and stood right behind Aro's gold and black throne. I couldn't stop the chuckle that fell from my lips. "And you attempt to bait us," I said, putting both of my hands behind me. With a small grin, Aro spoke. "Bait you? No, I only wish for a reunion of two lost family members." "Uft, you are not as funny as you might think, Aro," I said. "Oh, I think I have my moments." Pointing a finger at Alec's emotionless face, I say, "Maybe it would be a good reunion of two siblings, if he was still her brother." Turning his head, Aro looked at Alec, then back to us. "He is clearly her brother, Adam." "No, he isn't. He isn't even a shell of the same person he once was. You use your manipulation bitch to alter his mind, making him your perfect weapon, killing the old Alec." Aro shrugged at my words. "So what? We gave him a purpose, an opportunity to be a part of something bigger than he ever would have in that run-down village that was ready to kill him. You let him be a part of something bigger than himself," I said with a big laugh. "What a jest. You didn't give him anything. All you did was take from him. You took him away from his sister. You took away his free will. You took away what makes him himself," I said, slowly getting louder and louder, until I was yelling at them. Not because I was mad, but to intimidate them. The Volturi have been getting bolder since I haven't been checking up with them lately, which made them only get more confident. Chuckling, Aro looked over my shoulder at Jane, who hadn't moved since Alec entered, and Julius stopped her. "And you, do you have anything to say?" Aro asked. When Jane stayed still, Aro continued. "No, well then, that's fine." I could see the frustration starting to creep into his movements because we refused to rise to the bait, the tapping of his finger on his throne, or the unusual amount of movements he was making. "When will we be leaving?" I finally asked. The room went silent for another moment before Aro spoke again. "In 2 days, once we receive the needed stock for our journey, we will be leaving." I knew what he meant by stock. It was the slaves the Volturi will be using on the trip. The reason why was because while they were traveling, the number of vampires that the Volturi had in their army could wipe out entire villages. Long ago, they started buying older criminals or those who surrendered in war and became slaves. The Volturi bought the slave from some king in the far east at a cheap price, giving the Volturi good sustenance for their army, while not emptying half a region of its human life. Of course, if they wished, they could just kill villages for their food, but the Volturi had already started pressuring other covens to go to ground and become shadows to the world and to start following the rules of the Volturi. In doing so, the Volturi had to follow their own rules as well, because they knew if they forced all the coven to follow rules that they themselves neglect, it could start wars that they would rather not have. If large amounts of villages were drunk dry, that might cause problems from some king or another. And with Christianity becoming so big, it wouldn't take much for some religious king to start a holy war with vampire kind because he thinks they are the spawn of the devil. So to avoid that and to stay under the radar, the Volturi turned to another disgusting practice, slavery. Buying humans none would miss by the hundreds. The Volturi would take them like a herd of cattle on their march to war, or when they went to take down one coven or another. The only time they would do so would be when all of the Volturi were gathered together for a fight. If it was just the Volturi heads and their guards, it was unneeded. Not wanting to spend any more time here than needed, I turned to leave. Turning, I saw Julius standing next to Jane with a hand on her shoulder while giving her the use of her legs back so she could walk. Following behind me, we walked calmly to the large metal doors, but in Aro fashion, he spoke again. "And who said you could leave?" he said in an apathetic tone. Stopping dead in my tracks, I let out a sigh. This bitch, I thought. Turning around, I looked back up at the Volturi heads. I could see the smile on Aro's and Caius's faces, while Marcus just sat there looking like he wanted to be dead. But before I could get a word out, both of the nondescript vampires in the corner of the throne room moved. In blurs, both came towards me at full speed. Not needing to think about my actions, I launched myself at them as well, meeting them halfway. My speed was faster than any vampire any of them had seen, shocking all in the room, even Julius and Jane, because for the first time, they had seen me go full out and using full force, which surprised them even more. During all of their training together, both Julius and Jane thought that I was an opponent that could be defeated, but that my skills in combat is what always put me above them, at what they thought was a reachable distance, but instead was something they could only dream of. Now they saw it was never just the skill difference that let me surpass them, but instead the hidden power stored in me that gave me the advantage. In a blur of speed that even the present vampires almost missed, I appeared in front of the two vampires. With both hands out, I grabbed onto their faces, bringing them to a dead stop, or at least partially, because only the heads came to a stop, while their momentum carried their bodies forward, decapitating their heads from their bodies, their own speed tearing their heads off for me. Now, with both heads in my hands, I looked up at Arrow, but was only met with a black as night fog moving right for me. Dropping the heads, I stood still. I watched the black fog surround me and circle around me. But as soon as the fog surrounded me, I started to chuckle. Because unlike what his powers might do to regular people or vampires, which was to take away all of their senses like sight, touch, sound, and smell, his powers didn't affect me. Instead, it was like semi-black smoke that swirled around me. Yes, it was thick smoke, but I could still see through most of it. As the black fog swirled around me, I waited for something to happen, and like I thought, a massive foot appeared through the fog. Reacting on instinct, I grabbed the foot before it could hit me, and pulled the owner of the foot into the smoke with me. As I pulled them into the smoke, I saw that it was Felix. "Well, hello there, big guy," I said, as I grabbed onto the collar of his clothes and launched him into the air and straight towards a wall. As he hit the wall, the stone wall shook, and a few chunks fell as he fell to the ground in clear pain. As he hit the wall, the black smoke retreated back into Alex's hands. Turning, I checked on Jane and Julius, and saw that they were both still standing by the door. So turning back to the Volturi heads, "If I can deal with your guards, then trust me when I say my 2 coven members are more than enough for anyone." Arrow let out a laugh. "But you are forgetting one," he said, and at that same moment a hand grabbed me from behind. A hand went around my back and grabbed onto my chin and pulled me back, and before I knew it, I could feel teeth sinking into the flesh of my neck. Third-person POV. As the teeth bit into Adam flesh, a small splatter of blood entered the vampire's mouth, before he was ripped away from Adam by Julius's powers. As the vampire was ripped from Adam, the vampire's teeth removed a chunk from Adam's neck, while the hand that had grabbed onto Adam's face twisted Adam's head into a strange angle, staggering Adam. Adam stood in place for a moment as blood ran steadily down his neck. But before the eyes of the Volturi, they watched as the gushing wound knitted itself together in seconds. Then with a crack, Adam's head wiped forward and back into a proper position. But he didn't move, he just stood there as still as the dead. The vampire that bit Adam floated in the air by Julius, writhing and grunting midair in pain. Before anyone knew what was happening, the floating vampire started to flake into specks of dust. First slowly, but in seconds the limbs started falling to the ground and exploding into a sparkling dust. And after 5 seconds the torso was gone, and soon followed the head. The sparkling dust floated into the air, causing the little light that filled the room to sparkle off the partials that floated in the air. What happened to the vampire took everyone's attention away from Adam, who still had yet to move. Adam POV. System alert, system alert. Cell mutation detected by invasive substance. Checking mutation properties, properties detected. This cell mutation will cause death. Cell crystallization. Cell reform. Cell restructuring into peak abilities. Dietary change to a blood-based diet where cells receive substance from said blood. Dash error could not be found. Post-death must be avoided. Cleansing invasive substances from host. Error. Error. Could not be cleansed from the host body. All other invasive changes have been cleansed from the host body through system cell interference, closing off cells to mutation of invasive properties. Error. Error. Unknown has been detected in the host brain and cells, unable to cleanse error from host body. Running diagnostics. Brain frequency has altered, non-life threatening or invasive to host acceptance granted to error. Error will be added to the system archive. What the fuck just happened? I thought as I felt anew, something coursing through me. Turning my head, I looked at Julius and Jane to make sure they were okay. As I looked at them, I could see small sparkling specks floating through the room. It wasn't very hard to figure out what that was when I noticed the pile of sparkling dust at Julius's feet. Did you ground him to dust? How long was I out? I asked him, momentarily forgetting about the Volturi heads who were still in their thrones. I didn't, he just fell apart. Julius said. What? I asked, confused. He just appeared out of nowhere before I could react and bit you. He said. I pulled him off you in less than a second, but when I pulled him off of you, he took a chunk of you with him. Then in a matter of seconds, he was well dust. Bringing my hand up, I touched the side of my neck where I could feel the warm blood. My blood, I thought. I had never had a vampire drink my blood before, so I had no idea what would happen if one drank my blood. Until now. My guess is the fact of the healing ability that is in me from the cells from the skin the vampire tore away, along as in the blood the vampire consumed. My healing ability entering a dead being could only spell bad shit happening. Crack! Turning my head, I saw Felix standing to his feet, making cracking sounds as he healed from him hitting the wall. Him making a sound reminded me of the Volturi who sat in their thrones and observed our actions and what had happened. Turning my head, I looked at them with a cold expression on my face, pissed at their actions. When that strange feeling started to make its presence known again. Like a tingling zap, the feeling shot from the tips of my toes to my skull, while a purple light started to glow for me. At the moment I couldn't tell where from, but somewhere I couldn't see. The purple light that came from me shined off the flakes of vampire that still floated in the air, causing the room to take on a purple hue. Fascinating, Arrow said with a deranged smile on his face as he watched me. But before Arrow could continue to enjoy the sight, a semi-clear purple shockwave escaped from me. Like a wave, the purple hue shot from me and into the world, causing the throne room to shake from the force of the shockwave, causing cracks to form on the walls of the room and floor, along with throwing everyone in the room back. The three Volturi heads were thrown through their thrones and back to land next to Alec, while Felix was thrown into the wall again. Thankfully, Julius managed to throw up a shield before the shockwave hit him and Jane, while I, on the other hand, was burning alive. The feeling of fire mixed with lightning coursed through me. But in the middle of my torture, another pulse shot out again, doing more damage to the room. Host. Error. Has been identified. Molecular cell mutation. Scanning mutation. Mutation identified. Mutation aura manipulation. Abilities unknown. Found. Cells have become aura, charged, allowing the host to manipulate one's own aura. Mutation acceptable. Now, I would have heard the system say that if I wasn't in agonizing pain at the moment, because at the moment there was nothing that filled my head but pain. After a few moments, my pain reached an unbearable point of agony. I let out a blood-curtailing scream, and with one final shock wave of purple aura that caused chunks to fall from the ceiling, it all came to an abrupt stop. Falling to my knees, I took deep breaths as I pushed the remaining twitches of pain to the back of my mind for later. Adam, I heard someone yell from behind me. I think it was Jane, but I was too tired to move at the moment to check. A second later, I felt a hand grab onto my shoulder. Adam, are you all right? Julius asked, but I couldn't answer him at the moment. My body felt too tired to answer at the moment. Come on, we need to get him out of here, Julius said to Jane. Be careful not to touch his blood. You saw what it did to that other guy. Julius added to Jane. Slowly, they lifted me up, Julius putting one of my arms around his neck to carry me out, while Jane led the way out. As I was partially carried/dragged out, I thought about what the fuck just happened. Checking the interface, I saw my system had a message on it. Slowly reading it, my jaw dropped. I got a superpower. I got a superpower. I mentally yelled in excitement. Aura manipulation. Wait, I said to Julius, who was still guiding me outside. What? Are you okay? He asked in a worried tone. Yeah, I'm fine, I said, standing on my own feet again. What's wrong? Jane asked. Nothing's wrong. There's just one more thing I've got to do. I said. What? What else is there to do, Adam? Julius asked, annoyed. Smirking, I told him. That's my business. You and Jane should head to the regroup area. I showed the both of you. I'll be there soon. But nothing. I just remembered I told Arrow something a while ago, and it seems I have to remind him that both of you keep out of sight and move fast. If anyone tries to stop you, use your powers. I told them, turning around to head back to the Volturi's throne room. As I walked back through the hallway, I heard their fast footsteps as they ran full speed through the halls and out of here. With a steady stride, I walked back into the large room, making sure to avoid the pile of vamp dust on the floor. As I came in, I could see the Volturi heads just starting to get their feet back under them and standing up. Small crack lines ran along their faces from the sheer force the waves hit them with. Felix, on the other hand, wasn't moving. Looking at him, I could see that part of his head was missing. Looking up, I saw what did the damage. It was a touch holder that was embedded into the wall. He must have shot back and hit his head against it. Oh well, they will put him back together once I'm done here. Looking back at the Volturi leaders, a small smile spread across my face. I told you, Arrow. I told all of you if you fucked with me, I would tear you to pieces, didn't I? I yelled to them as I slowly made my way closer to them. None of them answered as I went up the steps and past their broken thrones. I mean, really, is it that hard to get through your skulls that I'm stronger than you? I told you I'm much older than all of you combined, and yet you still test my patience by testing me and my patience, hoping I would die so you could take my members from me. I said, standing only a few feet from them now. Well, let me tell you this. Either of them could have taken all of you down with as much ease as I did, but they wouldn't have held back because they don't care if you lived or not. And to tell you the truth, I'm starting to feel the same. The only reason you are still alive now is because I didn't want to take your role as the leader of the vampire race all those years ago. But to tell you the truth, I'm starting to think differently. I could kill all of you, then lead the vampire race for a few 100 years before I pick someone to take my place, then I go on my merry way. The look of shock on their faces was hilarious and almost made me laugh at the sight, but at the moment I needed to keep the cold expression on my face to really drive home the fear I was putting into them. But I'm not quite at the point where I want to spend hundreds of years doing that, I said. A look of relief shone on their faces, but not for long. But that doesn't mean you aren't going to pay for what you did, I said, and let an evil smile appear on my face. What dash? Marcus tried to say before I grabbed him by his neck, before he could react or even see my move. Grabbing his neck, I kicked one of his knees as hard as possible, breaking the leg backwards and in half at the knee, causing him to let out a scream of pain and to drop down on his one remaining knee, putting him at the perfect height for me to twist his head around and off his shoulders. Now holding the head by the hair, I raised it to face Caius and Arrow, who were both wide-eyed in shock. Just then Alec, who I had forgotten, lunged at me, hoping to distract me long enough to let the other two Volturi heads time to escape. Because as soon as he lunged, Caius and Arrow took off for the door. As soon as Alec was in range, I twisted my body around and kicked Alec in the side, launching him hard into one of the pillars that stood behind the Volturi's thrones. As soon as Alec was kicked, I ran full speed past the Volturi heads to the large metal doors and stopped in their way. Both Arrow and Caius came to skidding halts in front of me, and with the evil smile still on my face, I used Arrow's own words. And who said you could leave? Both Caius and Arrow were now wide-eyed in fear, which only made my smile widen even more. And in a flash, I punched Arrow in the chest, launching him backwards. Then I twisted around and grabbed Caius by his bright gold locks. You were the most annoying, I said to him as I pulled his head back and grabbed his chin, then pulled his hair as hard as I could, causing Caius to open his mouth in a cry of pain. Taking the opening, I let go of his hair and chin and shoved my hands into his mouth. Grabbing the top row with one hand and the bottom with the other, I then pulled in separate directions with a burst of strength, ripped the top of his head off above his mouth. You killed them. I heard Arrow yell from where he had fallen. Turning to look at him, I let out a chuckle. No, I didn't. They're just fine. You can put them back together when I'm done with you, I said, slowly walking to his prone position. How could I do that if you rip my head off? Arrow snarled at me. Simple. I don't rip your head off, I said with a chuckle. A look of confusion crossed Arrow's face before I made my move. Grabbing one of his legs, I brought it up, then pulled it in the opposite direction than it was supposed to bend and broke it off. A scream filled the room as I pulled his leg off. I told you, Arrow. I told you not to test me. And what did you do? I asked the still screaming Arrow, but didn't get a response. That's right. You tested me, and this is the price for doing so, I said, grabbing the other leg and doing the same thing. This time he let out a higher-pitched scream. Painful, isn't it? I asked him, but again didn't get a response to the question. Yeah, I made it quick for the other two, but I want to make sure you really got the point this time. Stepping to his side, I crouched down to get close to his face. Now, when we go with you to take care of the Romanians, I better not even see any of you looking in my direction, or I won't hesitate to kill all of you. And I mean kill. Understood, I asked. Arrow nodded his head quickly. Good, I said with a smile. Then looking down, I saw Arrow's arm. Oh wait, I forgot one, I said with a small laugh, then broke Arrow's arm off. Through his screams, I told him, you only need one. And with a chuckle, I tossed the arm over my shoulder. And with a see you around, I walked out of the room, where all that could be heard was Arrow's cries of pain. As I neared the exit of the Volturi's base, I came across the female vampire that had led us through the base earlier. Except it seemed she tried to stop Julius and Jane, because at the moment she was embedded into the stone wall, with a sword sticking out of her brain. Talk about the wrong people to try and stop. One who can mentally burn you alive, and the other can literally destroy you with a wave of his hands. I said aloud to myself as I walked past the new artwork Julius and Jane had left for the Volturi. Opening the large door to the outside world, I saw it was almost dusk. Taking a step out, I stepped on another body. I instantly knew who it was. It was the decapitated body of the guard that had stood by the door earlier. Ouch. I hope they put you back together. You seem like a cool dude, I said with a chuckle as I stepped over him and down the steps into the small city. Running at full speed through the town, I couldn't stop the smile that spread across my face. Never before had I felt more alive than at the moment. Not at the fact that I just beat the ever-living shit out of the Volturi heads, but it was just a feeling that ran through me like that feeling you get as a kid when it's a few days from holiday, or your birthday, like I was overflowing with a weird type of energy. As I ran, I opened my interface and played some feel-good tunes. Scrolling through my own playlist, I settled on Blame from a band called B.B. Cooper. At this point, I was reaching the end of the town, so with a smile on my face and good music blasting in my head, I ran full out. The feeling of air rushing past my ears and through my hair felt magical. As I ran, I noticed the purple glow had appeared again, causing me to come to a complete stop as I looked down at myself. I'm glowing, I thought as I looked down at a light purple hue that seemed to radiate from me. It's the same glow as when I was in the Volturi's throne room. I thought as I watched the purple hue. Remembering the shockwaves I produced, I stuck one of my hands out and mentally will the energy out of my palm, and promptly got launched off my feet as a massive wave of purple left my hand. It launched me 20 feet backwards and straight into a tree. The crack, boom, of me hitting the tree could probably be heard from miles away. The impact broke a few parts of my spine, along with some of my ribs, as the tree morphed and broke in my impact. Slowly sitting up, I let out a groan, while I felt the pops and cracks all over my body as the broken bones healed themselves back together. Finally, after a minute to reorient myself, I looked at the carnage the shock wave produced. In front of me, what was once thick forest was now what looked to me like a war zone, with trees uprooted and fallen for 100 feet in front of me and 15 feet wide. I couldn't help but look at it all stunned. My bad, I said in astonishment. Then bringing my hands up to my face, I looked at the same hands I've seen millions of times before, but unlike before, now they seemed so much more deadlier. Standing back up to my feet, I decided not to try a shockwave again, and instead to try and control the energy. So like before I put out my right hand and willed the energy to slowly creep from my palm, and before my eyes, a small ball of purple slowly crept out. But unlike the orb Julius' fist made to make his mind shield, this orb looked unstable and like choppy, rippling water. Not wanting it to get too unstable and blow me up, I willed the orb tighter, and on mental command, the orb shrunk down and into what looked like a purple see-through bowling ball. Wow, I said in excitement. Thinking of what I should do now, I pondered on this orb's utility. Then remembering something I read in a book, I thought, maybe I can make it into a weapon. I had my sword, but I didn't fully trust it. It was a metal, and all it would take is one nick of the ball to me not noticing and swing and hit a vampire for it to break, which kind of hurt to think about. I learned blacksmithing for years to make one blade, and now to think of it as a faulty object hurts. So concentrating, I imagined a short sword. Slowly the orb morphed and straightened itself out into something that resembled a short sword. That is if short swords were a sea through glowing purple. Moving my hand forward, I grabbed the handle of the sword and weighed it in my hand. I can't even feel the weight. I thought as I swung the sword. Looking around, I saw a felled tree. So moving over to the remaining stump, I swung the sword into it. Thunk! What the hell? I said out loud to myself. The aura sword didn't do anything to the stump, but scratch a piece of bark. Looking at the blade, I saw that the edge was rounded instead of sharp like a normal sword. Oh, I just thought of sword, not a sharp sword. Concentrating, I willed the edge to be sharp instead of rounded. And slowly I watched as the edge tapered to a sharp edge. With a smile of success on my face, I tried again. Crack, bunk. This time the sword managed to cut into the wood about an inch. I thought it would be better, I said as I looked at the aura sword. As I was looking at the sword, it started to flicker and waver. But before I could will it to be stable again, the sword evaporated from my grip. What the hell, I thought as I watched it deteriorate. Confused at what just happened, I tried to hold back the sword, but couldn't. Closing my eyes and concentrating on the image of a short sword again, I tried one more time. But again got nothing. Breathing hard, I wondered, maybe I can only use so much at once? Looking over at the forest I accidentally destroyed, I mumbled, probably used up all the energy on that blast. But needing to get back to Julius and Jane, I moved in the direction I told them to meet me at. Running through the woods again, my brain was running rampant with different ideas of how I could use my new ability. After a few more minutes of running, I came to the old abandoned campsite we used for our regrouping area. Looking around, I couldn't see any signs of Jane or Julius. Just when I was about to start looking, I heard a creak from above me. Looking up, I saw Jane and Julius sitting on a tree branch a few dozen feet above me, in the thick tree limbs of a tree. Oh, looky there, if it isn't two lovebirds sitting in a tree, I said jokingly to them. The face Jane made it clear that if she had blood, it would have been a blush. Hey, old man, don't be petty that we can actually find love, while you stick to one night stand with a different woman every time. Julius shot back. You know, to some that could be considered quite the accomplishment, and not the slur of character you intend it to be. I said back with a chuckle. Stepping out of the way, I watched as Jane and Julius dropped down from the tree branches and back down to earth. Standing up from his crouch, Julius was the first to speak. So what happened? Why did you go back? Like I said, I needed to remind Arrow of something I told him about many years ago. And that would be, Julius pressed, that if you mess with me, I'll really make you regret it. And what of my brother? Jane asked, as she stepped to the side of Julius. I let out a small sigh and looked her in the eyes. Jane, I'm sorry, but your brother is gone. I watched for any emotion on her face or any sign she might attack me out of anger. But nothing, she did nothing, didn't make a move, or was there a single twitch of her face to show her emotions, just a blank mask. So I continued. When she gets in your head and she changes you, it can't be fixed. Even if I killed her, he would stay the same, and if I somehow got her to fix him, the damage done to his brain, it wouldn't be pretty. All the while, Jane stayed silent and listened to my words. But once I was done speaking, Jane finally did. In the Volturi's throne room, you said he was already dead. Is that true? I nodded my head. Yes, did you see his eyes? I asked Jane. She nodded her head. So you saw how they were glassed over, lifeless. Again she nodded. Those aren't the eyes of the living. They're the eyes of the dead. No emotion, no feelings, just nothing. We fell silent at my words. Can you promise me something? Jane asked softly. Of course, I said. After this fight with the Romanian coven, kill him. Your brother? I asked. Yes, kill him, because I know he would rather be dead than be some puppet for those people, she said with anger in her voice. I nodded my head. I can do that. Even as my brain ran through the problem of me killing Alec would bring me with the Volturi. But I had a feeling after what I did to them today, they wouldn't have much of a problem. After starting a fire and putting a slice of meat from one of the deers Julius and Jane drank from on a stick to cook over the fire, we sat in silence, listening to the crack and pop of the small fire. After a few good minutes of cooking in the flames, I pulled out the kebab and started to blow cool air onto it so I couldn't hurt myself. Wouldn't you just heal if you burned your mouth? Jane asked. Of course I would, but that doesn't mean I want to burn my mouth. I might heal from it, but I can still feel the pain, I said, letting the deer kebab cool off. She slowly nodded her head, taking a bite from the still smoking piece of deer meat. I looked up at the night sky through the trees above. As I was watching the beautiful night sky, Julius asked, Did you find anything out about your power? I shrugged my shoulders. Sort of. What did you find out? Julius asked. While taking a bite of the deer meat, I raised my left hand and slowly let the aura energy leave my hand to morph itself into a small ball. That's it, Julius asked. What happened to the whole massive waves you were making back in the throne room? He asked. I stared at him and raised an eyebrow, then released the energy I was keeping in a ball. The orb exploded into a large wave of purple force, right into a tree a couple of feet away from us. The force from the small billiard-sized ball of aura energy was enough to blow part of the tree facing us off, while also causing it to break in half and fall over away from us. I raised my other brow and asked, You were saying? Both Julius and Jane stared open-mouthed at the carnage the small aura ball could cause. Is that all? Jane asked excitedly. Nope, I said with a smile. Raising my hand again, I imagined the short sword again. As the sword morphed itself into shape, Jane and Julius watched in amazement as the energy slowly took the shape of a sword. The problem is, it's not that sharp, I said in a moody tone. I can only make it so sharp. I continued before we fell silent again. After a few moments of silence, Julius spoke. Your sword is sharp, right? The real one. You always refuse to use it because of how sharp it is, and you are afraid that if you use it, it could break. Julius asked. Yeah, it's insanely sharp, but I'm always afraid to use it because of how old it is, and all it would take is one small nick to break the blade in battle. I said, what if you did what I do with my mind shields, but a little different? Put it so close to the blade and edge that it takes on the edge's sharpness itself, so instead of the blade cutting, it will be that energy you can use. Julius said. Now my eyes went wide. I'm such an imbecile, I thought, while mentally shaking my forehead. Going to my pack we had stashed here, I opened a rolled woven blanket and pulled out my sword. For being nearly 2,000 years old, it's still in pristine condition from the constant care I give the blade. Maybe that's why I'm so reluctant to use it. When you spend years learning something just to make one item, then you make it, then you practically fall in love with it. Kind of like cars, you buy a nice fancy car for yourself to drive, but it ends up as your most prized possession, and it just ends up sitting in the garage as something to look at. We all have that one family member with an old car in the garage that they never drive, but love to stare at. Now with the blade, I return to the fire and sit down. Right here goes nothing, I say, before I slowly release the energy, imagining the aura surrounding the blade. As the purple energy slowly crept from my hand and onto the blade, I watched as it morphed to the blade, slowly taking on its shape perfectly. But it didn't feel right, so slowly I pushed the energy tighter around the blade until the purple hue of the energy started to creep into the blade itself, until finally I couldn't push out any more energy into the blade. Looking at the now glowing blade in my hands, I couldn't help the childish laugh that escaped my lips. Standing to my feet, I walked to one of the nearby trees, maybe 5 feet in diameter and quite tall. Now, with the perfect testing object in front of me, I swung the blade. And with an almost silent ching, The blade cut through the thick tree like a hot knife through butter, causing the once large and alive tree to fall over with a crash. I stared down at the slightly glowing blade and thought, "I'm a Jedi. Incredible." Julius shouted. "I know," I said back excitedly. "With that, you could be unstoppable," Julius said. But just then the glow that was emanating from the blade slowly started to dim. "All right," I said as I watched the light leave the blade. "Must not have given it enough time to recharge," I thought. "What happened?" Julius asked as he approached me. "I think I can only hold so much energy at once," I said, turning the sword in my hands. "I used up quite a lot on the way over here, so I probably haven't recharged yet. That might be a problem. Do you think it's like my power where you just need to practice with it to build up your power with it?" Julius asked. "I don't know, possibly," I said. "Well, I guess I can practice while we wait for the Volturi to be ready," I said, walking back to my pack to put the sword back with my pack. For the next week, I continuously practiced with my ability, and let me tell you, wow, my ability has massive destruction capabilities when I use it for shock waves, or as I found out, small shock bullets, where I create a small aura energy ball the size of a gumball and launch it at something. As soon as it hits its target, it will explode with a force akin to a stick of dynamite. Or I can push all the energy out at once and cause one massive wave. What we also found out was how much energy I can use. I can do 7 full-sized and consecutive shockwaves straight, before needing to wait 15 minutes to recharge. With my sword, I learned that I didn't need to completely cover the blade in my aura energy, but instead just keep the energy on the sharp edges of the blade, which made the energy usage practically unnoticeable. On the 8th day of our training, I heard the fast-approaching sound of footfalls, stopping my aura blade training. I turned in the direction of the footsteps and prepared myself for a possibly hostile enemy approaching. I wasn't the only one to notice either. Both Jane and Julius stopped the practice fight they were currently in to also turn towards the oncoming noise. After another moment, a middle-aged man with dark brown hair and crimson eyes ran out of the woods and into the clearing of tree stumps I had made while practicing with my aura sword. The sight of the clearing full of fallen trees and trunks made the vampire come to a complete halt as his eyes roamed the small sea of fallen trees. The vampire was about 100 yards from where we stood. As he did so, I saw that the vampire was wearing the red and black cloak of the Volturi. So I want to know if he brought news from the Volturi. I raised a hand, then called out to him, "Can we help you?" As soon as I spoke, the vampire's head shot in my direction, but the sight of me with no shirt on made him pause again, and I don't blame him. Julius likes to use the word barbarian to describe the look I tend to take on. Let me explain. I have a bad habit of forgetting to cut my hair, and while it can get pretty long before it starts to become an annoyance to be where I then cut it. At the moment, my hair hung halfway down my back, while in the temple area, I had braided the hair in long braids that fell down onto my chest. And since I had been training, I took off my tunic so I wouldn't get too hot. So at the moment, the vampire was looking a large 6 feet 3 inches man with the best physique he had ever seen holding a glowing sword. Yeah, but after a moment to reset his mind, the vampire zoomed to stand in front of us. "How did you find us?" I asked the vampire as soon as he stopped in front of me. "I can track. That's my ability," the vampire stammered out. "MHM, what do you want?" I asked him. "I was sent by the Volturi to let you know we will be leaving tomorrow at dusk," he said. I nodded my head and a smile spread across my face. And so it begins. 15 days later. Well, this sucks, I thought as I walked with my pack through a muddy field. Since the start of the trip, it's been nothing but rain and mud the whole way. Thankfully today, it was just cloudy instead of pouring rain, making the whole trip one miserable mess for me. At the moment, me, Julius, and Jane were about half a mile in front of the Volturi forces, because I thought it better to just keep them away from them. The smell of blood from the blood feast the Volturi have every few days was intense, and even a mile away put Jane and Julius to a test of their willpower. We had already had a run-in with a group of vampires when we first passed by a town almost a week ago. Instead of fighting or trying to hide, they decided to retreat and probably give word to the Romanian heads. Speaking of the Volturi army, I was a bit miffed at it. In total, the Volturi only had 500 fighters. The 3 ruling heads, their guards, which were 10 of their strongest fighters, and the rest were vampires with slightly stronger abilities, which for a vampire army is very respectable. But from what I know of the Romanian Coven, is that they weren't on top because of their good looks, it's because of their sheer numbers. The Romanian Coven probably has at most 1,000 vampires on their side. And even though we might have some stronger than normal vampires on our side, that won't matter when that stronger vampire is fighting 3 vampires at once. As we were walking, I saw a small group of vampires blurring in our direction as they came over a rise of a small hill. From the red and black colors in their blur, I could tell it was the scouts that the Volturi had sent out to look for the Romanian forces in front of the Volturi army. Watching them pass by us, I looked at Jane and Julius and said, "I guess they found a Romanian Coven." I said, looking back at the small hill the scouts had come from. A small smile appeared on my face. "Let's go see what we can see," I told Jane and Julius, before blurring to the top of the hill to look around. As soon as I came to a stop, I looked and instantly saw what the scouts had seen. In the distance, maybe 5 miles away, was a mass of figures moving in our direction. "Is that them?" Julius asked me. "I think so. The sun isn't out, so I can't tell," I said, looking at the moving mass. "It has to be. Who else would be out here with an army?" Jane said to my left. Shrugging my shoulders, I said, "Let's wait here for the Volturi to arrive." Since the start of the journey, the Volturi heads have been trying to avoid me. To be fair, I can't blame them. It's not every day someone rips you apart. As we waited for the Volturi's army to arrive at the hill, me, Jane, and Julius continued to watch the approaching army. From the look of it, there were no less than 2,000 in the group, and if it was the Romanian Coven, then we might have an issue, because that's an almost 4-to-1 advantage the Romanian Coven will have on us. About 10 minutes later, the front line of the Volturi's vampires finally reached the hill we were sitting at while we watched the army's approach. As we said, I could hear the whispered conversations of some of the vampires. "It's them. I overheard the scouts telling Arrow of their numbers. There is no way we can win," one of them said. "So, it is the Romanian Coven," I thought. "Look at that. If that is the Romanian Coven's army, we might as well turn back and run." Another said, and I agreed, if this was the Romanian army, we might be screwed. But there was still a chance. With Alec, Julius, Jane, and myself, we could do large amounts of damage to the army on our own. Just as long as we don't get bogged down in vampires trying to kill us, I should be fine on my own with my speed, strength, and inability to die. Julius should also be fine, since if anyone gets too close, he can wave his hand and launch them into orbit. What really worried me was Jane. Jane was technically the weakest member of our trio. Her ability may be strong, and she can use her powers on more than one person at once, but it does have its limits. I looked it up. She is limited in range and number of people she can use her powers on at once. Her limit is 20 vampires that she could immobilize at once, giving others time to kill them, while Jane's power keeps them from fighting back. Her weak link is that she tends to rely on her powers more than her physical fighting skills, which might be problematic. Turning to look at Julius and Jane, I spoke. "When we fight, Jane, you need to stay close to Julius." "That is what I was thinking," Julius said. I saw a small frown appear on Jane's face, so before she could protest my decision, I spoke. "Jane, you're a good fighter, but you aren't the best, and in this fight we're going to be massively outnumbered, for one, and me and Julius can't try and protect you while we also fight the Romanian Coven. But if you stick with Julius, he should be able to protect you without much trouble," I said, looking her in the eyes. Jane nodded her head. "I understand, and besides, me and Julius have come up with some good attacks. We should be able to hold our own." I nodded my head at her words. "Good." Just then I heard the noise behind us starting to get louder. Turning my head, I could see the Volturi heads making their way through the crowds of vampires until they were standing in front of the army and a few feet from me. Looking over at them, I couldn't stop a smirk from appearing on my face. They still refused to even acknowledge my existence. "My brother and sisters," Arrow said in a raised voice to quiet the mass of Volturi vampires. "Today is the day we take what is ours, what has always been ours," he shouted. But Arrow didn't get the sounds of affirmation he was expecting, because unlike when they took down the Egyptian Coven, which only has 200 members, now they were going up against a true threat of power. And this just showed Aro's delusional mind. For him to believe that his members would be willing to dive head first into what he thought was an all but certain victory, but in reality was a death sentence, which made me wonder how they managed to win the first time. Did I change the world to the point the Romanian coven accidentally ended up with more vampires than in the original world? Or did the Volturi have less members than they were originally supposed to have? Or was this how it played out in the real Twilight world? And the Volturi actually won with this low of numbers, which was hard to believe, but stranger things have happened. Unaware of the lack of reaction, Aro spoke again. And we will take the role of the ruling coven of the world. He shouted. This time, as I watched the Volturi's army of vampires, I saw a glassy look come over their eyes for a split second before a cheer rose from the crowd in an approving shout for Aro's words. It's Chelsea, she's here. I thought as I watched their faces. I wasn't sure if she had come with the army or not, because the wives weren't here, and if I remember correctly, she was normally with the wives. I was glad I made Julius keep the mind shields in place throughout the trip, just in case. I wasn't sure if the Volturi might have a mind reader in the group or another psychic that can do things to our minds, so I decided it would be better to be safe than sorry, and from the look of it, it was a good decision. By now the Romanian Coven army was close enough to see them clearly, and I was a bit shocked at what I saw. Mixed into the group were what looked like kids and young adults, no older than 10 years old, as well as people that looked like regular villagers. That's it. Most of these people looked like newborns. When that group saw us pass by that town, they probably told the Romanian Coven heads, and probably in a panic, they started making a newborn army. I thought in shock. They even turned the kids. I thought, with a spike of anger that shot through me. As Aro continued his speech, I turned to Jane and Julius. The both of you need to be extra careful. This isn't going to be easy. From the look of it, most of those vampires down there are newborn, so they will be a lot stronger than you and faster. They won't know how to fight, so that will be to your advantage if you have to fight them hand to hand, but try to avoid it. I said to them. Turning to Julius, I continued. And Julius, make sure not to lose control of your mind shields. I'm certain Chelsea is here, and all it will take is a moment for her to enter your mind. So don't overdo yourself if you need to fall back and recharge yourself. Julius nodded at my words. By now, only a mile separated the two armies from each other. Running back to behind the army, we dropped off our packs and prepared ourselves for the battle. Pulling out the sword from my pack, I looked it over for any signs of damage or marks, while Julius and Jane took off the cloaks they were wearing to give them better movement. Once done getting ready, we went back to the front of the army, where Aro was just finishing his speech. Now, don't be afraid of this battle, for we shall win with our overwhelming strength and stand victorious over our fallen foes. And with a shout, Aro raised a hand into the air, while his army of brainwashed vampires cheered him on. Turning to look at Jane and Julius, I gave him a nod. Remember, stick together and watch each other's backs. We will at 'em, Julius said, as he gave my shoulder a pat. Turning away from them, I opened my interface and scrolled through my music list until I found the folder I had prepared just for this moment. Warm music. Clicking on the folder, the first song to play was one from Doom. Rip and Tear. Just then, I heard a shout from the Romanian army. Turning to look, I saw a massive group of blurring figures heading right for us. And an evil smile covered my face as the head-banging music filled my head. As soon as the Romanian Coven started to charge, so did the Volturi. Running full speed to the front of the Volturi's forces, I raised my hand and pushed out a medium-sized energy orb. 10 feet from the Romanian Coven, I let it loose. The shockwave hit the front line with force, sending all that was in front of me, 5 feet across and 10 feet back. 50 vampires were shot backwards, with broken and separated limbs, from the force of running full speed into my shockwave. The opening I made allowed me to run straight into the heart of their forces. With my blade flashing a bright purple, I twirled through the vampires, cutting off heads and limbs with every swing, occasionally letting off a shock wave or two to allow me some room, and not to be completely surrounded. As I was fighting, I saw out of the corner of my eye Jane and Julius. At the moment, Julius had a handful of vampires in the air, floating around him and Jane. He was using the floating bodies as weapons to hit the vampires that were downed by Jane's mental firepower, using the bodies like hammers to crash down into the heads of the downed vampires. Having to take my eyes away from them to avoid the hand of a vampire that got too close. I delved back into the fight once again. At the moment, the fight wasn't going in the Volturi's favor. Even with me, Jane, Julius, and Alex's powers, we were still losing too many of our own forces to the power of the newborns, while the Volturi head stayed on the hill looking down at the fight, with a few of their personal guards still standing guard by them, while the rest fought with Alec. Needing to give the Volturi's forces the upper hand, I turned in Julius's direction and shouted, "I'm going all out." That was the wording we set up for when I push out all of my energy at once to make the big shockwaves. But I needed to go farther into the Romanians' army and away from the Volturi's forces. So with a plan in mind, I zoomed through the army, cutting down any that got in my way. I had to cut down a few kids on the way, but at the moment I didn't have time to think about the fact that I just cut a little kid's head off of his shoulders, and I just focused on the plan I had in my mind. Finally, on the other side of the army from the front line, and deep inside the Romanian army by myself, now surrounded on all sides by newborn vampires that could smell my blood, I was hard-pressed to deflect and avoid all the oncoming attacks. Making a small opening for myself, I used the second of time I had made myself to crouch down and push the energy from my body all at once. Third POV. Like the explosion of a modern-day bomb, a purple hue swept the battlefield, throwing all within a 30-foot radius from the explosion back and into each other with such forces that it killed almost 100 vampires from the force of being knocked back and into other vampires. Within 50 to 60 feet, all vampires were knocked from their feet to tumble on the ground. Farther from that, all the force did was push them forward and the stumble, giving a few of the Volturi vampires the upper hand to attack their now stumbling opponents. First POV. Standing from my crouch position, I looked around myself at the carnage my aura shockwave caused, and once again was amazed at the destruction my powers caused. As I looked around, I saw Julius taking the opportunity to attack the downed vampires, by using his power to levitate groups of downed vampires, then slamming them together mid-air, until they were beating themselves to pieces with each other's bodies. While Jane used her powers to make the rising vampires to fall back to the ground in pain with her power. Seeing a black mist making its way through a large group of vampires, I looked over to see Alex mist taking away vampires' senses while the Volturi guards that were with him tore the heads off the senseless vampires. Hearing fast approaching feet from behind me, I twirled around and dodged the hand that tried to claw at me with the long nails of the hand. As I dodged, I got a good look at who it was that attacked, and smiled an evil smile at who it was. Because it was none other than Vladimir, with his almost white blonde hair and crimson eyes. Well, looky here, if it isn't one of the Romanian coven heads, I said, pointing my sword at him. You, I've heard of you, the human god. He spat. You are no god. If you were then, you could have saved those innocent villagers you tried to save. I ground my teeth together at his words. I never said I was a god, and I might not have been able to save that village, but I will avenge them and wash their blood from my hands with the death of you and the rest of the Romanian coven, I said before I charged Vladimir at full speed. The speed of my movements sent Vladimir's survival instincts haywire and made Vladimir backpedal in an attempt to avoid my attack. But he was just too slow. Like a wraith of death, I came out of my blurred run, swinging my sword vertically down and into his head. With a crack, my sword split Vladimir down the middle and into two separate halls. The sight of his shocked face before I cut him in two would be something I would remember and enjoy for the rest of time. Turning back to the fight, I watched as the Volturi slowly gained the upper hand in the fight. But looking back at Alec's fight, I saw one of the other Romanian head staff in a hand-to-hand fight with Alec, while the rest of the Volturi guards that were there to protect Alec fought the Romanian head's own guards. The Romanians were clearly the better fighters, with the average Romanian guard being over 800 or 900 years old, and the Volturi guards on average being 600 to 700 years old. The Volturi guards didn't stand much of a chance. Just then the memory of Jane's words flashes through my mind. Kill him because I know he would rather be dead than some puppet. If I let the Romanian coven kill him, I could avoid the problem of the Volturi being angry with me for killing their biggest asset, but how to make sure he stays dead. Reaching into a pouch I had at my waist, I pulled out a small round clay ball with a fabric fuse coming from the top. In all, it was smaller than a baseball. On the inside was a flammable oil. It wasn't big enough to be compared to a Molotov cocktail, but enough to catch their clothes on fire. Waiting for the right moment, I pulled a flint from the same pouch and watched the fight, while making sure no vampires were coming from behind me. Not seeing anything, I looked back and continued to watch. For being a fraction of the age of Stefan, Alec was putting up one hell of a fight. But just like Jane, Alec clearly practiced with his powers more than he ever did with hand-to-hand, because every time Alec tried to make distance to use his powers, Stefan was right behind him constantly attacking and not letting Alec use his powers. Back and forth the fight continued until finally Alec made a mistake and paid the price. Taking the opening Alec didn't cover, Stefan got a hold of his arm and twisted it until it broke. As soon as I saw that Stefan had taken the upper hand of the fight, I hit the flint together close to the fabric fuse until it finally caught. Looking up, I watched as Alec's head was ripped from his head. Standing up, I pulled my arm back, and with as much straight as I could put into it, I threw the small clay container at Alec's now headless body. I watched as my mighty Molotov flew through the air to hit Alec's still falling body in the chest. As soon as the clay burst open, the oil hit the fiery fuse, and a ball of fire burst out over Alec's body. "There," I said as I watched the body burn, turning my gaze to Stefan, who was backing away from the now burning body of Alec with a confused look. "Now it's your turn," I said to myself as I blurred full speed in his direction. He didn't even see as I blurred to his side and sliced his head off right above the mouth. And before his body could fall to the ground, I pushed his body into the burning body of Alec to hopefully add fuel to the fire. Now with the Romanian coven leaders dead and Alec gone, now all I needed to focus on was the last remaining vampires. Looking around, I watched the fighting. Jane and Julius were working in perfect cohesion, as Jane made the vampires in front of her fall in pain, while Julius picked them up and tore them apart. So deciding they didn't need my help, I turned to help the Volturi's guards who were still fighting the Romanian guards. In a blur, I ran in between each of the guards, killing or maiming the Romanian vampires. Once the Volturi guards had the upper hand, I turned on the remaining Romanian vampires, which were only a few hundred. At the moment, they still outnumbered us, especially since we had lost almost half of our forces. But those who remained were the strongest the Volturi had. So in a blur, I ran at the still fighting vampires and started shooting off aura bullets at the backs of the Romanian vampires, taking out 2 or 3 vampires out with each shot. Then, as I ran out of energy, so I entered the melee and started causing havoc, cutting MD slices off any limbs in my way, not noticing if they were women, man, or vampiric child. I swung with abandon as I lost myself in the fight and the heavy metal music that still filled my head. After what felt like only minutes, I ran out of bodies to cut. Finally breaking from my trance, I looked around at the hundreds of bodies that littered the ground. Holy shit, we did it, I thought to myself as I looked out at the battlefield. Opening my interface, I turned the volume of the music down and looked around for Julius and Jane. I saw them killing off the last of the vampires, who were still alive on their half of the battlefield. As I watched Julius break one of them in half, I couldn't help but let a smile dawn my face. We did it, and all in one piece, I thought as I saw them, but then I looked around to count our own numbers. And I was a little surprised, because all that remained was 20 of us in total. With me, Jane, and Julius, the 3 Volturi heads, the 7 remaining guards, and 8 surviving regular vampires. Shit, I said out loud as I saw how close the battle was for the Volturi. But we did it, we won, and now I can move on with my immortal life and put this part of my life behind me. Making my way through the battlefield, I slowly made my way to where Jane and Julius were looking over the battlefield in amazement of our achievement, just like I had done. Stepping over the corpses, I made sure not to accidentally step on the bodies of the newly deceased. Finally reaching them, I stopped and looked out at the field of bodies. I have seen many wars and battles fought, but this was my first time taking part in one. I said, I don't think it's for me. Julius said, in almost a whisper, Did you see the kids? Jane asked us. I turned to look at her. I think so, maybe a couple. I didn't think about it. I just kept swinging my sword at anything in front of me. I wish I could say the same, but I had to think and see to use my powers. Julius said, When I had to tear them apart, or when I bashed them together, I had to watch. He said. Turning to him, I spoke. Well, they weren't really there anymore, so don't feel bad. I said to him, What do you mean? They weren't really there? Jane asked. Children who have been turned are more impulsive and less capable of self-control compared to adult vampires, and are even more vulnerable to their vampiric instincts. Their thirst for blood is all that drives them forward, like a person dying of thirst in the desert. All they can think about is the liquid that could sedate their thirst, which for them is blood. I said. We went quiet again, just sitting there looking out at the destruction we had caused and thinking about the fight. Jane's head turned and looked out to our side. You did it, Jane said, as she saw the burning bodies of Stefan and Alec. I nodded my head. Yes, he's gone. She sat there dead still for a moment, watching the burning flames before speaking again. Thank you, she said in a sad tone. I looked at her. There's no need to thank me. He didn't deserve what he got, but at least now he can be at peace. Jane slowly nodded her head, and we all went quiet again. After a few moments, Julius spoke. What now? He asked, breaking the silence that surrounded us. A wicked smile spread across my face. Now, I'm going to go talk to the Volturi. Then we're going to go see all those things I told you about. Both Jane's and Julius's heads shot in my direction. Really? Jane said excitedly, dispersing the shroud of sadness that once surrounded her. Really? Now, while I'm gone, why don't the two of you decide where you want to go first? I said with a chuckle, as I turned to start heading up the hill I had last seen the Volturi standing on. Stepping over bodies and body parts, I finally made it to the top of the hill, where I saw the last few remaining vampires milling about around a large tent that was recently put up, while in the distance I could see the last surviving human blood bags being guarded by just one vampire. Reaching the tent, I swung open the tent flap and stepped inside. The inside of the tent was dark, with very little amounts of light creeping through the fabric tent. Inside sat the three Volturi heads, all sitting around a circle wooden table and in ornate chairs. Behind them stood two of their personal guards, who gave me death stares as I stepped in. I instantly saw the tightening around Aro's eyes and the tension in Marcus and Kaya's bodies at my appearance. They're still tensed up after my little reminder I gave them. I thought with a chuckle. I honestly can't blame them. One minute they were kings, the next I was tearing them apart, breaking the illusion they had of them being invincible. Aro was the first to speak. If it isn't the savior of the battle, he said, with a hint of a sneer hidden under his complimenting words. Yes, it's me, and you're welcome, I said with a chuckle at his words. I'm just stopping by to tell you this is where we separate, and I and my coven members go our own way, I said, and also where I bring you another warning. I added. Aro raised an eyebrow. And that would be, he asked. I stepped forward until I was standing right in front of the round table they were seated at, and looked Aro dead in the eyes. I will stay out of your way, as long as you stay out of mine. You can do as you wish with the vampiric world as long as you stay away from my coven and myself. And if you decide that it is a good idea to come for me and my coven, I won't give you a warning, and I won't hold back like I did to you. I will come for you, and I will kill all of you, I said in almost a whisper. I saw a flash of fear and anger run through Aro's eyes, before he slowly nodded his head. I saw that Caius wanted to open his mouth and say something, but my eyes flashed in his direction, and I stared him in the eyes, giving him a warning with my cold glare. When they didn't say anything, I turned on my heels and started for the exit, not giving them time to say anything that might piss me off. Stepping out of the tent, I let my eyes adjust to the light before going to grab our packs, then head back to Jane and Julius. Now laden down with all our packs, I slowly made my way back to Jane and Julius, who were now sitting on the hilltop and still looking over the battlefield. Have you figured out where the both of you would like to go first? I asked them as I reached where they were seated. Julius turned his head and looked at me. Yes, we have. he said in a happy tone. Dropping their packs on the damp ground, I asked, "And where would that be?" With a smile on his face, he said, "To the east, to the other ocean," Julius said. "Really?" I said in surprise. "Yes, I always wanted to go," Julius said. "Those stories you told us sounded very interesting, and we would love to see the culture there," Jane added. I nodded my head. "Sure, we can take the Silk Road straight there," I said as I thought of the best path to take. Looking back at the battlefield, Julius asked, "What is going to happen to all the bodies?" I thought for a moment before saying, "More than likely, they are just going to burn all of them," I said with a shrug. Jane looked up at me. "Won't they try to put them back together?" She asked. "Possibly, but there are so many broken limbs and body parts down there, it would be almost impossible to find which part goes to who. The Volturi will more than likely just start over again, but maybe with fewer vampires. It's not like they really have any enemies left." "Except you," Julius added. "Except me," I chuckled. "We have a bit of an understanding. They keep the vampires under control, and I don't wipe out their race," I said with a huff. Jane looked up at me again. "You would take out the vampire race?" she asked. I let out a laugh. "Maybe if they get out of hand, sure. The only reason I haven't is because most vampires are just trying to survive like the rest of us. And they aren't insane, sycophantic a-holes like the Romanian coven was, who kill for fun, but instead kill to survive." She nodded her head at that. "Now, I don't know about the both of you, but I'm ready to get going. The less time we spend around the Volturi, the better," I said, picking up my pack and putting it on my back. Jane and Julius soon followed my lead and grabbed their own packs. Once we were set and ready to go, I stopped and looked out at the field of dead bodies one last time. As I looked out at the field, the cloud for the first time in almost 2 weeks opened, and a ray of sunlight shone through and onto the battlefield, causing the broken limbs and bodies of the dead vampires to sparkle brightly. "It's strange," Julius said from beside me. Looking over at him, I asked, "What is?" I gestured with his chin at the now sparkling field. How something that only moments ago was a scene of death, destruction, and carnage can now look so magical. The trip to the east and into Asia was a long journey, with our constant stops at anything we found interesting, or if we just felt like relaxing for a few days. It's not like we had anywhere to be at the moment. We decided to go by land instead of sea, so we could see the world around us instead of the constant blue of the sea. The experience was incredible for both Jane and Julius alike. Julius might be 600 years old, but all he has ever seen was Rome, Alexandria, and our home in England. But other than that, he was a clean slate, as well as Jane. On our travels east, we stopped at some of the most important places. First at Constantinople. Then we stopped and saw the massive walls of Babylon. Then continued east, going from city to city. Along the way, I picked up my old habit of trading. And before you knew it, we had a camel, who Jane named Joshua, who carried some silks and herbs, and a donkey who was truly an ass. The thing would bite anyone who got close to it. We didn't even bother to name him. Jane and Julius had a bet going to see how long it would take before I killed him myself. Moving on. With my new fire burning inside me, we continued on our journey east. Town to town, or city to city, we went without a care in the world, just enjoying our lives to the fullest. While we were on our travels, I came across a first for me in this world. A Bible. The Bible was written in Hebrew, so I had a little trouble reading it, Hebrew not being one of my main languages of speaking, so I had become rather rusty at it. But as I continued to read it, the more it came back to me, and the more I understood of the book. As I read, I came across the story of Adam and Eve. Reading the story, I wasn't surprised at what happened. From when they ate the apple from the tree of knowledge, to being kicked out of the Garden of Eden, as well as what God did when he kicked them out of Eden. But what differed from the original Bible was the discrimination of Adam himself. In the original Bible, there wasn't much of a discrimination of either Adam or Eve. Instead, the story mostly focuses on the creation of human beings and their relationship with God. The appearance of Adam is not mentioned in detail in the biblical account. But in this Bible, there was an actual detailed description of him. Tall, pale skin, and hair like snow. Oh fuck, I thought as I read the first few words of the description. You have got to be kidding me. I said to myself as I sat beside a small fire in the middle of a desert in what will become Afghanistan. At the moment, both Jane and Julius were off hunting for any wildlife there might be in the desolate mountains, leaving me to sit and tend the fire, which I didn't mind because it gave me time to read. But now I'm a little afraid. This can't be real. Can it me a part of what will be the biggest religion in the world as the first human? Pushing down the wild thoughts that erupted at even the thought of that being true, I continued to read. The story continued after the banishment of Adam and Eve, like normal. Toil of work for Adam, and birth to hurt for Eve. But what really changed things was that the story continued to Adam and Eve's first two sons, Cain and Abel, and where Cain kills Abel in a fit of jealousy. But in this Bible, Adam witnessed Abel's death, and in a rage, Adam killed his other son, Cain. When God witnessed this act of anger, he cursed Adam to become a wanderer of earth, to never die. After that, the story continued. It went on to tell the story of how, after the death of Eve and more of his children, Adam left to wander the world, to become known as the white-haired wanderer. Oh fuck, OHFUCK, I thought, as my brain came to a sudden halt. Fuck, I'm the Adam. I mentally panicked. My brain was turning with different emotions and thoughts as I stood and started walking around the fire in circles as I sorted out my thoughts. What could the repercussions from this be? I thought, it can't be much, right? After another hour of my mind slowly taking itself apart, I finally managed to calm down. It's not that big of a deal. I'm sure people won't be on the hunt for me or something. After that night, I continued to read the Bible and saw that all that changed was Adam being cursed to wander the world instead of his son Cain. Continuing east, we finally made it to China. At the moment, China is going through a golden period of stability, economically, and LN trade under the Tang dynasty. We stayed in China for a little over 7 months, where we traded and sold many of my goods for Chinese silks and other items, while Julius and Jane experienced the culture. Once we decided to leave, we headed north to see the Great Wall, which for its time, or even in the future, is one hell of a work of engineering. For thousands of miles, they built a wall to protect them. Now that we were leaving, we took a bit of a roundabout way back east. First going north, we did some trading with the nomadic tribes north of China, with some of the groups that would someday become Genghis Khan's army. Even though the Mongolians weren't at their peak yet, and were still separate nomadic tribes, there were still some very incredible hunters, horse riders, and bow users. Our first meeting with the first of the nomadic tribes was a little rocky, since I didn't know their language that well. But through hand gestures and pointing, they figured out I was here to trade. They were interested in Joshua, our camel. Never before had they seen one. When I tried showing them how to ride one, it turned into a true fiasco, where there wasn't a single person there that could contain their laughter. To get onto the camel, Joshua had to lay down, so we could pull ourselves in the makeshift saddle I had bought to ride Joshua during our travels. The funny part came when the person that was seated on Joshua's back would freak out and fall off when Joshua stood up. The movement and height always caused whomever was trying to ride him to panic and either jump off or fall off his back. Thankfully, Joshua was like a big puppy and had fun watching people fall off of him. After we were done trading with that tribe of nomads, they brought us to another nomadic tribe where we once again traded goods, and where the tribesmen would try and ride Joshua, but nobody could manage it. For another few months, we continued going from tribe to tribe selling and trading. On one of my trades, I managed to get my hands on one of their bows. At the moment, the bow wasn't like what it will become, which was a short bow that has incredible power, but you could certainly see that it was on its way to become the incredible weapon it will become. I actually found shooting the bow to be quite fun. Of course, I had to be careful when using it, because with my strength, pulling the bow, which only had a 100-pound pull weight, was for me like pulling a bungee cord, and I could accidentally pull back too hard and break the bow in half. But it was always a small rush when I hit a bullseye shot at a good distance. Leaving the nomadic tribes, we started going back west, where we stopped in India. Just like in China, India was currently going through a period of prosperity, even though it was currently split into two kingdoms, Rashtrakuta dynasty / Pratihar dynasty. The whole region was still having a large growth in their economy, and other areas like mathematics and science. For almost a year, we stayed in India. We didn't mean to, but there truly were some incredible cultural things to see there, where every day we could find something new to explore. Now, perched on a wooden stool, I was painting the breathtaking scenery in front of me with a paintbrush. Right now, I was painting a gorgeous dawn over a mountain crest while sitting in a forest in the Italian Alps. I dipped my brush into my homemade paint and started painting the canvas. As I painted, I couldn't help but let out a chuckle as I thought, Leonardo da Vinci who? After returning from our almost decade-long journey to wherever we felt like going, we returned to England. But the reason I'm currently sitting atop a mountain is that during our return home, Jane and Julius had finally become a couple. And let's just say, living in the same house as them wasn't the best choice of the moment. So, deciding to give them time to get all of their pin-up love out of the way, I decided to start working on a new passion of mine. Painting. I got the idea after selling all of the items I had accumulated over our journeys that we didn't want to keep, including our cart that the ass who shall not be named used to pull. The person I sold the cart to was a painter of great skill. This surprised me because the dude could really paint. I didn't remember his name ever being known in the future or ever seeing one of his works of art, which must mean he was one of the many lost to time as just another painter to never be known. After seeing the masterpieces in his shop, I decided to give it a shot. With my better-than-normal noggin on my shoulders, I became quite skilled at it within a quick amount of time, turning what was meant to be something I could do to pass the time for a while, as Jane and Julius finished their business, into something I genuinely enjoyed and spent a number of years doing. I started going all over Rome and Italy itself, painting anything and everything I wished, spending a few years just dedicating myself to it. Year 1022. At the moment, I was playing a game of Nefatiful with King Nut. As to why or how I am currently in the presence of a king and playing a board game with a king, well, for the first time in a while, I decided to actually take part in my bank's business. King Nut was the ruler of parts of Normandy and half of England, and at the moment his kingdom is in a bit of a pinch. The raids from Vikings have drawn significantly from his treasuries, with him having to pay more soldiers than needed and also employing mercenaries to patrol their costs. And so, he asked our bank for a loan, and of course we said sure. So with me back in England, and not doing anything, I decided why not, and met him in person to straighten out the details of the loan. And, through the making of a deal, the two of us actually become friends. King Nut was actually a very interesting person. He was smart, and looked out for the people under his rule. Most of the time, we just played board games or talked about his lands and ways he could better help his citizens. To him, I was an heir of a chain of banks that spanned different countries. And well, just like any king would do, he asked me if I wished to be a duke of his kingdom. But I passed on the offer. The idea of being held down in one place just didn't sit right with me. Being tied down where I would have responsibilities and be forced to stay and take care of my lands was something I tried to avoid. King Nut moved one of his pieces on the board, leaving himself open for defeat. Leaning forward in my chair, I moved one of my own pieces, taking out one of his and putting him at a loss. You always win. When will you ever let me win? King Nut said playfully. When you're skilled enough to beat me. I responded jokingly. King Nut scoffed and took a sip from a goblet of wine. I will be having dinner with my wife Emma this evening. Would you like to join us? He asked me. I shook my head. As pleasant as that sounds, I must be off, I said, standing from my chair. Of course. Nut said, standing from his own chair to see me off. Leaving for home, I looked up at the cloudy sky and let out a small sigh. It looks like it will rain again, I thought, as my horse was brought to me by one of the servants. Making it home 2 hours later, I managed to beat the rain by mere minutes. Taking my horse to the stable, I took off the saddle and fed him before entering my cozy home. Stepping through the door, I saw Julius sitting in his reclining chair, reading a very familiar book. Looking up at seeing me enter, Julius snapped the book closed and looked up at me. Raising my hands, I said, I had nothing to do with it. Lifting the book, Adam spoke. Oh, you mean the fact that you are in a religious book as the first human? I shrugged. What can I say? I didn't tell them to add me to their religion. They just did. I said with a shrug. But is it possible that you are the first human? Julius asked. I tilted my head. What do you mean, that you are the first human? You said you don't remember anything when you first woke up all those years ago. Is it possible you are the first human? Julius asked with a serious expression on his face. Oh, for fuck's sake. I thought. No, I'm not the first human, Julius. Whoever wrote it probably heard about me and added me to the book. I don't know if you remember, but I was quite the legend back in the day. Heck, they even put the name everyone gave me back then into the book. I said, You mean the white-haired wanderer? Julius asked. Yes, and plus it said God gave Adam a mark of immortality. Have you seen anything on me? I asked Julius. Julius furrowed his brow. No, but it's not like you walk around nude that often. Julius, I don't have any markings on me, I said with a huff. Julius shrugged, then with an evil smirk asked, So how does it feel to be a part of one of the biggest religions in existence? I let out a long sigh as I took off my cloak to hang it by the door. It feels like one massive annoyance, that's what it feels like. It could be worse. People could be praying to you. Julius said with a chuckle. Don't say that. You're going to give me a migraine. Julius let out another chuckle. Looking around the room, I asked Julius, Where is Jane? Julius looked up from the Bible he had reopened to continue reading. She's in the basement, reading your old journals. She can read those? I wrote those in Fenican. How can she read them? I asked. You did, but you also wrote a translation key in Latin which she can read. He said, She's been learning from it, so she can read your older journals. He said, going back to reading the Bible. Shrugging my shoulders, I leaned back in my chair and relaxed into the soft leather. POV/unknown. Place/dark cell. In a dark cell, deep under the ground, where no light shone, the sound of someone murmuring couldn't be heard, bouncing off the walls of the cell and echoing down the dark and wet corridors of the underground prison. I will get my revenge. I will make him pay. I will kill him. Take away everything that was important to him. Adam will pay. Said a voice that sounded deranged, over and over again, on a constant repeat. Laying off to the side of the cell was a bowl with small streaks of blood, left behind from the inmates feeding. Not enough to be strong, but just enough to survive. He will pay. He will pay. He will pay. The inmates screamed out as the madness continued to take their mind from them with every passing second, from the lack of blood and the pain of loss. I will make him pay, the voice said in a whisper before finally going silent. Year 1200. Well, I'm on the run or hiding at the moment, I know. Who would have thought people from the Middle Ages would be smart enough to put the dots together? That me, a simple man, is the Adam from the Bible. Well, it started with people starting to stare at me more and more, which isn't something new. For as long as I can remember since I came to this world, I've been stared at any time I'm in public. With my pale, white, flawless skin and silky, smooth white hair, I have always been an oddity to people. Hell, my height alone sets me apart from the rest of the world. At over 6 feet tall, when everyone else alive is on average 5'6", I was virtually a giant in their eyes. But as to why I'm on the run, well, people seem to be angered at the fact that I ate from the forbidden tree and damned humanity to the world they live in, which is total bullshit. If I was the real Adam, they shouldn't hold me totally responsible. Eve ate from it first. Sure, the Adam from the Bible fell to temptation and also ate from the tree. But if only she was banned from the garden, none of them would exist at all. So they should be grateful to the fictitious Adam that isn't me, or well as me, but morphed into a religion to explain the origin of mankind. Or maybe I just share the name with the real Adam. And this is all just one big misunderstanding, right? Well, anywho, after I got word from my bankhead in England that people were starting to get suspicious of me, I decided to take a trip somewhere else for a generation or two while I wait for those that are suspicious of me to die, so I could return back to England. Something I also learned from this whole thing is I needed to dye my hair for a while to hide from people a little more than I have been, and hopefully buy myself some time while I come up with a plan of where I'm going to go. To dye my hair, I used ground-up coal and honey to dye my hair. I would like to say it was a massive success, and it worked perfectly. And well, it did, sort of. The coal turned my hair a medium gray color and not the black I was going for, but it was acceptable. Now, not completely sticking out like a sore thumb, I had to figure out what I'm going to do for the next 80 grueling years. I asked Jane and Julius if they wanted to come with me, but they said they were traveled out. How preposterous of them. I did it way longer than them, and I never got bored of it, although that might have something to do with my emotional dampeners, which dampen any feelings I might have, which would drive me nuts like boredom or complete sadness. Who cares? It's been a while since I did something on my own anyway, I thought. So now I just need to decide what I'm to do. At the moment, I'm sitting on a wooden box in a dock in London, looking around the busy port. I watched as people came and went, kids, women, and men, all going about their daily travels, as I sat watching and slowly kicked my feet back and forth on the box. Thankfully, they don't stare at me so much anymore with my new hair color. I thought with a rueful smile. Looking up at the squawk of a bird, I started to think again. What is happening in the world right now? I wondered. Better question, what isn't happening right now? Joachim about to start his reign of conquest. The Fourth Crusade is about to happen, and most of the world is in a state of flourishment. I continued to think while I sat, hunched on the wooden box. I haven't given being a soldier a try yet, and it would be cool to ride with the great Cannon's conquest. So why don't I do both? I thought as a smile slowly grew on my face. First, I would try soldiering in the Crusades first, since this round of it will start in 1202, and Genghis Khan will start his main advancement somewhere around 1209. So that will give me a few years to toddle around as a soldier. Then I can ride with the Mongol hordes. Making my way to my bank in London, I slowly wandered to muddy streets filled with common folk. At the moment, London boasted a population of around 30,000 people. Not massive like some places like Rome, Hangzhou, Constantinople, and definitely not Baghdad, which had around 1 million people in that one city alone. But it was a respectable amount. Walking down the streets, I looked around at the homes that went up to 3 stories high. I always loved seeing those homes. They always reminded me of Diagon Alley from Harry Potter, with their crooked and leaning look to them, as well as the fact they were built to overhang the streets below, making them all the more dangerous and cool-looking. Finally making my way to the bank, I stopped and stared at the opulent stone building. The bank was mostly made out of stone, with a clay roofing, which should protect it from any fire that will go up in this city in the next couple of years. The bank wasn't as pretty as some of my other banks in larger cities like Rome and Alexandria, but it did have its charms. The bank was about 90,000 square feet and had 5 steps that led up to the large steel doors of the bank, which was guarded by 8 heavily armed and armored men. And that's just by the door. I knew that on the inside were almost 50 other soldiers patrolling the bank's ground floor, while in the underground vaults there was a constant rotation of another 30 soldiers. The inside was lit by torches and candles. Since there were no windows built into the structure, the main metal doors the only opening for air to enter. But the only reason the people on the inside could breathe was because I had them place metal tubes high up off the ground toward the rood, which allowed air to come in. I also had them do the same for the underground area, all because people in this time period couldn't figure out that there is no air underground. Entering the bank with my gold card in hand, I was shown to the current bank head. His name was Abel Grew, and was a short, thin man that was currently in the final stages of hair loss. Stepping into his small office, Abel practically fell over himself to accommodate me, asking if I would like a drink or anything under the sun. No thank you, Abel. I just popped by to ask you to do some small things for me. I said to him, "Oh, of course. What would you like for me to do for you, sir? I need you to get me a set of chainmail, a helmet, a horse, and a couple of people to carry all of my gear and to polish all of it." I said in one breath. Abel was wide-eyed at my words, as if I was God talking to a mere cow. But hey, I guess since he nodded his head, he got the message. Not wanting to stand here for the rest of the day while the man stared at me, I gave him a small smile and a wave, then headed out. Now, I should have specified the limits of what I asked for. A set of chainmail, which is 1 set of mail like a shirt. A helmet, which is 1 helmet. A horse is a fucking horse. And people to carry and take care of all my gear should have been maybe 1 or 2 people. Not the small freaking army I found a few days later waiting for my arrival. And I mean, no less than 100 people. Oh, you gotta be kidding me, I thought as I looked at the mass of people. There were about 40 soldiers in full gear, and about 60 servants that would follow behind us with carts full of supplies. mentally smacking myself for being slow to the fact that my bank heads see me as a god, and anything I say is gospel, and to not follow my words is sacrilege. And in this point in time, sacrilege is a big no-no. So, facing the music, I slowly made my way through the crowd of people and into the bank, while trying to stay invisible. Sitting behind his desk was my good friend Abel, acting as if he did nothing wrong. Closing the door to his office, I turned to look at Abel with a raised eyebrow. "Ah, so you arrived," he said in a cheerful voice. "Yes, I did," I said in a dry tone. Not seeming to hear my tone, Abel continued. "Well, sir, if you would follow me, I will show you to Captain Travis. He will dash. I raised a hand to cut him off. "Abel, the other day, I meant only a few people to follow me, not a small village." He looked at me confused. "But, sir, you asked for people to carry all of your supplies." I nodded my head. "Yes, 1 or 2 people, not 100 people." Abel raised his hands. "I'm sorry, sir. I thought this is what you wanted," he said. I let out a sigh. "Have they already been paid?" I asked. He shook his head. "Only half of what they would be getting. The rest they would be paid when all of you returned." He said. "Right, like any of them would be alive by the time I returned," I thought. "Look, since they won't be leaving with me, just tell them they can keep what they have been paid, and to go home and look for other work. Just pick 2 people to carry and take care of my gear with you." I told him. He slowly nodded his head. "Very well, sir. I will do as you ask," he said, and bustled out of the room. POV Julius. Sitting in his reclining chair, Julius read a rather interesting passage from one of Adam's journals. It was a passage about his journey east along the Silk Road, and how he started to learn the Asian language on the road. As he was reading, Jane came from their room, also holding one of Adam's old and battered journals. Stopping in front of the fire, Jane turned to look at Julius. "Do you think he actually did everything he's written about and seen all those wonderful things?" she asked him. Julius lowered what he was reading and looked at her. "I do. You should know Adam isn't one for embellishment, and if anything, he understated most of his writings." Jane raised one of her perfect eyebrows. "Really?" she asked. Julius nodded his head. "In fact, recently, I found out Adam has been hiding a few things from us," he said, and shook his head. Jane slowly lowered the journal she had been holding. "Like what?" she asked him. Julius gnawed on his lip for a moment, while deciding if it was a good idea to tell her. "Do you know why Adam decided to leave for a little while?" Julius asked her. "Something about joining some holy army or something?" Jane said with a shrug. "He had 3 other opportunities to do that, but now, out of nowhere, he just decides to leave." Julius guided her to a conclusion. "Maybe he just became curious?" she said questioningly. Julius let out a sigh. He loved Jane with every inch of his heart, but Jane seemed to always be oblivious to things that should be right in front of her. Jane is smart, that there is no doubt, but she seems to look at the smaller picture rather than the forest through the trees, but Julius was working on that with her. "Have you read the Bible?" Julius asked her. Jane gave another shrug. "A little. Did you get to the part about the Garden of Eden?" he asked. She nodded her head. "And what were the names of the first humans?" He again guided her. Instantly, Jane said. It was Eve, and Jane came to a halt. The journal she had been holding slipped from her hands to flop onto the stone ground. "Adam," she finished, wide-eyed and open-mouthed. Julius nodded his head. "That's right. Our Adam might be the first man, created by God," he said. Jane, still in a state of shock, said, But. Julius raised his hands. I asked him about it, but he refused to confirm the fact. He said he wasn't the first human, but I have read and reread the Bible over and over, and the description of Adam from the Bible matches our Adam perfectly, making it hard for me to believe that he isn't the first human, Julius said. Continuing before Jane could speak, Julius said, "But Adam did have a good rebuke. He said a long time ago he was a well-known traveler that became something a myth called the white-haired traveler, and went from village to village all over the world, helping the sick, as well as being a trader. His journals can confirm that. So it's possible that his legend just got mixed into the Bible," Julius said. "I suppose, but Adam also doesn't remember anything from before he woke in that forest. So it is possible," Jane said. "Yes, that is true, but our Adam also doesn't have any marks on him, which the Adam from the Bible is said to have. Jane slowly nodded her head. I suppose. After a moment of silence, Jane's eyebrows furrowed. And how long exactly have you known about this? She asked Julius. Julius scratched the side of his head, not because of an itch, but out of habit. Well, about 300 years. He said, 300 years. Jane shouted. Julius raised his hands as if to protect himself from Jane's oncoming vocal attack. You didn't say anything for 300 years. She said angrily. Well, it didn't seem so important. So what if Adam is or isn't the first human? It isn't important, Julius. What is important is that you said nothing for nearly 300 years. Julius slowly lowered his hands and looked at Jane. I'm confused, he said. Well, you shouldn't be. We're going to be together for possibly the rest of eternity, Julius. We need to be open with each other, Jane said sternly. But Julius managed to get out before Jane stopped him with a raised hand. No, but Julius. You men, she said, before picking up the dropped journal and storming off, while Julius sat in his chair, confused. Is this what Adam meant when he said women think differently than men? He wondered as he sat there. What really confused Julius was that she was angry about that and didn't even seem to care about the fact Adam could possibly be the first human to live, but instead that he didn't say anything to her about it. I should have gone with Adam, Julius thought. Looking into the roaring fire in the fireplace, Julius spoke aloud. I wonder what he is doing at the moment. Adam POV. No, the other way, I said, as I showed John how to polish my helmet. At the moment, we were about 2 days from Paris, where we would be massing for the crusade. Sitting around a small fire were myself, John, and Henry. The two of them reminded me of Murtaugh and Mulroy from Pirates of the Caribbean. If I wasn't in a separate universe altogether, I would have thought they were them. John looked just like the heavy-set Mulroy, while Henry looked just like the skinny Murtaugh. And even more, they acted just like them. Yeah, you dim wit, the other way, Murtaugh or Henry said to John as he sharpened the prop sword I had bought. Turning to look at Henry, the first said, Quiet you, and start sharpening that blade correctly, instead of just moving the whetstone along the blade. How about you focus on your own task? I said to him, Now, normally I'm slow to get annoyed, but these two have been bickering non-stop since they were assigned to me. The only reason I accepted them was because they looked like two of the characters from some of my favorite movies, which caused me to, at the time, overlook their annoying tendencies. Sitting back down on a log, I moved my feet towards the fire and let out a long sigh. I'm already tired of this journey, I thought. It had been a very long time since I'd been in Northern Europe like France, Germany, and all those countries, and instead focused on places like Rome, the Middle East, and Asia instead. Not out of a hate for these places, but that there was nothing here for me. As we sat, in silence, with only the pops and crackling of the fire for noise, as well as the sounds of Henry and John finishing their tasks, I was finally able to let out a relaxed sigh as the warmth of the fire washed over me. Crack! My eyes popped open at the sound of a large branch being broken from somewhere around us. Both John and Henry came to a complete halt as they too heard the sound. Turning to look in the direction of the sound, I looked into the inky blackness of the surrounding forest. With my eyes, I could see into the forest much better than any normal human could, but not as great as a vampire could. Vampires could see in total blackness, while I needed at least a little light to see, but unfortunately the night sky was covering the full moon's light with thick clouds, and the fire we sat by only made it harder for me to see out and into the darkness. Turning to look at John and Henry, I said, Henry, give me my sword. I'm going to check out what that sound was. I said, as I put my hand out for my prop sword. I bought the prop sword for its simplicity. I didn't need a master-made blade now, that I could use my aura ability to make even a dull blade sharper than anything on this planet. And besides, I was going up against humans this time, not vampires. I also didn't bring my own sword this time, because of its uniqueness, which would draw some unwanted looks that I didn't need at the moment. Henry quickly handed over my long sword, while nervously looking around the dark woods. Why, yes, sir, here you are, he said while handing it over. As he was handing it over, my ears started to pick up the sound of leaves being stepped on, as well as some sticks being stepped on, and alarmingly I could hear all of that in all directions. We are surrounded, I thought. It must be bandits. But before I could do anything, a gust of wind blew through the camp, bringing a very distinct smell with it. As the smell registered in my brain, a sound traveled from no less than 100 feet from our camp, piercing my ears. Howl! I turned in the direction of the howl and readied my blade, waiting to activate my aura. This can't be right. That was way too loud for a wolf, I thought, turning my head to look at John and Henry, who were now sitting close to each other by the fire. I spoke. The both of you stay here and don't do anything stupid, I said before stepping into the dark forest. Stepping into the woods, I was finally able to see into the forest. With the bright light of the fire to my back, it gave me enough light to see deep into the thick woods. Hearing the sound of rustling undergrowth, I turned to see what was making the noise, and hoping it wasn't what I thought it was. Moving in a blurry streak, a brown-colored creature came straight for me. Not thinking of my actions, I activated my aura ability and sliced down on the creature as soon as it was close enough for the attack. My new longsword, which was nearly a foot longer than my own gladius sword, gave me the advantage of distancing myself from any attacker, as well as giving me a greater attack range without the need to move. And if this creature is what I think it is, the last thing I needed was to be bitten or possibly scratched. Yes, my system purged most of the vampiric venom from my body, but it still left a trait behind. Who knows what would happen if a werewolf was to do the same to me, and what trait could be left in me. But with my speed and strength, I should be able to hold off any number that was here. My sword sliced the beast in half, straight down the middle, splitting the beast in two. As the two halves of the beast separated, the momentum of its movement brought the two halves past me, where they hit the ground to my sides. Looking down at one of the halves to my right, I looked down at the creature I had just killed, and when I saw what it was, my stomach dropped. The beast was a mix between human and wolf, with a barrel chest and fur covering around 80% of it. Werewolf, I thought. The arms and legs looked to be stretched out and bent in inhumane ways, while its hands were elongated and starched out to clawed-tipped fingers. Using my foot, I rolled the core over to get a look at one half of the face. As I did so, guts and bones sludged out of it to steam on the ground. Ignoring the disgusting insides, I looked the creature over. The face weirded me out to no end. It had a human-like eye that was wide open and looked to be a mix of light blue and a dark yellowish green, with an elongated mouth that lengthened and turned into that of a wolf, which seemed strange mixed with a human-like cheekbone structure. The face had patches of brown fur and pointed ears that had no hair and looked like they belonged to a goblin. Fuck was all my brain managed to get out as I saw for the first time something I didn't know existed. The movies never said anything about this, just shapeshifters in the Americas, not werewolves. I mumbled to myself as my eyebrows narrowed with concern. I did remember a few times in the movies the Volturi mentioning werewolves instead of shapeshifters, which the pack in a movie are. For so long I'd yet to see any until now, so I had assumed that only the Quileute tribe existed, and were the only kind of supernatural beasts besides the vampires. The difference between werewolves and shapeshifters is that shapeshifters are born, while werewolves are created, sort of like vampires are created. Both vampires and werewolves are created by a venom or virus that gets into their bloodstream and changing them at a genetic level. What can make them so dangerous is that werewolves turn into mindless animals that will kill anything breathing they can find during full moons and can't turn at will, while shapeshifters are fully in control of themselves while in their beast forms. Turning my head, I could hear what sounded to me like a herd of animals heading straight for me. Bracing myself for what was more than likely the rest of the pack, I couldn't help but let out a mental sigh as the problems all of this would bring ran through my head. Now I have to deal with this. I was really looking forward to joining a crusade. Oh well, isn't there going to be more? Or perhaps I can eradicate all of the werewolves before it even starts. I thought as the first werewolf came into my sight. The last thing this world needs is for this to spread uncontrollably around the world. John/Henry POV. Both John and Henry sat glued to their seated spots as they watched the brilliant light show that was taking place in front of them. Bright purple light streamed through the thick forest as the sounds of what they could only describe as a pack of wolves fighting and yelping. The noise echoed through the forest and into their camp, leaving both of them scared to their bones. "What in heaven is that?" John said, in fear and astonishment. "It must be the work of the devil," Henry stammered out, as his chest heaved in panic. "No, it must be some sort of light Sir Adam is using to see," John said as he watched the light. Henry looked over at him. "He must be one of those witches or a soldier of the devil," Henry said, with the fever of a true believer. "We have been traveling with Sir Adam for a few weeks now, and I'm no slow-minded farmer. I have been to church every holy day, and I haven't seen any signs of him being either a witch or an agent of evil, because I, for one, haven't seen him eat a single baby or devour a soul." John shot back at Henry. Henry let out a gasp. "He must have set a spell on you," he said, scooting away from John. But Henry only managed to scoot a little over a foot from John when something came crashing through the forest and into the middle of their camp. The sound brought them both to a halt as the core of a strange beast crashed down right where Henry had been seated. Both John and Henry sat in shock as they got a good look at what had just landed between them. Monster," John said in a panic as he used his hands to crawl back and away from the beast, while Henry himself did the same while shouting, "It's the spawn of the devil! It's the spawn of the devil!" John had backed up to the log Adam had been using before the monster attack, while Henry backed into the cart's wheel. "I told you this was a bad idea," Henry shouted, pointing an accusing finger at John. "Me, you can't do that. You agreed to come, even after I warned you that there would be danger on a crusade." John shot back. "True, but I was expecting a human enemy, not this," he shouted, gesturing at the core. All the while they argued, the battle continued in the surrounding forest, and the cart horse stood not far away, munching on some dry grass calmly and without a care in the world. Adam POV. My sword took off limbs and sliced through the small horde of werewolves that continued to attack me. Even after 5 minutes of continued slicing and chopping, the werewolves seemed to be unfazed at the destruction I was causing them, and the pile of their bodies I was leaving around me continued to grow. Like crazed beasts, they continued to attack me, but like the rest of their friends, they only got within the range of my sword before they were killed with a blow of my blade. What surprised me was the strength and speed these werewolves possessed. If I had to say, they could be on par with the average vampire that is out of their newborn phase. They had the speed to be a blurry motion while running, and from the speed and sound their clawed hands made when I dodged them, I could tell there was some serious strength behind their hits. Blocking a particularly feral swing, I chopped off the limb and then the head of the beast. Just like the battle with the vampires, I lost myself in the fight. I didn't want to use my shockwave at the moment because there wasn't much of a need. At the moment, I was cutting them down with almost complete ease and didn't find the use of it necessary, and just a waste. In a blur, I continued to slice and chop the werewolves into pieces like a blender. After a few more minutes, the once steady stream of wolves slowed down a bit, until no more were adding to the fight, and I was able to finish off the last remaining werewolves. Breathing a little harder than normal from my exertions, I looked around and was a bit amazed. In sliced pieces and decapitated corpses, the bodies of no less than 300 werewolves scattered the woods. A few of the trees had large chunks of bark and wood missing from when I threw a wolf or two into them, and the ground was soggy from the large amounts of blood that I had just spilt. Just then the clouds began to clear a bit, and let a stream of the moon's light to stream down and light the forest with its glow. What the fuck? I let out with a sigh. I need to figure out where this is coming from, I thought as I looked down at the wolf I had stepped on. Leaving Ammonius' home, we slipped back into the crowded streets of Alexandria. The sun had already sunk low, but the crowds hadn't thinned. If anything, the streets felt even busier. I took the lead, weaving through clusters of people as if I'd been doing it my whole life. So that was the Ammonius and KB you wrote about all those years ago? Julius asked behind me. Yup, I said, squeezing between a slow-moving group. He doesn't match the man you described. You said he used to be confident, carried himself with authority. Now he looks like he's lost all of that. That's because he isn't the same man, Julius. None of us are. Your body might be frozen in time, but your mind never is. We keep changing. Experiences pile up. We learn, we lose, we grow. He lost his whole coven. He lived when the rest didn't. Guilt changes people. I understand, Julius said quietly. What now? Are we going straight to the Volturi? Jane asked. Not yet, I said. Julius needs time to practice with that shield. Both of you need protection before we walk into Volterra. I knew why she was impatient. She wanted to see Alec. She couldn't accept that the brother she remembered wasn't the one who stood in the Volturi guard now. The Alec she loved was gone. Arrow had reshaped him into the perfect weapon. After nearly an hour of walking, we finally reached the ship. Are we staying here again? Jane groaned. No, we're staying at a house I own farther down the coast. There's plenty of wildlife around it, so you too can hunt. Thank the gods, she muttered, lifting her hands like she'd just been rescued. Once we boarded, the crew pushed the ship off the dock. We all stood at the railing as the harbor slipped away. Jane and Julius, still hidden under their cloaks, watched the other ships drift out to sea. A few minutes later, the lighthouse of Alexandria came into view. That's incredible, Jane breathed. Wait until we get to Rome, Julius said. You'll see real giants then. You've told me stories about it, she said, but are there truly structures that large? Yes, I answered before Julius could. Both of them turned toward me. There used to be a statue called the Colossus of Rhodes, I said. It stood over 100 feet tall by the harbor. When the sun hit its copper crown, the light flared so bright you could see it from miles out at sea. Really? Jane asked, eyes lighting up. Can we go see it someday? I wish we could, but it collapsed centuries ago. She let out a disappointed sigh, and I smiled. There are still wonders left. After all this trouble with the Volturi and the Romanians, we can travel. Take our time. See the world. Like what? She asked. I call them the wonders of the world. Back in my early years, the 7 ancient wonders were the only ones anyone talked about. I'd seen most of them before they were destroyed by war and earthquakes. But there were still marvels left. Great cities, temples, stadiums. One of them was mine, the Imperator Arena, the largest structure in Rome. Someday it might end up on a new list of wonders. For hours we stayed on deck, and I told them about the ancient world as I saw it with my own eyes. The great pyramids when they were still smooth-faced, the towering temples of Greece, the gardens that seemed to float in the air. When I finally finished describing the hanging gardens, my villa appeared in the distance. The place was built in classic Roman style, square layout, open courtyard in the center, breezy interior, 7 bedrooms, a wash pool. Compared to the home I kept near London, this was practically a palace. I'd owned it since Gringotts started construction here, though I hadn't visited in years. Thankfully, I kept people on payroll to maintain it and a small guard to keep it safe. The ship glided toward a modest dock below the villa. As we approached, I saw a line of guards waiting at the top of the path. All of them wore the old legionary breastplates and royal purple cloaks, the mark of my bank security. Once the ropes were tied and we stepped off the ship, Julius leaned closer. That's strange. What is? I asked. None of them look under 50. That's because none of them are under 50, I said. Most are veterans who grew too old for regular duty or were injured. They didn't want to retire, and I wasn't going to throw them out. So they guard my properties around the world. Easy work, steady pay, a place to live. As we reached the group, one guard stepped forward. Stop. Who goes? He looked to be in his mid-50s. Salt and pepper hair, clean-shaven, tall, still solidly built. I reached into my pocket and held up my gold card. His eyes widened. All 10 guards snapped to attention. Sir, the man said. I stepped forward and offered my hand. Nice to meet you. I'm Adam. He clasped my hand in a grip that could crush stone. Marcus Augusta, sir. After a minute of rolling on the ground, I finally managed with a great amount of willpower to get my laughter under control. Sitting up, I wiped the streams of tears away with the sleeves of my tunic before standing up again. By this point, both John and Henry weren't even fighting anymore, but were instead just laying on the ground, breathing hard, and throwing insults at each other. All right, All right, that's enough. We have gone way beyond topic, I said as I sat back on the fallen log. Slowly, and with a bit of difficulty, John and Henry sat up and made their way back to the fire, where they both plopped back down, both of them still breathing hard. Right, where were we? I asked myself. Witches, John said, as he pulled some grass from his hair. Right, I said, snapping my fingers. Like I had been saying before, I am not a witch nor a wizard. I am human, with a few abilities. Neither John nor Henry said anything, and instead stayed silent at my words, both too exhausted from their 3-minute brawl. Very good. Any questions? I asked. What abilities do you have? Henry asked. Good question. Well, I'm stronger and faster than 10 men, I said proudly. Both John and Henry looked at me with unbelieving eyes. Sure. I shrugged my shoulders and stood. Going to the cart, I picked up from the back an axe with a metal top. Going back to my seat, I handed it to them. Is the axe head metal? I asked. Both of them looked at and then tested the axe, making sure it was real. After a few moments, they handed it back. It's real, Henry said. Good, I said simply before grabbing the top with both hands and twisted. The axe head turned, as if it was rubber in my grip before it broke in two. Both John and Henry stared wide-eyed and open-mouthed at what I had just done. My goodness, John said in amazement. After a moment of silence, John asked, if you're a regular man like us, then how did you get your abilities? He asked with a raised eyebrow. This is where I was going to use their faith against them. With a wide smile, I said, God. Both of their eyes went wide. God. Both John and Henry wide-eyed said in unison. I nodded my head. That's right, I said with a smile. Henry leaned over to John and whispered into his ear. Don't listen to him. It's all lies. He must be a demon from hell sent to test our faith. As long as we stay true, God will protect us, he said, nodding his head. I couldn't help but smack my forehead again. This is going to be a long night, I thought, before speaking again, and just decided to use the biggest card I had. I am the Adam card. Okay, look, I have some questions to ask, I said. John, you said you went to church every holy day, correct? I asked him. He nodded his head. We both did, he said, pointing his thumb at himself, then Henry. Good, I said, standing up. So, the both of you know a good bit of the Bible? I asked. Both of them nodded. And so the both of you know how mankind came to be on earth? I asked. Yes, we do, Henry said. Then you know of Genesis? I asked. The creation of earth, heaven, hell, Adam, and Eve? I continued. Of course we do, just like any God-fearing man on his earth should, Henry said, while straightening his back proudly. I nodded my head and bent down to grab a burning piece of wood from the edge of the fire. And what does Genesis tell you about Adam and Eve? I asked while waving the piece of wood through the air and allowing some embers to fly off into the air. Well, it says Adam was created from the dust of earth to be in the image of God, then have life breathed into him, John said, leaning back on his hands. Correct, I said, pointing the still burning stick at John. Turning it to point at Henry, the first asked, and what of Eve? She was created from one of Adam's ribs, when God saw that Adam needed a companion. Very good, I said, putting the stick partially back into the fire. The reason I was asking them all of these questions was because if I was to just come out and say, yeah, you know, that guy you currently think helped doom you to your miserable life here on Earth, when you could be in Eden without any fears, yep, that's me, Adam, the Adam, that either wouldn't believe a word I said or would hate me and run away, which wouldn't be the worst thing that could happen. But what can I say? I've become attached to the two morons. They just had this way of being annoyingly funny. But my plan now is to paint my alter ego Adam in a better light and correct them in their thinking. Because just like back in London, they believed Adam and Eve are the sole reason for being kicked from Eden, and the serpent that convinced them takes the back seat in their thoughts, to be forgotten, even though it is the serpent which caused all of it. Thankfully, I only need to convince 2 people and not a city. And why did Adam and Eve get banished from Eden? I asked. Oh, I know this one, John said excitedly. They ate from the tree of knowledge, disobeying God's command and condemning man. I nodded my head. So, do you blame them for doing so? I asked. Of course we do, Henry said in an angry voice. Oh, really? And why did they eat from the tree when they clearly knew not to? I asked them. Both of them went silent, clearly thinking hard. I waited for a moment, but they were clearly having trouble. I let out a small sigh. The serpent, I said. Ah, that's right, Henry said, wagging a finger in the air. And what did the serpent do? I asked them. It told Eve to eat from the tree, John said in a self-assured manner. And I said, waving my hand for him to continue. And what? He asked. Oh, so you think the serpent just said, hey, do you see that tree over there, the one God said not to eat from? You should go and eat from it. And Eve just said, okay, and went to eat from the tree. I asked them. Both of them stared at me. Well, Henry said with furrowed brows. I shook my head at his words. Who was the serpent? I asked. The devil, John asked in a questioning tone. That's correct. I said, the master of all that is evil, deceptive, deceitful, a liar. Do you think he told the truth when he told Eve to eat from the tree of knowledge? I asked. No. Both John and Henry said in unison. That's right, no. He didn't. The serpent, who is the devil, engaged Eve in a conversation, questioning and distorting God's command not to eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. The serpent deceived Eve into believing that eating from the tree would not lead to death, but would make her like God, knowing good and evil. I said. Both John and Henry took on contemplative looks as they thought on my words. So it's not Eve's or Adam's fault for eating from the tree, John said, while rubbing his scruffy chin. Correct. They were misled into believing it wasn't bad for them to do so. I said. They nodded their heads. Why do you bring all of this up? Henry asked, confused. I raised my hand. I'm getting to that. I said. Leaning back down, I grabbed the stick I had placed back into the fire and took it out. Now, what happened once Adam and Eve were banished from Eden? I asked. Well, Adam worked the land while Eve had to bear children. John said. Correct. Then what? I asked, really starting to get into my teacher mode. Well, Adam worked the land while Eve had 2 sons. Henry said. Would you look at that? The 2 of you are smarter than I was giving you credit for. I said jokingly. Before either could get angry, I continued. And what happened to the 2 sons, Cain and Abel? I asked. They worked the land with their father Adam. John said. Yes, but what happened to them? I asked. Oh, Cain killed his brother in a fit of jealousy, becoming the first to kill another human. Henry said. That's right. I said. But Adam, their father, saw this happen, and in a rage, killed Cain, becoming the second to do so. Henry added. And who also saw this happen? God, he saw it happen. John said. And what did he do to Adam? He cursed Adam with immortality and to be a wanderer. Henry said, do you think Adam deserved it? I asked them. Both of them took on looks of thought. I don't, John said. A few moments later, so did Henry. Neither do I, he said. A small smile appeared on my face. Leaving Ammonius' home, we slipped back into the crowded streets of Alexandria. The sun had already sunk low, but the crowds hadn't thinned. If anything, the streets felt even busier. I took the lead, weaving through clusters of people as if I'd been doing it my whole life. So that was the Ammonius and KB you wrote about all those years ago. Julius asked behind me. Yup, I said, squeezing between a slow-moving group. He doesn't match the man you described. You said he used to be confident, carried himself with authority. Now he looks like he's lost all of that. That's because he isn't the same man, Julius. None of us are. Your body might be frozen in time, but your mind never is. We keep changing. Experiences pile up. We learn, we lose, we grow. He lost his whole coven. He lived when the rest didn't. Guilt changes people. I understand, Julius said quietly. What now? Are we going straight to the Volturi? Jane asked. Not yet, I said. Julius needs time to practice with that shield. Both of you need protection before we walk into Volterra. I knew why she was impatient. She wanted to see Alec. She couldn't accept that the brother she remembered wasn't the one who stood in the Volturi guard now. The Alec she loved was gone. Arrow had reshaped him into the perfect weapon. After nearly an hour of walking, we finally reached the ship. Are we staying here again? Jane groaned. No, we're staying at a house I own farther down the coast. There's plenty of wildlife around it, so you too can hunt. Thank the gods, she muttered, lifting her hands like she'd just been rescued. Once we boarded, the crew pushed the ship off the dock. We all stood at the railing as the harbor slipped away. Jane and Julius, still hidden under their cloaks, watched the other ships drift out to sea. A few minutes later, the lighthouse of Alexandria came into view. That's incredible, Jane breathed. Wait until we get to Rome, Julius said. You'll see real giants then. You've told me stories about it, she said, but are there truly structures that large? Yes, I answered before Julius could. Both of them turned toward me. There used to be a statue called the Colossus of Rhodes, I said. It stood over 100 feet tall by the harbor. When the sun hit its copper crown, the light flared so bright you could see it from miles out at sea. Really? Jane asked, eyes lighting up. Can we go see it someday? I wish we could, but it collapsed centuries ago. She let out a disappointed sigh, and I smiled. There are still wonders left. After all this trouble with the Volturi and the Romanians, we can travel. Take our time. See the world. Like what? She asked. I call them the wonders of the world. Back in my early years, the 7 ancient wonders were the only ones anyone talked about. I'd seen most of them before they were destroyed by war and earthquakes. But there were still marvels left. Great cities, temples, stadiums. One of them was mine, the Imperator Arena, the largest structure in Rome. Someday it might end up on a new list of wonders. For hours we stayed on deck, and I told them about the ancient world as I saw it with my own eyes. The great pyramids when they were still smooth-faced, the towering temples of Greece, the gardens that seemed to float in the air. When I finally finished describing the hanging gardens, my villa appeared in the distance. The place was built in classic Roman style, square layout, open courtyard in the center, breezy interior, 7 bedrooms, a wash pool. Compared to the home I kept near London, this was practically a palace. I'd owned it since Gringotts started construction here, though I hadn't visited in years. Thankfully, I kept people on payroll to maintain it and a small guard to keep it safe. The ship glided toward a modest dock below the villa. As we approached, I saw a line of guards waiting at the top of the path. All of them wore the old legionary breastplates and royal purple cloaks, the mark of my bank security. Once the ropes were tied and we stepped off the ship, Julius leaned closer. That's strange. What is? I asked. None of them look under 50. That's because none of them are under 50, I said. Most are veterans who grew too old for regular duty or were injured. They didn't want to retire, and I wasn't going to throw them out. So they guard my properties around the world. Easy work, steady pay, a place to live. As we reached the group, one guard stepped forward. Stop. Who goes? He looked to be in his mid-50s. Salt and pepper hair, clean-shaven, tall, still solidly built. I reached into my pocket and held up my gold card. His eyes widened. All 10 guards snapped to attention. Sir, the man said. I stepped forward and offered my hand. Nice to meet you. I'm Adam. He clasped my hand in a grip that could crush stone. Marcus Augusta, sir. Currently, I was making my way through the forest on my own, following the clear tracks that the werewolf pack had left behind them. The tracks were clear to just about anyone who would see them, be they experienced trackers like myself, or any blundering fool who came across them. With foliage and small trees trampled, it gave the perfect direction to head in. As I followed the tracks at a steady pace, I couldn't help but think back to last night when I told both John and Henry that I was the Adam from the Bible. And just like them to do, they didn't fully believe a word that came out of my mouth, no matter what I said, or more like, John believes me, while Henry is stuck and thinks that I am using black magic. I knew no matter what I said, he wouldn't believe me, and would just believe I was a witch, so I gave up, because at least John believed me, and one is better than none. Breaking from my thoughts, I came out of the forest and into a large clearing that had a small village in the middle of it. The village was ramshackle and made from wood, so, in other words, just like every other poor village to exist. But what confused me was how quiet it looked. There wasn't a soul in sight, or smoke rising from the village, which is something you would always see in a village. Always there would be at least one stream rising above a village, but here there was nothing. slowly making my way towards the village. I opened up all of my scenes for any sign of inhabitants or anything that could tell me what was going on. I knew since the tracks led straight here that the werewolves I had killed probably all came from this village or through it. I didn't know if anyone was still here who could hopefully tell me what had happened. Making my way to the main thoroughfare of the village, I could see a few mutilated bodies scattered about. The bodies looked to have been ripped apart and eaten in a few places. Not stopping to investigate them, I continued to walk down the middle of the village, listening. As I walked, I stepped over the corpses of animals and humans alike, all of them ripped to shreds. While I did so, I looked at the shacks and buildings that were on the sides of the main road. Most of them, if not all, looked to have been nearly destroyed, with large holes in their wall or doors. As I got to the far end of the village, I came to the village's church. Just like most villages with one, the church was the biggest and nicest building in the whole village, made of stone and taken care of. The church stood out as the biggest building. It also had a large wooden door in the front. At the moment, the large door was open and creaking loudly in the wind. Not hearing anything, I slowly stepped in, then had to hold a hand over my nose. Shit, was all I managed to get out as I looked over the massacre in front of me. In front of me was a scene from a horror movie. Limbs and gore covered the entirety of the inside of the church, as if everyone was put in a blender. Turning to leave before I got sick from the smell, I heard a soft bump from the side of the church. In a blur, I had my sword removed and at the ready, with a purple glow lining the blade facing the noise. Looking over to where I heard the noise, I could see a small wooden cupboard, which was covered with the body of a rather large man, who had his insides torn from his body. Looking around once more and not seeing anything, I slowly made my way to the cupboard, while still keeping my sword ready for a possible attack. Stepping close to the dead man's body, I pushed him to the side. His stiff body easily rolled away from the cupboard's small doors. Taking a small step back, I waited for something to happen, but nothing did. Narrowing my brow, I spoke in the local dialect. "Come out now." I waited a moment, but again nothing happened. Looking at the cupboard, I realized how small it really was. It could only hold maybe one grown person inside, so there was no need for me to be so paranoid, and whoever was in there was probably scared to death. Slowly lowering my sword, I tried one more time before opening the doors myself. "I am friendly. I'm not here to hurt you," I said in a softer tone. But again, nothing happened. Was I just hearing things? I thought. It might have just been a noise from the man's dead body. I thought, sheathing my sword and looking at the stiffened corpse of the unbowled man. Wanting to be careful anyhow, I stepped closer to the cupboard and bent down to open one of the doors. But before my hand could touch one of the knobs to open it, one of them slowly cracked open. Going dead still, I stared at the small door as it slowly opened. Taking a step back, I watched the small door open to reveal a small figure inside, but then the other door opened up and another, even smaller figure was revealed. "Kids." I slowly put my hands up as I saw them, and they saw me. "Hello," I said softly. From the look of it, they were two boys between the ages of 3 and 4 years old. Both of them were curled up with their knees to their chests, and the fear in their eyes hurt to see. "It's okay, you can come out. I'm a friend," I said to them as I raised my hands. Both of them were hesitant to come out, which I could understand, but eventually they slowly crawled out. Both of them looked to be wearing nothing but small tunics, and had no footwear to protect their feet from the blood that covered the ground. Still with my hands slightly up, and with my palms facing them, I let a wide smile appear on my face to put the kids at ease. "Hello there," I said with a chuckle. Neither of them said anything, and instead, their eyes slowly started to look around the gore-covered church. Not wanting them to be completely messed up from their experiences of the last day, I slowly moved to them and put my hands on their shoulders, which did gain their attention. "Let's get the two of you out of here," I said to the two quiet boys as I picked them up, one with each arm, and took them outside. Both boys seemed to be brothers. Both had shaggy sand blonde hair with light blue eyes. The only difference was one of them looked to be just a year older than the other, maybe around 5 years old. Stepping through the still open wooden door, I brought both boys out and into the light of day. Both of the boys scrunched their faces at the bright light as I brought them into the open. walking to the side of the church so the dead bodies that littered the street of the village wouldn't be in their view. I set them down. "There you go," I said, as their feet hit the ground. Looking at them both, I could see the dark rings that hung under their eyes, showing their exhaustion. "I bet both of you are hungry, huh?" I asked them. Both of the boys nodded their heads at my words. "Right," I said, wishing I had brought my pack with me. Looking around again, I knew for a fact that there wouldn't be any other survivors of this village, including the two boys' parents. "Okay, look," I said, regaining their attention. "We're going to my camp. I have food and a place for you to sleep there, okay?" I said to them, but both boys seemed too tired to even hear my words. "Right," I said as I picked the two boys up and started making my way back to camp. I wanted to run, but at my fast speed, I was just as likely to accidentally break their necks than anything, so instead I started a light jog. Thankfully, the camp was only a little over 10 miles from the village and gave me time to think about what I had just seen. So the wolves didn't come from that village, but instead came from somewhere else. I thought that village's population, at max, was a little over 100. And from the massacre from inside the church, I could tell no less than half the village was killed there alone, while a good number littered the road, meaning the rest were probably killed in their homes. All of this slightly worried me. Where are they coming from? When I saw the village, I was hoping to find an empty village, which would have meant that the village is where the werewolf virus had broken out. But since the wolves came from somewhere else, that could be a problem. Who knew if there were wolves who separated from the group to infect others and spread the lycanthrope virus? As I ran, I looked down at the two boys who were in my arms. Both of them were sound asleep, with their heads resting on my shoulders. A pang of sadness ran through me at the idea of these two young children having to experience what they must have. Both of them, in the cupboard, having to hear everyone they ever knew being torn apart by beasts that I couldn't even imagine, and something I hoped their minds to forget, while I jogged through the forest at a steady speed as to not wake the children. My mind began to wander again, slipping to last night's events. "No, no, 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 no," Henry said, while shaking his head side to side and crossing his arms over his chest as I lifted the large piece of flaming wood in my hand. "It be the work of the devil," Henry said, with anger. This imbecile," I mentally shouted. "You still don't believe me?" I questioned in a strained voice as I gestured to the flaming red-hot piece of wood I had gripped in my hand. "No, I don't. It be the dark arts," Henry snarled, in anger as he watched Adam drop the wood back into the fire. "How is that the dark arts? I'll tell you, it isn't the dark arts, you stubborn prick," I said in anger, continuing before he could continue his rant. "Should I drive my blade through my chest? Oh wait, that too you would believe a trick of the dark arts, because your faith is not strong, and the work of God is not clear to you," I said, hoping to use a lack of faith for the reason he thought it was the dark arts. "You question my faith," Henry squealed at my words in anger. "That I do," I said. Henry started blustering in anger and fury, unable to get a word past his tongue. "See, you cannot even speak to defend your faith. Is it you who is an agent of evil, come to sway your friend away from the light?" I said, gesturing to John, who had been sitting quietly since I had pulled the log from the fire. "No, that's not. Not what? Not what you meant. Your faith is so lacking. You wouldn't believe me no matter what I did," I said as I shook my head in disappointment, using all of my acting skill to make me seem truly disappointed. Looking at John, the first said, "Has your friend always been such a non-believer, a heretic to Christianity?" I questioned the bewildered John. John sat stunned at my words, unable to speak at the implications that his friend, the one he had known all of his life, might be an agent of evil, a worshiper of the devil. "Henry, an agent of hell? Is it possible?" John wondered, as he replayed every memory he could remember that had Henry in it. John turned his head to look at his friends. "Henry," John asked in a questioning tone. "What? I'm no agent of evil," Henry tried to explain. "But Adam just showed us proof that he is the Adam, just like the Bible said when he gave Adam the mark. It made him immortal and unable to be wounded. Look at his hand, there be ash, but there be no burns." John said, gesturing to where I stood by the fire. True, but the Bible also said, Adam has white hair, his is a light black color. And then there is the mark he placed on the Adam from the Bible. Henry said, raising one of fingers to point at me. I thought in annoyance, knowing I would need to wash out my hair dye, which thankfully was at the end of its life and could easily be scrubbed out. Thinking quickly, I spoke again. My hair is white. I just need to wash the fake color from it. And there is no mark, at least one you can see. I told them as I undid my braided hair. At the moment, my hair wasn't as long as it had been in past years, which was to my waist. Instead, my hair now was in a simple long braid that went down my back and stopped in between my shoulder blades. Originally, I wanted to shave the sides of my head to give me a more rouge look, but from the look Julius had given me when I told him, I could tell he didn't think the same as I did, and instead mumbled out barbarian as he left me to think on his remark. But what does he know? Julius was cut from the cloth of high society, unlike myself, who couldn't care less about social status, or the faux pas of the high class, who, in my opinion, was nothing but a bunch of rich medieval redneck hillbillies. Although not as bad as he once might have been, Julius still harbored a sense of his past life, where his father was a relatively prosperous merchant, where he grew up in the upper echelon of Roman citizenship, where riches and finery was a standard of life for him. But I decided to just wait and cut the sides of my hair. Maybe when I'm on my way home, I should do it just to be an annoyance to the little shit. While I was lost in thought, I hadn't paid attention to John and Henry, who were currently in a heated debate. John/Henry POV. Did you see what he did? John whispered to Henry. Of course I did. I'm right next to you, and had my eyes as wide as you when he did it. Henry whispered back, looking at Adam for a moment. John turned to look at Henry, who was also now looking at the young man who was untying his hair braid. And you still don't believe that he is the Adam? John whispered to Henry. Henry let out a snort of derision. Nay, he isn't him. It is impossible. Henry said simply. John turned to face Henry again. How would you know? John asked flatly. It is simply impossible that the two of us could accidentally be employed by the first man, created by God. Henry said condescendingly. I say there is a good chance that we could. Who's to say God did not put this in our path as some sort of test to help him? John said seriously. Help him, John. We don't even know if this is him or not. From the smell of blood coming from the forest and the noise from his battle, I doubt there is much help we could possibly give him. Henry said angrily. True, but he said his hair is white, and from the look of it he intends to prove it so. John said, as he looked at Adam, who had moved to the cart and started washing his hair with the water from one of the many skins they had brought on the journey, as well as some sort of weird thing that they later learned was called a sponge. If his hair is truly white, it must be him. How many others have you seen with white hair? John pushed. Henry grimaced. None, he said in an unhappy voice. They continued to watch Adam wash his hair, using the wet sponge to scrub his hair. But unfortunately for them, with only the light from the fire, which had died down since the start of the attack, they could barely make out Adam's figure, let alone the color of his hair. Leaning close to John, Henry whispered. He could be doing some sort of spell or magic to change his hair. John looked at Henry. No matter what he says, you won't believe him, will you? John said, with a hint of anger lacing his words. Before letting him speak, John continued. We are going on a crusade. How many agents of evil would go on a crusade to the Holy Land? He asked. And again, John continued before Henry had time to get out a word. So how about you stop guessing and let his actions speak for him? Because from what I have seen not too long ago, was that he killed monsters from hell. If he was an agent of hell, why would he need to attack them? Oh yes, he wouldn't need to, because he would be working with them, John said, with snark, while slowly getting louder and angrier as Adam's words crept into his mind. The idea that his lifelong friend might be trying to misguide him down a possible path of evil. Henry opened his mouth for a rebuttal when he was cut off by the crunching sound of Adam's approach. Both John and Henry turned and watched as Adam slowly made his way into the light. The first thing they saw was Adam's physique. All of his 6'3" chunk of hunk walked into the camp, while he used his once clean and dry tunic to dry his hair. By God, man, what is the matter with your body? Henry said in bewilderment. Adam looked down at himself confused. What? He asked, as he continued to dry his head. Your body, it looks funny, John said, as his eyes stared up and down Adam's muscular swimmer's body physique. Never before had either John or Henry seen such muscles before. Adam looked down, then back up at the two men, one skinny as a pole, and the other a bit chubby. Clearly neither were the fit types. This is what it looks like when you have a steady diet and work hard, Adam said as he pointed at himself. But we're getting off topic again, and it's getting late, and I would like to start tracking the werewolves at first light, Adam said, before removing his makeshift towel from his head. I don't know how much of the dye I was able to get out, but from what I can see, I managed to take out most of it, Adam said as he combed through his white hair with his fingers. John hit Henry in the arm when he saw the white hair and said, See, I told you. Without looking away from Adam, Henry returned the hit and said, And I said, it could still be magic. He said, You are just too slow-minded to see the truth when it's right in front of you. I have half a mind to believe his words are true, and you truly are working with hell, John said, finally looking away from Adam, to give Henry one of his best scowls. Adam POV. I let out a sigh, realizing Henry still didn't believe me, while John did. But all I could do at this point was shrug. I was too tired, and at this point didn't really care anymore to try and change his mind. So, while John and Henry bickered back and forth, I saw the corpse of the werewolf I had hit into the camp by accident, laying on the ground dead, near my blanket, not wanting it to start stinking up, next to where I was going to sleep. I walked over to the body and grabbed one of its back legs and dragged it just into the forest before dropping the leg. As I pulled the body to the woods, I was able to see the piles of bodies scattering the thick forest floor like a strange carpet of werewolf fur. We're going to need to burn the bodies tomorrow and move our camp, I thought as I turned around to leave. Making my way back to camp, I could still hear the two still going back and forth. I decided we had had enough of that. So once I was standing by the fire watching the two bicker, I clapped my hands together, managing to gain their attention. Look, as much as I would like for the two of you to figure out, whatever it is you two are bickering about, I'm tired and need some sleep. So could we at least stow it until tomorrow? I asked them angrily. Both of them looked up at me, neither saying a word. Satisfied with the silence, I clasped my hands together. Great, I said, with a fake smile, before going off to my own blanket for some well-deserved sleep. Breaking from my thoughts as I finally neared our new camp spot, which was half a mile from the still smoldering bodis of the werewolves. I let out a small sigh as I looked down to see the two boys still dead asleep. Slowing down, I started to walk the last 100 feet until the camp came into sight, where I could see John sitting on the ground near the fire, while the shape of Henry could be seen asleep, even though it was almost noon. Lazy must have gone to sleep after I left, but at least one of them decided to stay awake and on watch, I thought, as I got closer. The new camp was closer to the road, with forest on 3 sides and a road about 20 feet from one side of the camp, instead of our old camp, which was farther into the forest in a small clearing. When John saw me, he stood quickly. Who are they? He asked me loudly, once I had come closer. Shoo, I said, as I tilted my head to the 2 sleeping children in my arms. Who are they? He asked again, with a sheepish look. Ignoring him, I walked past him to my own bedroll, which either John or Henry had put out after I had left, to lay both of the boys down. The older boy was easy, but the smaller boy seemed to not want to let go and instead unconsciously wrapped his arms around my neck, unwilling to let go. For as old as I am, I had almost no experience dealing with small people, children, but to me, they're small people, only without all the baggage adults carry around. Thankfully, after a moment, the small boy's grip lessened, and I was able to lay him on the blanket, next to his brother. Leaving Ammonius' home, we slipped back into the crowded streets of Alexandria. The sun had already sunk low, but the crowds hadn't thinned. If anything, the streets felt even busier. I took the lead, weaving through clusters of people as if I'd been doing it my whole life. So that was the Ammonius and KB you wrote about all those years ago. Julius asked behind me. Yup, I said, squeezing between a slow-moving group. He doesn't match the man you described. You said he used to be confident, carried himself with authority. Now he looks like he's lost all of that. That's because he isn't the same man, Julius. None of us are. Your body might be frozen in time, but your mind never is. We keep changing. Experiences pile up. We learn, we lose, we grow. He lost his whole coven. He lived when the rest didn't. Guilt changes people. I understand, Julius said quietly. What now? Are we going straight to the Volturi? Jane asked. Not yet, I said. Julius needs time to practice with that shield. Both of you need protection before we walk into Volterra. I knew why she was impatient. She wanted to see Alec. She couldn't accept that the brother she remembered wasn't the one who stood in the Volturi guard now. The Alec she loved was gone. Arrow had reshaped him into the perfect weapon. After nearly an hour of walking, we finally reached the ship. Are we staying here again? Jane groaned. No, we're staying at a house I own farther down the coast. There's plenty of wildlife around it, so you too can hunt. Thank the gods, she muttered, lifting her hands like she'd just been rescued. Once we boarded, the crew pushed the ship off the dock. We all stood at the railing as the harbor slipped away. Jane and Julius, still hidden under their cloaks, watched the other ships drift out to sea. A few minutes later, the lighthouse of Alexandria came into view. That's incredible, Jane breathed. Wait until we get to Rome, Julius said. You'll see real giants then. You've told me stories about it, she said, but are there truly structures that large? Yes, I answered before Julius could. Both of them turned toward me. There used to be a statue called the Colossus of Rhodes, I said. It stood over 100 feet tall by the harbor. When the sun hit its copper crown, the light flared so bright you could see it from miles out at sea. Really? Jane asked, eyes lighting up. Can we go see it someday? I wish we could, but it collapsed centuries ago. She let out a disappointed sigh, and I smiled. There are still wonders left. After all this trouble with the Volturi and the Romanians, we can travel. Take our time. See the world. Like what? She asked. I call them the wonders of the world. Back in my early years, the 7 ancient wonders were the only ones anyone talked about. I'd seen most of them before they were destroyed by war and earthquakes. But there were still marvels left. Great cities, temples, stadiums. One of them was mine, the Imperator Arena, the largest structure in Rome. Someday it might end up on a new list of wonders. For hours we stayed on deck, and I told them about the ancient world as I saw it with my own eyes. The great pyramids when they were still smooth-faced, the towering temples of Greece, the gardens that seemed to float in the air. When I finally finished describing the hanging gardens, my villa appeared in the distance. The place was built in classic Roman style, square layout, open courtyard in the center, breezy interior, 7 bedrooms, a wash pool. Compared to the home I kept near London, this was practically a palace. I'd owned it since Gringotts started construction here, though I hadn't visited in years. Thankfully, I kept people on payroll to maintain it and a small guard to keep it safe. The ship glided toward a modest dock below the villa. As we approached, I saw a line of guards waiting at the top of the path. All of them wore the old legionary breastplates and royal purple cloaks, the mark of my bank security. Once the ropes were tied and we stepped off the ship, Julius leaned closer. That's strange. What is? I asked. None of them look under 50. That's because none of them are under 50, I said. Most are veterans who grew too old for regular duty or were injured. They didn't want to retire, and I wasn't going to throw them out. So they guard my properties around the world. Easy work, steady pay, a place to live. As we reached the group, one guard stepped forward. Stop. Who goes? He looked to be in his mid-50s. Salt and pepper hair, clean-shaven, tall, still solidly built. I reached into my pocket and held up my gold card. His eyes widened. All 10 guards snapped to attention. Sir, the man said. I stepped forward and offered my hand. Nice to meet you. I'm Adam. He clasped my hand in a grip that could crush stone. Marcus Augusta, sir. Why is he doing all the cooking all of a sudden? Aren't we supposed to be the ones to cook? Henry shrugged. MHM, he never complained about our cooking, but look at the way he is doing it. I say we don't say anything and let him finish. His cooking just smells too good. and I want to try it. Now, with the other pan done, I pulled out a few eggs and cracked the open on the pan and poured the yolk into the pan. As I was doing that, I saw some rustling coming from my bedroll. Looking up from what I was doing, I saw the smaller boy sitting up from where he had been sleeping and rubbing his eyes. The boy looked around in confusion, at his surroundings, then over at us, dropping the eggshell that was in my hand. Unsure if he would remember me, I lifted my hands and said in Old French, "Friend, remember?" The boy slowly nodded his head at my words. Good," I said in a friendly manner, as I used my fingers to flip the bacon. "I'm sure you are hungry. Why don't you come over and have some?" I said, giving the boy a big smile. The boy's eyebrows went up, as his nose picked up the appetizing smell of the bacon. Slowly, the boy stood to his feet and came closer to the fire. As he came closer, I was reminded of the bad state of both of the boys, as I saw the dirty tunic the boy wore and the lack of foot where the boy had. Once close to the fire, the boy sat down on the grass ground next to the fire, but still I could tell the cool air made him shiver. Standing up, I went to the cart and grabbed 2 extra blankets we had brought as spares. Laying one on his still sleeping brother, I wrapped the other around him. Once done with that, I went to the cart and brought out some plates. Turning around, I saw both John and Henry leaning over the pans that had the almost done food in it. Back away. That's not for you too. If the 2 of you want food, you can cook it for yourselves." But, John complained. "It smells so good." Henry finished for his friend. And I said, "It's not for you. The 2 of you are grown men. You can cook for yourselves. That's for me and the kids," I said, shooing them away with one of the plates. Both of them backed away with sullen expressions. Our antics made the little kid giggle as he saw me shoo both grown men. Turning to the kid, I gave him a little smile while thinking, that must be a good sign. I don't know the first thing about someone's mental health after traumatic incidents, but if he could laugh, that must be good, I think. Now with the plates, I slid 3 pieces of bacon onto a plate, as well as one attempt at a sunny side egg, but it didn't exactly turn out how I had hoped, and instead had broken apart on the pan when I tried to move it to a plate. Once the plate had the incredible smelling food on it, I brought it to the boy. "And here you are, sir, 1 full plate." The boy's eyes were wide in shock as he looked over the plate. "Enjoy," I said, turning to make another plate for the still sleeping boy and myself. Sitting around the fire, I finished off the last of my own plate, while John and Henry had just started to cook their own food. At the moment, both of the boys were still inhaling away at their own food like vacuums. Setting my plate to the side, I turned to look at the 2 kids. "Oh, I nearly forgot to ask. What are your names?" I asked them. Both of them looked up at me with nervousness. Wanting to ease the tension, I decided to speak first. "I'll go first. My name is Adam," I said with a smile. Picking up on what I was trying to say, John spoke in English. "Yeah, he's the Adam, the one from TH. Ow, that hurt," John cut in before I tossed my plate at his head to shut him up. "Quiet," I told him, giving him a "you talk, and I'll hit you again look. Neither of them can understand you, but that doesn't mean you can go about telling everyone and their mother who I am." I chided him. Our actions made both of the kids laugh at our squabble and ease up, but only a little. Turning back to them, I gave them another smile. The first to talk was the older brother. "My name is Gerard, and this is my younger brother Olivier," Gerard said, pointing to his little brother, who was just finishing off the last scraps of food on his plate. "Well, it's nice to meet the both of you," I said, giving them both another one of my best smiles. Now that both of them were done eating, I gathered the plates and gave them to John and Henry to take care of. Now seated again, I spoke again. Not wanting to, but not having a choice, I asked the questions that had been on my mind since this morning when I saw the town. "What do the 2 of you remember about last night?" I asked tentatively. The younger boy, Olivier, turned his head down and clasped his small hands together at my words in fear, as he clearly remembered the events of the precious night. But again, his older brother, who was at most 6 or 7, was the first to speak. "We don't know much," he said, sadly. "I remember our father waking us from sleep when it was still dark outside. He carried us to the church. People were screaming. He said, then stopped, as he remembered. We made it to the church. Father Philippe was rushing people inside. Then he put some wood in the way of the doors. People were scared, he said, stammering out what he could remember. Then people started to scream again in the church. That is when our father took us to the side of the church, to the... He said, try to remember what it was called. I know what you're talking about. It's called a cupboard. I said. The boy nodded his head. Yes, that. He brought us to the cupboard and put us in there while we heard the people in the church scream. Someone inside was attacking people. Then our father closed the doors, and all we could hear were the screaming people. Gerard said. His eyes glossed over as the memories of what he could remember flooded his mind. Looking at the two boys whose minds had become places of mental torment, I couldn't help but feel bad for them. Standing up, I walked to the two boys, crouched down, and put my hands on their shoulders. Me doing so seemed to break them from their memories as they both looked up at me. It's okay, I said in a reassuring manner, not knowing what else to do. For an adult, I might be able to say something to help, but all of this was new to me. Kids saw the world differently than adults, at least I think they do. And my words may not help them the way they might for an adult. My words seemed to help a little, as the older boy, Gerard, nodded his head, while Olivier sat there still looking down at his clenched hands. Sitting back down, I started to go over what Gerard had just said, but the church in particular. Someone was attacking people inside the church. I thought, there was someone in the church who wanted the werewolves to come in. But why? Who in their right mind would let? What was to then demons in? Satanic cultists was a thing I had heard about only a few times across the ages. And normally as soon as the word of one spread, towns and villagers would pick up their pitchforks and torches and kill all who were suspected of being part of such groups, innocent or not. But could it have been just some deranged cultists in the church? Doubtful. There had to have been no less than 50 people in that church. No normal man could possibly take on that many, unless they were supernatural. My brain shot to the door of the church. I remembered that it was still perfectly intact and in no way was damaged, so either what was in there did kill everyone and simply left, or the person inside somehow managed to open the door and let in the werewolves. If it was a cult working with the werewolves, that could be a real problem. They could enter a village pretending to be a traveler the day before the attack. Then when the attack starts, they act like any other scared person and sneak into any safe place the villagers go. The cultists could open anything to get in their way. No, the werewolves I fought were too strong. There's no wooden door, barred or not, that could keep them out, so that can't be right. I thought as I scratched my chin, while blocking out the loud, munching sounds of John and Henry as they ate their food. Could it be that there was already a werewolf inside the church? No, the church was too small for one to hide. I thought, answering my own question, maybe it was an unchanged werewolf. That thought stalled me. Werewolves can't control their shifting. As soon as the full moon rises, they become mindless beasts and kill anything and everything they come across. But could it be possible? I thought. Werewolves were new to me. Never before had I run into them before, and in all honesty, I didn't know they existed in this world in the first place, except the shapeshifters from Forks, Washington. So recalling the memories from my past life, I went over what I still could remember about werewolves. Werewolf lore is different in different places. Some mythologies believe werewolves can control their shifting, while some believe it is uncontrollable during the full moon. And personally, I have to side with the involuntarily shifting because anything with at least a smudge of sense would have known not to continue attacking me, like the werewolves yesterday. Even though I killed all that had come before them with clear ease, they continued to attack me. But there is still the chance that there are some that can control their shifting. Perhaps this world has werewolf alphas? I thought as my brain went over that possibility. And one thing that was still possible was the chance some who are bitten have some sort of genetic difference than the rest of the werewolves that allow them to be stronger faster and to control when they shift without losing their minds. And a part of me let out a sigh as I thought of this. That's all I need, stronger and faster werewolves who are already as fast as vampires. I thought, but there was also another part of me that knew this was all speculation, so I shouldn't be complaining yet. But still, even the thought sucked, because all I wanted was a peaceful, easy life with a smidgen of adventure. And yet, shit just keeps falling in my lap for me to deal with. Turning to John and Henry, I spoke. I'm going to take a nap, and we'll be gone for a few hours tonight, so the both of you will need to look out for the kids, I said, standing to my feet and making my way towards the cart where I planned to sleep while leaving my bedroll to the kids. My nap was peacefully uninterrupted, and when I woke, it was already starting to get dark. Getting out of the cart, where I had used one of the bags of grain as a pillow, I saw Henry and John both seated around the fire while they talked to each other. Stepping into the light of the fire, both of their heads snapped up to look at me. "Oh, it's just you," Henry said, letting out a breath of air. "Yes, it's just me," I said, with a chuckle at the two skittish men as I looked over at the two boys who were sound asleep, wrapped under their blankets. Walking close to the fire, where both John and Henry were seated, I grabbed a water skin that had been laid close to the fire to heat. I uncorked the top and down a few mouthfuls of the warm water to quench my thirst. Putting the top back into the water skin, I laid it back where it had been, then spoke to John and Henry, who were sitting silently while watching me. "I'm going to be gone for a while," I said, simply. "Where are you going?" John asked. "Hunting," I said with a chuckle, continuing before they could speak. "I need to find out more about these werewolves," I said. "Earlier I was thinking about the attacked village, and I don't think it was just circumstance that there were that many werewolves that just got together and attacked that village." "Wait, you believe the attack was planned?" Henry asked. "I do. The church is what is giving me the most trouble," I said, going over what I'd thought about earlier again in my head. "Church?" Henry asked. "Oh, right. Neither of you could understand what Gerard said when we were talking." "Gerard?" John asked. I let out a sigh. "Did neither of you try to talk to the boys?" I asked. "Of course we tried, but they didn't want to talk to us," Henry said, with a peeved tone. I shook my head and decided to deal with that when I got back. "Look, the older boy is named Gerard, while the younger one is named Olivier," I said. Now back to what I had been saying. "Actually, on second thought, it's not important to either of you," I said, shaking my head and turning around to walk back to the cart. Trying to explain everything to them would just be a waste of time, I thought as I walked to the cart, while John and Henry looked at each other with raised brows. Once to the cart, I rummaged around for a few minutes until I found what I had been looking for. Pulling out one of the extra swords I had brought along, I walked back to the camp. Stopping by John, I held out the extra sword. "Here," I said, holding out the sword for him to take. John looked at the sword in confusion and didn't take it. What am I supposed to do with that?" he said, looking at the sword. "You're supposed to take it," I said, shaking the sword to indicate for him to take the sword. And slowly he did so, while the look of confusion stayed on his face. "It's for protection while I'm gone," I said. "For protection," John said, his look of confusion gone, and now he took on a look of trepidation, mixed with concern. Looking around him, John spoke again in a whisper. "Do you think we might be attacked while you're gone?" I shook my head. "No, but it's always better to be safe than sorry." "Why does he get the sword?" Henry asked. "Because I trust him more than I trust you," I said, turning to look at him. Going back to the cart, I grabbed my own sword and belted it on, then went back to the fire to give my last warning. Stepping back to the fire, I could hear John and Henry arguing about the sword. Henry shut it. I gave John the sword, so stop being a baby and accept it, I said sternly. "But if it makes you feel better here," I said, tossing a dagger I had strapped to my belt to him. I practically never used the dagger, unless I was cutting meat, so it wasn't important to me. Henry caught the sheath dragged in his hands, and wasted no time pulling it from the sheath to look at the blade. "Don't go waving that about. It's very sharp and can hurt people," I said, giving him another stare, until he resheathed the dagger and set it in his lap. "Good," I said. Looking over at the two sleeping kids one last time, I looked back at John and Henry. "No matter what, protect them if something happens. They have already had a hard life, and seen more than anyone should. The last thing they need now is more trauma. Also try to learn their language or teach them English," I said before leaving to hunt some wolves. Now away from the camp, I started running full speed, following the tracks I had followed earlier today. But now I was no longer looking for anything that might stick out to me, and now I just ran full speed in the direction of the town, where I could track where the werewolves had come from. It only took me 30 minutes to reach the desolate town, where as I passed, I could still see a few bodies of the villagers. Circling the town, it wasn't hard to find which direction the wolves had come from. I followed the tracks through thick forest and brush that was mostly trampled by the wolves. Leaving the camp, I followed the path of trampled brush and plants I had followed earlier, which led me to the dark village that was void of life. As I passed the village, I could see in the full moon's light the dead bodies of a few villagers, and a feeling of sadness ran through me. All they tried to do in this life was survive. I thought as I ran past the village and pushed that feeling down. That's the world for you. Everyone dies eventually. They just died earlier than most, and in a gruesome way. Once on the other side of the village, I started to look for the signs of where the werewolves came from. It wasn't hard to find it, or them. I found two separate paths that seemed to be where they came from, both on separate sides of the village. Following one of them, I saw that the two paths came together to one main path. They separated? I thought. But how? They wouldn't have thought to do that. As soon as they found something living, they would have attacked, not thought to separate, then attack from two sides. I thought, as the idea that they were being led grew stronger in my head. Now following the main track, I followed it up and into some thick forest. As I followed the path, it eventually led into a dell. The bottom of the dell was rocky and made my footsteps loud and crunchy. Not wanting to be heard, I quickly made it up one side of the dell and back into the forest, where I followed the dell from the side, as well as the scent of the werewolves. The dell went on for about a quarter of a mile before it stopped and opened out into a rocky riverbed that looked to be mostly dried up. Now, without a direct path, I used my smell to follow their scent. Left, I thought, as I took in a deep smell through my nose. Now again, with their direction, I followed. The dried-up riverbed went on for a few miles and curved left and right. But eventually I smelled their scent change direction. As I turned to follow, I went completely still. In the distance, the sound of howls rang out. At first it was only a few, but slowly, more and more started to join in, until it sounded like hundreds of wolves were howling. Shit, I thought, as the howls started to die down. Now, with a confirmed direction to head in, I took off, running full speed. My plan was to kill all of them quickly, and not let any get away to infect more, also to hopefully find out who the hell was leading them. I ran for close to 10 minutes at full speed, when the first signs of werewolves became clear. The closer I got to where I heard the howls coming from, the stronger the smell of decaying meat and dog started to fill my nose. Then the sound of rumbling could be heard. Slowing down, I listened for a few moments. The rumbling wasn't getting closer, and it wasn't getting farther away, which confused me. Slowing down more, I got closer to the sound. As I passed under a rather large tree, I came to the edge of a large clearing and promptly cursed my bad luck. In the clearing, from what I could see, was no less than 700 werewolves, all running in one massive counterclockwise circle. What the fuck? I thought, as I watched them go around and around. Unable to see the true number of them, I climbed the large tree that was next to me. As I reached close to the top, I was finally able to see everything. My original guess at how many werewolves there were was wrong, way wrong. What I saw had multiple layers to it. On the outside, there was a thin line of werewolves going counterclockwise, maybe 500 or 600 werewolves, but closer to the center was another large group of werewolves going clockwise, at least another 500. But what really caught my attention was what was in the middle of the horde. In the middle was a massive cloaked figure, who was doing some sort of strange dance, where he turned in circles with his hands straight up to the moon that hung overhead. Wait, claws, I thought, as I squinted my eyes to get a better look at the figure. As I looked closer, I was able to get a good look at the figure's hands. And like I thought I saw, both of them were clawed, with wicked sharp points and thick fingers that they were connected to. What the fuck is that? I thought, as I continued to watch on. For another few minutes, I continued to watch, but whatever was happening didn't seem to have an ending in sight. It doesn't really matter what they are doing, they're dead anyhow, I thought as I stood for my crouch. Opening my menu screen, I decided to pump myself up for the fight that was about to take place. Scrolling through some of my playlist, I searched for the perfect song. Ah, there you are, you beauty. I said, chuckling to myself as it started to play in my head. King for a day pierced the veil. Pulling my sword from my side, I let the music fill my head, while a smile came to my face as I looked down at the circling horde. In my free left hand, I let a ball of purple energy grow until it was the size of a volleyball. As soon as it was the right size, I hurled it at the horde, leaping after it a split second later. As the orb hit the werewolves, it caused a massive shockwave to go in all directions, throwing a number of werewolves back and creating a crater nearly a foot deep and 5 feet wide. Landing the crater, I slowly stood up and looked around at the werewolves that started to circle me, as an evil smile crept across my face, while the werewolves started to snarl and gnash their teeth at me. Well, let's not stand around all day. Let's get this party started, I shouted, as I covered my blade in the purple aura. For a split second before the wolves charged me, I couldn't help but feel giddy as I stood surrounded by no less than 2,000 werewolves with a glowing purple sword. Try this Mace Windu, I thought, just as all of wolves charged me at the same time. Jumping into the air, I let the werewolves clash into each other, while I let loose another orb blast from above, turning those in the direct blast into red mist, while those close to the blast were sent flying back to become tangled with the other werewolves who were trying to get at me. Landing back to the ground, I let loose, letting my sword take off heads and different limbs with every swing of my sword. Every now and then, I would let off a blast in different directions to keep myself from being swamped. Because unlike my last fight with the werewolves who came at me in one direction, I was now being attacked in all directions, making it harder for me to block some blows. As the song playing in my head hit a rather intense moment, I truly lost myself in the fight, swinging my sword so fast it really started to look like a lightsaber. Twirling mid-air to avoid a strike from behind, I managed to get a view over the battlefield and managed to get another view of the cloak figure who was still dancing. Landing back down, I decided to figure out who or what the hell this person is. But something needed to be done before I could go for the cloak figure. I needed to take care of these werewolves. At the moment, I was blocking one attack after another, and I had no idea how strong the cloak figure might be. And by any chance, the cloak figure is an actual opponent that could cause me damage. The last thing I needed to do was concentrate on dodging pot shots from the werewolves while dodging blows from an actual threat. And Pulse, if all the cloak figure was doing is dancing, he wasn't my problem at the moment. So deciding to just let the cloaked figure do his thing, I decided to deal with the werewolves first. By this point, I had already taken out around 200 werewolves, with a little over 1,000 still coming for me. Moving with a graceful speed, I zoomed through the horde, cutting off heads and limbs with precision. Every now and then, I would shoot off an aura wave, turning the closest werewolves into mush, while sending these farther out werewolves back and into each other. All the while, I twirled my glowing sword around in a magnificent light show, cutting werewolves into pieces. Dodging a ferocious swipe from a werewolf, I grabbed its outstretched arm and kicked its chest, ripping the arm off in a spray of crimson blood that covered me. But I was already drenched from head to toe in blood, so it made no difference. Using the arm, I threw it at another werewolf that was going for a lunge. The limb hit the beast on the face, redirecting its trajectory away from me, while I stepped to the side, chopping its head off. I can't keep this up, I thought, as more and more werewolves continued to come at me. Unlike the battle against the Romanian Coven, where I had Jane, Julius, along with a few hundred other vampires to help deal with them, I was now taking on about the same number of beasts that are just as strong as the newborns we fought, all by myself, which is causing me to run out of steam and quickly. Even though I'd gotten stronger since that battle, I hadn't gotten strong enough to take on these odds. Looking inside myself, I mentally looked at the amount of aura I still had inside. Not bad, I thought, as I felt the amount of energy that I still had. I guess we might as well go all out, I thought as I chuckled. Continuing to swing my sword at the oncoming werewolves, I opened my free hand and let an aura ball appear. Starting out small, the aura ball grew and grew, until I had no more aura energy to give it. The aura ball was nearly 3 times the size of a basketball and was shining like a small sun in my hand. But what really shocked me is what the orb started to do. As it grew in size, the aura started to darken in color. By the time I was out of energy to give, the orb was a deep indigo, but still managing to shine brightly. Holy fuck, I thought, as I looked down at the blinding purple light. Never before had I pushed this much energy into an aura ball before, and in all honesty, it frightened me a bit. An aura ball the size of a baseball could do some serious damage, and what I was about to release could be catastrophic. But I didn't have much of a choice at the moment, so I decided I wanted it to do as much damage as possible. If I was to just point it in one direction, all of its damage would be in that one direction instead of all around me. But what about down? I thought, if I was to aim it at the ground, that would cause a massive explosion that might actually work. Either way, I needed to get rid of this thing soon because the longer I hold it, the harder it got to keep the orb stable. Thinking fast, I spotted a werewolf jumping over one of its companions and towards me. The beast managed to get about 6 feet off the ground when I jumped up, using its head as an extra boost as I shot into the air. With my strength and speed, I managed to get a little under 100 feet up before I twisted my body midair, so I was upside down. Glancing down, I saw all of the werewolves looking up at me, but all I could do was let out a mad chuckle as I spotted the still dancing figure. 2 birds, 1 stone, I thought, as I released the orb from my hand, shooting it down to earth like a blazing meteorite, right at the cloaked figure's head. The orb shot away like a missile as I watched. It flew for less than a second before it hit Patered, and in a flash of bright light, the orb exploded and a lot of shit happened really fast. Underscore. John/Henry POV, third person. Sitting by the small campfire, Henry stared mindlessly into the relaxing flickering of the warm fire. As he sat on watch, he held the still sheathed knife that was given to him only a few hours before. I can't wait to get home. With how much we are going to get paid for only a few years of travel, I'm going to be set for life. Maybe I can buy Old Man Harold's tavern and marry his daughter. Henry thought with a small chuckle as he delved deeper into his imagination. Off to one side of the fire was John, who was snoring away happily in his own dream of riches and coin, while he clutched the sword tightly to his chest, as if it was his lover. While on the other side slept the 2 children who hadn't woken or moved since Adam's departure. And as always, the unnamed horse munched away at some grass, as it was tied to a tree close to the cart. As Henry dreamed away in his head, he missed the far-off sounds of explosion that rang out. But what he, along with everyone in the camp, horse included, didn't miss was the sound of a massive explosion. Standing to his feet, Henry ignored John as he screamed and sat upright, while pulling at the sword, trying to unsheath it, but having no luck. "By God, what is that?" John said, as he looked in all directions. "I don't know," Henry said, as he turned to look around when something caught his eye. To his left, far off in the distance in the sky, a light orange hue could be seen. "John, look," Henry said, as he pointed at the distant light that could be seen through the thick forest trees. Standing to his feet, John walked over to stand next to Henry. Isn't that the direction Adam went?" John asked, as he turned to look at Henry. "I believe it is," Henry said, without looking away from the fading light. But before either of them could say anything else, a small voice spoke from behind them. Both startled, John and Henry turned around, ready for a brawl. But what met them was the 2 small children. The older of the 2, Gerard, stood in front of his smaller brother Oliver, who was peeking from behind his brother. "Oh, hello," John said, giving them a small wave. Both of them looked at him, not understanding his words but getting the gesture. Raising his hand, Gerard waved back. "Ah, see, they can understand us," John said with a chuckle. "No, you don't. Adam said they can't speak English." "Well, he must be wrong." Looking at the 2, John spoke. "You can understand me, can't you?" But like before, both of them stared blankly at them. "I told you," Henry said with a chuckle. "Shut it," John said, annoyed. Adam didn't exactly know what happened after he was consumed by the massive fireball that swallowed him whole. For a while, he felt like a piece of clothes in the dryer, constantly spinning around like a rag doll. Maybe if it didn't feel like he had just been bitch slapped by the sun, he would have noticed the fact that he was now falling and picking up speed. When the fireball from the blast hit him, it melted much of his skin, making it impossible for him to open his eyes and see what was happening. But there would have been nothing he could have done, even if he could see. But thankfully, after a few minutes, the itchy feeling of his healing started to cover him from head to toe, and shortly after he was finally able to open his eyes. But all he was met with was a glimpse of the fast approaching ground. But by then, he was already screwed and didn't have time to stop his in-air flipping and just braced himself for impact. The pain was like being pricked by a needle. Short and quick. Notice how I didn't say painful. That's because by some stroke of luck, he landed on his back, breaking his spine almost completely, making the pain he would have felt non-existent. But all the same, his vision went blank as he impacted, his brain smashing around the inside of his skull. Underscore. Adam POV. I don't know how long it took for me to come back to consciousness, but when I did, there was little I could do. I was numb and couldn't feel anything but my face, which at first freaked me out to no end. This was the first time I had paralyzed myself, after all. But like always, I slowly started to heal myself. With cracks and the occasional pop, my spine started to realign itself back to its original straight self, as well as heal any of the other broken bits and pieces of myself that I got during my great fall back to Earth. As I waited, feeling slowly came back to me. It was that annoying feeling you get when you fall asleep on your arm, where it feels like a million small needles pricking you. But instead of just my arm, it covered my whole body. Ah, shit. I groaned when the feeling finally started to fade. Slowly, I sat up. I should have just stayed in England. People finding out who I am, be damned. I thought, rolling my head around to get rid of the stiffness. I finally looked up at the damage I had created. Holy fuck, I unconsciously let out as I looked around. At the moment, I was in a small crater, which was only about a foot deep, leaving me able to see out. What was once a small clearing with green grass and trees surrounded it was now a scene of no man's land. Slowly standing to my feet, I realized I was now in the nude. Damn, I thought, thinking of the fine silks I had just lost. Fuck it, they were already covered in blood anyways. Now, standing, I got an even better view of my surroundings. The clearing that had once been about the size of a baseball field had now tripled in size, with the trees that had once surrounded it gone, with nothing more than the charred stumps left as reminders of the large trees that had once stood there proudly and alive. The ground itself was covered in ash that would toss up small plumes of it every time I took a step. After a moment, I finally realized what the ash had come from. The werewolves. I thought, slightly creeped out at the thought I was being covered in the cremated remains of crazed beasts that had once been human. It really wasn't that really bothered me, though. It was the fact I was currently going free willy at the moment, and the bits I don't want to be covered in cremated remains are being covered in it by me walking. Putting that to the back of my mind for the moment, I continued to make sure nothing else had survived the blast. Turning around, I saw that less than 100 feet from where I stood was another much larger crater, which must have been where the orb had impacted. But something more important popped into my head before I started to walk towards the crater. When I turned my head, something fell off. Doing it again, I again felt weird for some reason. What the hell? I thought, now continuously turning my head side to side like a crazy person. What is missing here? Dropping to my knees, I brought both my hand to my head and let out a cry as I realized what was gone. No, not my hair. I yelled as I felt my smooth head. What I had been missing was the feeling of my long hair on my shoulders. For thousands of years, my hair had been one of the only constants in my life, while the rest of the world was constantly changing. And now that it was gone, a pit formed in my stomach and a scar on my soul. Yes, I knew I would grow it back, but still, the mental damage of not having it hurt quite a bit. Feeling a cool breeze on my now bald head, I couldn't help but shake my head. There's no use crying about it now. It's already gone, I thought, and I stood back up to my feet and dusted as much of the ash off of me as I could. But I'm still pissed. I thought, angered. Looking around the dark, clearing one more thing caught my eye. The crater. Making my way over, I stopped at the edge and looked down. The crater was about 10 feet deep and 15 feet wide, making for one impressive hole. At the bottom of the crater was something white. It's that thing's cloak, I thought as I leapt down to search what was left of it. Crouching down, I picked up the few remaining pieces of cloth that somehow remained. Lifting up some of the fabric, I didn't find anything, just more ash. "Not too strong now, are you, you little shit?" I said, remembering when I was hesitant to fight it. "Well, I guess I can get out of here now," I said out loud to myself. Sullen, I made my way back to camp, grumbling the whole way as I absent-mindedly rubbed my head. Should have just stayed in London. It took me until first light to pass the abandoned town, which I stayed away from. By this point, the smell from the bodies would have been terrible. As I got closer to the camp, my nose picked up the smell of cooking meat. Is that my bacon?" I thought, as I tilted my head to get a better whiff. They better not have. Quickly making my way through the thick brush, I stumbled into the campsite before I had to quickly duck my head under a swinging sword. "Bandits!" John yelled as he swung at me again. Grabbing the sword at the hilt, I yanked it from his weak grip before he could finish his draw back and swing. "John, it's M," I tried to say before I had to take a step back to let Henry come tumbling past us to fall flat on his face as he had tried to tackle me to the ground with the dagger I'd given him in hand. "John, it's me, Adam," I said before he could start trying to fight me with his fists. He stared at me for a moment when his eyes slowly started to widen. My goodness, man, what happened to you? And your clothes?" he asked, surprised. "I kind of got caught up in some fire, and let's just say I couldn't get away fast enough." "The fire in the sky," Henry wheezed from the ground as he tried to get air back into his lungs from his hard fall. "Ah, yes, you must have been there," John said as he finally relaxed. "Right, well, it's cold, so I'm going to put on some of my clothes," I said awkwardly as I covered my manhood with my hands. "All right, I cough, yup," John said as he looked away from me as I made my way to the cart. As I went, I looked back to the camp where I expected to see the kids. But they weren't there. Stopping dead, I turned to look at John and Henry, who was just making it back to his feet. "Where is Oscar and Gerard?" I asked. Pointing past me at the cart, John said, "Behind the cart." Turning back to the cart, I crouched to look under the cart and saw both of them huddled behind one of the wheels. "You can come out. It's me, Adam," I said in their language. Gerard's head turned in surprise as he heard me. Leaning over, I grabbed one of my bags that had my clothes as I heard both boys standing. Getting myself clothed in a blur of motion, I was decent again before they came around the cart to see me. And the surprise was instant as both of their mouths fell open when they saw me. "Yeah, I know, I look great, don't I?" I said with a smile as I leaned back into the cart to get a pair of footwear. The reunion was fun for me and got my mind off my own problems. "Well, today is the day we will be heading into France," I said to the boys as Henry and John started to pack up the camp. "To France?" Olivier said in a high-pitched voice. "That's right," I said with a smile, as those were the first words he had said to me. "The biggest city in these parts," I said. "And where will we go?" Gerard asked. "Well, with us, of course, if that is what the both of you want, unless you have somewhere you would rather go," I asked. Both boys shook their heads. "Very well," I said, smiling again. For some reason, their acceptance made me happy, which confused me. Taking a second to think back, I tried to think of times I was happy about something and realized it had been a while. I had Julius and Jane back home, which was nice, but I never really had anything in my life to bring me happiness. Sure, I have traveled the known world more times than I care to remember, and I have done some incredible stuff, but after a while, that sort of life gets old. "Shut up with the sappy shit, Adam," I thought to myself. "We should be there by midday, so once we are there, we can get the both of you some new clothes," I said, standing up as the horses were attached to the cart. Lifting up Olivier, I carried him to the cart, while his brother followed closely. Setting Oliver into the back of the cart, I then lifted Gerard and did the same. "All right, we are set, so let's get moving," I said to John, who had the horse's reins in hand. Like I had said, we could see the large stone walls of the city by mid-afternoon. "Would you look at that?" Henry said, as we stopped on the busy road. "Nothing like home," John added. "What do you mean?" I asked as I stopped next to him. "You know the wall. He said, not looking at me, and pointing at the walls. I looked at him. London has stone walls. I said. He looked at me. It does. Yeah, I said, confused. Can you get a move on? Your cart is taking up most of the road. An old man behind us, also with a cart, yelled. Turning, I waved my hand. My apologies. My companions have never seen stone walls. I said, before turning back to John. Let's go. We're holding up the road. I said before we started off again. This Paris was quite the experience for me, as well as John, Henry, and apparently Gerard and Oliver, who had never left their village before. The line leading to the North City Gate, where we had come from, was long. And I mean, what the fuck is taking so long? Long. After standing around for about 30 minutes, I got tired of the waiting and just told John to follow me. Walking past the line of people, we quickly made it to the gate, which was guarded by a group of men wearing armor chest plates and helmets. They were searching every bag and going through every cart. As we made it to the front of the line, one of the guards had spotted our approach. Stepping away from his men, the guard captain raised his hand to us. Whoa, and what do you think you were doing? He asked, anger lacing his words. It's simple, really. We're skipping a line. I said with a smile. The guard looked at us as if I was dumb. You can't just skip the line. All these people have been waiting as well. Oh, well then, I said, looking back at the long line of angry faces that were looking right at us. But what if I gave you this, and you just let us in? I said, raising a medium-sized purse that kinked as I raised it. 15 gold coins of the finest purity. I whispered to him with a smile. The guard's eyes widened as he looked at the bag. A part of me expected drool to start coming out of his mouth as he stared at the pouch. Slowly, he raised his hands and grabbed the bag, then opened it. Oh my, he said in a whisper as his hands started to shake, which didn't surprise me. It's not every day someone hands you a month's wage just to let them skip a line. Yes, sir, right away, sir, the man said with the widest smile he could possibly make. I smiled as he backpedaled to his men. Move, get them back so this noble can enter. He shouted at his men, getting them to move. As the entrance was cleared, we walked in as the guard captain gave me a slight bow. I gave him a sheepish smile. How much did you just give him? John whispered. Oh, just 15 gold, I said, not noticing when John stopped walking by me. What? He shouted at me, catching the attention of others who were passing us. Turning to look at him, I raised a brow. What? I asked. Coming close to whisper in my ear, he explained. That's nearly 3 years' wage. I looked at him confused. Really? Yes. Well, it has been a while since I bribed someone, and money doesn't really mean anything to me anymore. So it's not a problem. I have plenty more, I said with a shrug as I turned to start walking again, missing when John stumbled a few times from lightheadedness. Finding the nicest and in the richest area of all of Paris, I got 2 rooms, one for myself and one for Oliver and Gerard, while John and Henry would be sleeping with the horses in the stables. As we walked in, I was grateful that there weren't any nude women serving drinks to its patrons, like were common in Rome, in the more upper-class inns. Instead, they now wore dresses, but still did the same job with a lot of extras for the right price. After getting the rooms for the next few days while we explored, and I found out where I was to meet with the Crusade Army. Once John and Henry brought my stuff to my room, we all headed out to go find some clothes for Oliver and Gerard. It only took us a few minutes to find the right place. At its door, it had a large wooden sign with a needle and thread, signifying it as a trailer shop. Both boys had stars in their eyes as they experienced everything. All of this was new to them, with sights and smells they had never known existed. That's if you could smell past the shit that caused the streets to reek. Both boys were set with 4 outfits of various colors and designs. To them, the clothes were nice and felt better than anything they had ever worn before, but to others they looked like the children of some very rich nobles. Leaving the shop, Henry and John carried the chest full of their clothes behind us, as me and the kids stopped at any store that caught their attention. By the time it got dark, both John and Henry were laden with various items I had bought for myself or the kids. That night, me and the kids sat down for a nice meal of steak at the inn, where our female server gave me the googly eyes the whole time, making sure to always bend over more than was necessary, to give me a good look at her cleavage. But there wasn't a chance in hell she would gain my attention. She didn't have near enough teeth or anything resembling a pretty face. But other than that, our meal was great, and we devoured our food. What surprised me was when Gerard had told me that in the last few days, they had eaten more meat than in their entire life. But then I remembered that most people of this time were quite sparse and didn't really contain meat, or at the least very little. But since I had come here, meat had been a staple of my own diet, but that's because I could simply hunt what I wanted when I wanted to, as easily as going to a grocery store in later years. But for the average person, meat was a rarity. Well, they had to painstakingly hunt, and more times than not, come home empty-handed or buy it with money they didn't have. The next day, early in the morning, we left the inn to explore some more, and for me to find out what the plan was with the crusade. But there was a stop needed before anything. Coming out of a busy street, we got our first glimpse of a building that even in the 21st century would be a staple of Paris, just like the Eiffel Tower. Notre Dame. At the moment, it was still under construction and looked much smaller than I had remembered, but I had only ever seen it in photos, so what did I know? Maybe it will grow in later years. Later that day, when both boys were tired, I brought them back to their rooms and told them I would be gone for a little while and not to leave their rooms for anything until I returned. Leaving the inn, I made sure to put my sword on as I went, making sure all knew I was a warrior. From listening in on conversations as I passed, I learned that the army was stationed in the south side of the city, explaining why we never saw them. It took me another hour to get to the south side of the city, after going over 2 large bridges to get over the rivers that split the city in two. After that, the signs of an army became clearer, with more gruff-looking men with swords starting to appear. Making it out of the walls of the city, the army camp was along the wall of the city. Hundreds, or maybe 1,000 small white tents littered the area, looking like a small ocean. Making my way through the crowded camp, I looked for somewhere to sign my name and join the army. After asking a few of the men, they pointed me in the direction of a large tent with flags billowing around it. At the tent was a large wooden desk sat outside the entrance, with a monk seated with a large book that he scribbled in as men gave their names to sign up. Going to the back of the line, I became bored quickly and looked around as I waited. Thankfully, the line moved quite quickly, and before I could get too bored and fall asleep standing, I was at the desk. "Name?" the monk asked in a nasally voice. "Adam Gotts," I said, giving him a false last name. Do you know how to use a sword?" he asked, not looking up as he wrote. "Yes, I'm quite good with a sword," I said. "And can you read?" "Yes, I can read. I can also write, and am proficient in mathematics and languages," I said, giving the monk a smile as he finally raised his head, with a confused look on his face. "You can?" he asked, confused. "Yes, I can," I said with a smirk. Quickly grabbing another book that was on the desk, he flipped it open and turned it towards me. "Read this out loud," he said, with a furrowed brow. Leaning over to get a better look, I read off the page quickly and without any errors. Once finished, the monk now had a surprised look on his face as he stared at me. Then closing it, his mouth in the book, he turned the large book that was in front of him around, then said, "Write your name on the bottom under the last one." Shrugging, I grabbed the quill he offered and wrote my name with all the fancy curves and smoothness I could. Once I was done, the monk turned the large book back to himself and widened his eyes. Looking back up at me, he spoke again. "Are you a noble?" "Nope," I said, and couldn't help but smile. I should have pretended to be slow, or at least a noble, I thought to myself as I went over the camp's books. After signing up with the monk, I was led to meet the general of the army, then promptly given the job of bookkeeper. And books they had, no less than 50 large books of all the records, from what they spent on food to what they were paying their men. All of it was held in these books. And what a mess it was. For one, they were completely being screwed by their food providers. And, I mean, who the fuck was stooped enough to pay 3 gold coin per cow? At this point in time, a healthy cow might cost you 2 or 3 silvers, not 3 gold. Then there were those pesky grain sellers who were practically doing the exact same thing. They're going to run out of money soon if they don't change this. Somewhere after an hour, I needed a break. So leaving the camp, I made my way back to the inn, where I found both Oliver and Gerard sitting at a table eating a plate of food with John and Henry. Grabbing an empty chair, I sat in an open space. Well, it looks like we will be joining the army camp by tomorrow, I said, as I waved at one of the servers to bring me a plate. As I was eating, an idea popped into my head. I could use my own company to help with this. I still had the shipping business, which was run by my Rome bank. But some time ago, one of the branch heads of that bank decided to expand on it, adding an on-land caravan department to it. We shipped food to cities and other locations that wasn't accessible by sea. Finishing my food, I quickly gave John and Henry instructions about watching the boys and making sure they went to bed at a reasonable time before leaving the inn again. Leaving the inn, I made my way to the busy docks, even though it was getting dark. Walking down the full docks, I looked for the signs of one of my ships. After a few minutes, I found it. The ship was a galley ship, and the biggest ship in harbor. The reason I could tell it was one of mine was a symbol painted into the head of the ship. The symbol was of a sun, with green and blue as the rays of light coming out of a red sun. Coming down to the gangplank, I stopped in front of a pair of my guards, who were in the fashion of old legionaries with purple capes. Speaking in Latin, I told them, "I must speak to your captain," I said sternly. Both men looked at each other surprised. "The captain is not available at the moment," one of them said, but I cut him off. "Go to your captain and tell him my words. He will understand the meaning. Nox mors est, sol, vita, est. Night is death. The sun is life/Old Latin." The guards looked at each other again before one of them left and knocked on a small cabin door at the back of the ship. After a moment, he entered. While he was busy, me and the remaining guards stood awkwardly while I rocked on my heels, making popping sounds with my lips. It only took a moment for the doors of the cabin to literally be kicked open, and a gray, bearded man fast walked to us. The man was probably in his late 40s, with long white hair and a beard that would put Duck Dynasty to shame. He wore a white shirt that went to his knees with a piece of black rope as his belt and fine sandals as his footwear. Practically skidding to a stop, the man looked at me wide-eyed before he dropped to his knees in front of me. "I have waited my whole life for this moment," he said in what sounded like worship. Surprising me even more, the man hesitantly reached out and grabbed my feet. "What in the fuck?" I thought. Yeah. Why don't you stand up? Huh. We're drawing some attention here," I said, looking around at the people. "Your wish is my command," he said, before standing again. "What was that all about?" I asked as he stood up. I've always wanted to meet the Father, and to finally meet you here of all places is just a true blessing," he said, looking up to the darkening sky, raising his hands up. "Praise God," he said, and I could have sworn I saw a tear form in one of his eyes. "The Father?" I asked, now way beyond confused. "Yes, Father," he said, confirming it for me. "Father of what?" I asked. "Father of man," he said with a wide smile. "Oh, fuck." Raising a hand to my forehead, I let out a groan. "And how exactly did you come up with that?" I asked, not removing my hand from my face. "I'm a member of the Circle, Father," he said. "What is the Circle?" I asked. The man raised an eyebrow as he looked at me confused. "The Circle, it's a group who worship the Father of man, and that's you, Father," he said. I smacked my forehead again. "And who exactly is part of this group?" I asked. "Oh, well, all the heads of each bank, of course, as well as the heads of each department. Like myself, I'm the head of the ocean trading sector." "I thought you would have known about this, Father," he said. I raised my hands. "Could you please stop calling me Father?" "Oh, yes, Faye, I mean sir," he said with a chuckle. "This can't be happening," I thought as I started to pace in front of them. "These idiots made a fucking cult about me," I thought while shaking my head. Finally coming to a stop, I spoke to the captain of the ship. "Prepare your ship to sail. I will be back in an hour. Then we will be heading to Rome," I said before turning to leave. I was a bit pissed. I was actually starting to look forward to being a soldier for a while. But now, thanks to my bank head, I'm having to leave and deal with this issue that they hid from me for who knows how long. Technically, I didn't need to leave, but the idea of a group of people worshiping me just creeped me out to no end. so I decided to just nip this in the rear as soon as possible. And plus, it wasn't like there was going to be way more wars soon. So I had time. 100 Years' War and more. Making it back to the inn, I woke both John and Henry and told them to pack theirs and my belongings. After that, I went upstairs to Gerard and Oliver's room, waking them as well, telling them to get dressed. Then went to my room, putting my things in one of the chests that they were brought up in. In total, it took us a little under 30 minutes to get moving towards the docks, guiding them through the streets. We made it to the ship just in time. "What's going on, Adam?" Henry asked, as some of the ship's men started to take our belongings to the ship. "Something has come up. We're going to Rome," was all I said as I helped the boys from the back of the cart. Once the cart was empty, I was asked what I wanted done with the horse and cart. Looking around the dock for a moment, I spotted a man who was missing an arm and seemed to be down on his luck. He looked to have probably been a soldier or guard at some point, if his steady stance told me anything, but sadly he lost his arm at some point. Pulling the horse along, I stopped in front of him. "Want a horse?" I asked him simply. The man looked at me, then the horse, and back to me. "Where do you steal it from?" he asked in a gruff voice. I didn't. We're leaving for Rome and don't have enough space on board to take him with me. He's a good horse and in good health, I said. The guy gave a shrug, so I handed the horse over to the man before boarding the ship. Entering the ship, I made my way to the back, where the boys, Henry and John, were sitting. The trip took nearly a week, which was annoying, because all I wanted to do was yell at some bankhead the entire time. But there was a good thing during the trip. I found out more about this circle group. First, I was told what the circle meant. I was shown by the captain, who I found out was named Anton, the symbol for the group. The symbol was a collection of circles. One big one, with 4 small ones inside in another circle, and what they represented. 1. Unity and wholeness, representing completeness and perfection. It has no beginning or end, meaning an eternal and infinite nature. Was the first big circle that surrounded the other 4 smaller ones. 2. Continuity and infinity. The circle's endless shape symbolizes continuity and infinity, as it has no breaks or interruptions. It can represent the cyclical of life, seasons, and the ongoing flow of time. 3. Harmony and balance. The symmetrical nature of a circle symbolizes harmony and balance. It represents a sense of equilibrium and equilibrium in various aspects, such as emotions, relationships, and the natural world. 4. Divine and spiritual. The circle represents the divine and spiritual realms. It can symbolize the divine presence, enlightenment, and the interconnectedness of all things, like a halo. 5. Protection represents a sacred space and a gathering that is protected. And I couldn't help but give a silent nod of respect to whoever came up with all of that, because damn, that was a lot of shit that kind of made sense. Apparently, they had 2 meetings a year in the Rome Bank, once at the beginning of the year and once in the 6th month of the year, involving all the bank heads and the heads of each branch. There are also a lot of other things I learned, but after I found out they didn't do any weird stuff like sacrifices or group sex nights, I felt a bit better, but of course still pissed. By the time we reached Rome's large harbor, I had started to get some hair back on my head. So instead of being bald, I now had a buzz cut look. But that didn't really matter much, especially here in Rome, where the Pope resides. Every person from the lowest of class to the richest were true believers on faith and have gone to church every Sunday. So, if I was to show my white hair here, it wouldn't take long for people to start having ideas. Using a hooded cloak, I made my way to the bank. As I traveled the once familiar streets, I slowly started to realize how much of this place had changed in the past few hundred years that I had been gone. Of course, there are still some things that remain the same, like the Colosseum, my horse racing arena, or the baths of Caracalla. Finally making it to the large steel doors of my bank, I looked up at the absolutely massive marble structure that surrounded them. "What the fuck?" I said out loud. The structure was a true behemoth of about 4 stories, with massive white marble pillars, and taking up nearly 1/4 of a mile from one end to the other. Rome isn't even the main bank. Why the hell is this bank so big? I thought. as I looked around. Deciding to get this done with, I made my way inside. The inside was just as grand as the outside, with massive pillars that led you to the desks of the tellers. As I walked, I saw that the marble pillars had carvings in them, depicting scenes of historical events, like certain battles or of emperors taking the throne. But one stole my attention. On one of the pillars was an almost perfect carving of my face, with long hair and all. I'm going to dig up one of my old bank heads and kill him again. I grumbled to myself as I walked up to one of the open desks. "Good afternoon, sir. May I have Revolt's name, number, and its security numbers, sir?" a young man said, giving me a smile. I stood stone-faced as I took out my beat-up and dinged gold card and tossed it onto his desk. "Your bank head now?" The young man looked confused for a moment before he looked down at the card and froze. Surprising me, the young man opened one of the drawers of his desk and pulled out a slip of paper. On the paper was the symbol that was on my card, then some scribbling underneath. His eyes got even bigger as he read the paper. "Oh, yes, SSR," he squeaked as he stood and literally ran for his life to the back of the large open bank area, to a door at the far back, where he slammed into it before disappearing into the back. The actions of the clerk drew much attention, leaving me to stand there as people stared at me. After a few minutes, the clerk exited the door, closely followed by another man, who was dressed in much finer clothing and had rings and chains on his, signifying his status. As he walked towards me, we met eyes, and I instantly knew that he knew that I knew. I couldn't help myself. A cold sweat appeared on his face as I stared him down as he got closer. As it turned out, the bankhead's name was Alexius Antonius. He was a taller man of this time of about 5'10", with swept-back black hair, brown eyes, and light olive skin, with a lean build. He was maybe in his late 30s and was the successor of his father, meaning he was raised to be a head of this bank from birth, which was fine with me. I didn't care who the bankheads appointed as their successors, just as long as they did their jobs correctly and didn't take from the honeypot. HLOS, sir," Alexius stammered as he avoided my eyesight. "Take me to your office," I said simply. Turning sharply, Alexius guided me through the massive building until we were on one end of the large building on the top floor. Entering large steel doors, I was met with what I could only describe as an exorbitant amount of wealth. The office was at least 300 feet long and 50 feet wide, with a ceiling about 40 feet up, with a number of pillars leading to the end, where I could see a large, opulent wooden desk with an open balcony behind it that let in fresh air. The pillars were marble and had solid gold rings surrounding them, covering the cracks, to make them look like one solid pillar. As we walked to the end, I looked at the large stone carvings that covered the walls, as well as the tapestries. Finally, at the end, we stopped in front of his desk, where two comfortable-looking chairs sat. Turning to look at me, Alexius spoke first. "Would you like any refreshments?" "No, I'm all right," I said. Alexius gulped as I took a seat in one of the chairs without asking, and finally lowering my hood to show the white stubble on my head. "Why don't you take a seat, Alexius?" I said, gesturing to the open chair. Quickly he sat and perched himself on the edge, looking like a child about to be scolded by their parents. "So this circle?" I asked, looking him in his eyes, which widened slightly. I'm sure he had been trained in keeping his facial features calm in situations like this, but the subtle twitches and perspiration that started to cover him were all the signs I needed. You found out about that?" he asked sheepishly. "So all of you were trying to hide it from me?" I asked, raising one of my brows. "Well, not exactly farther," he said, raising his hands. "That was never the founder's intentions." He continued before I could tell him not to call me father. "The founders?" I asked. "Yes, the original bank heads. Very nearly 1,000 years ago, all of the bank heads came together to make the circle here in Rome," he said, pointing down at the ground. And what exactly do all of you do? Because I'm a bit confused as to it all." Alexius chuckled. "It would probably be best if I showed you," he said, standing to his feet. Following his lead, we walked to one of the nearby pillars, raising his hand to one of the gold bands that circled the pillar. Alexius moved the band to the side until there was a solid clunk that filled the room, followed by the sound of stone on stone. Turning in the direction of the sound, which was about 5 feet in front of the desk, I turned to see that a staircase was forming into the ground, as the slabs of marble that once looked sturdy lowered down to make steps. Geez, they even have a cool secret entrance, I thought, as we started walking towards the stairs. Entering the stairs, I saw that it was already lit. These stairs will take us right to the Hall of Records, Alexius said as we descended. The Hall of Records? I asked. It is where we keep all of the records of the circle, and you, Father. He said. Could you stop calling me Father? I said as I ducked a torch. I'm not much for it. As you command, Alexius said, not breaking his stride. To my amazement, it took us nearly 20 minutes of continuously going down the stairs at a good pace to finally reach the bottom. Once we were out of the staircase, Alexius had to take a moment to catch his breath. That is why we only have 2 meetings a year. This trip can be hard on some of our older members, he said with a pant. Looking around, I was greeted by the sight of a pair of absolutely behemoth gold doors that were no less than 30 feet high. I stared open-mouthed at the sight. Are those made of real gold? I asked. Alexius nodded, finally able to breathe normally again. Yes, they were built here in our own foundries. And how did you get them all the way down here? I asked. Alexius smiled. These doors were commissioned by the third head of the Rome Bank when we were expanding the vaults to deeper levels. When construction was underway, a large cavern was discovered, which was turned into the Hall of Records. He said, walking to the gold doors and laying a hand on it. The opening was big enough for us to get the doors through, then set upright. Can it open? I asked as I pushed on the door. No, they are too heavy and are not meant to, they are meant to be symbolic, he said, while pointing past me to what looked to be 3 large plaques in multiple languages like Sanskrit for the bankhead in India. Then there was Arabic for the bankhead from the Middle East. Then lastly, there was one in Latin, which the bankheads from England, Rome, and Alexandria could all read. Reading the Latin one, I was a bit amazed at what it said. Gold doors, gleaming with unattainable beauty, stand as reminders of the tantalizing desires that remain out of our grasp. They beckon, yet remain forever closed, serving as symbols of the untouchable dreams and opportunities that challenge us to seek new paths and unlock the hidden treasures within ourselves. Then underneath, there were more words. Success and achievements. These golden doors can symbolize the rewards of hard work and success, the achievement of goals, reaching a high level of accomplishment, and the fulfillment of dreams. Opportunity and abundance. These golden doors can signify opportunities and abundance that await you behind them. Prosperity, wealth, and favorable circumstances. A gateway to new opportunities and experiences. Transformation and enlightenment. Gold is considered a symbol of transformation and enlightenment. These golden doors may represent a passage or gateway to personal growth, spiritual enlightenment, and self-discovery, or signify a transformative journey or a new phase in life. The hidden or valuable knowledge. These golden doors may also symbolize hidden or valuable knowledge that lies behind it, and the pursuit of wisdom, education, or the discovery of profound truths. Then at the very bottom was one more thing that I read out loud. In a world consumed by greed and overshadowed by darkness, let us embark on a different path, guided by the light of wisdom and knowledge. As we navigate through the complexities of life, may we resist the allure of selfish desires and instead strive to cultivate our minds and souls. Let us honor the legacy of our blood father, who walks the path of righteousness, and embrace the responsibility to follow in his footsteps. By choosing wisdom over greed and good over evil, we can shape a future that is defined by compassion, justice, and the triumph of the human spirit. I was a bit stunned. This was a lot more than I had originally thought it would be. What I had imagined was a bunch of cloak-wearing crazies, sacrificing goats to a massive altar of me. But from what I just read, these guys pursue knowledge and the balancing of the spirit, as well as to strive for justice and peace. Turning back to Alexius, I raised an eyebrow. "So how do we get in?" I asked, ready to see what was inside. Apparently, the way we would get in was a sort of test of the mind, where you had to find a way to open a secret passage. At least that's what it was for new members. But Alexius didn't bother putting me through it, and instead walked to the 3 large plaques and pressed down on certain words on each one. "The hidden," he said, pressing that word on the Latin plaque. "Enlightenment," he said, pressing the other plaque that was in Sanskrit. Then at the bottom of the plaque in Arabic, he pressed, "Of the human spirit." As the words left his mouth, a rumble started. Turning, I saw the stairs we had come from rise back up to reveal a tunnel. "Sneaky," I said with a chuckle. "Wait, so there's nothing behind those doors?" I asked, pointing over my shoulder at the massive gold doors. "Or is this tunnel just taking us around it to the other side?" He shook his head. "No, just rock. This tunnel will take us in the other direction." I couldn't help but let out a laugh as we started to walk down the tunnel. The tunnel was carved out of the solid stone and looked to go on forever. I'm really starting to understand why there are only 2 meetings a year. This is turning into a whole side quest of its own. I thought to myself, finally making it out of the tunnel after only a handful of minutes and a left turn. We entered a large room. "The cavern," I said as I looked into the large open space that seemed to go on forever. We had come out of the cave about 50 feet up on a ledge that zigzagged down to the ground. And from where I stood at the top, I could see hundreds of shelves that held leather-bound books and scrolls shoved into them all. All around the hundreds of lined-up shelves were large stone bowls that were carved from the earth with oil fires burning from them, being the only fires needed to cover the shelved area. But further out, the light didn't reach, making it look like the shelves were an island in a black void. "And what are all of these texts of?" I asked, turning to look at Alexius. "Medicine, languages, and anything we could get our hands on," he said with a smile. "As well as some about you," he added. "Of me?" I asked, tapping my chest. "There are stories about me?" He nodded. "Yes, there are. Would you like to see them?" he asked. "Lead the way." It only took us a few minutes to get to the bottom of the stairs and into the bookshelves. Finally making it to the center of the bookshelves, there was an opening where a large round table sat, but something else caught my attention instantly. "What is that?" I asked as I came to a dead stop. Turning to look at what I pointed at, Alexius spoke. "That is you," Alexius said. "I can see that, but what I'm asking is why there is a 15-foot marble statue of me in the center of this room." "Well, you are the reason for all of this. Our guiding light," he said, his voice taking on that hint of worship. Long story short, there were stories about me written from long-gone bankheads who had met me, as well as stories from scholars who had encountered me on my travels. Some of them were thousands of years old. For hours I went through each and every one of them one after the other, as Alexius kept handing me more. And to be honest, I couldn't really remember much of them. Sure, I was smart and had a pretty good memory, far beyond a regular person, but there is also a limit to it. That's why I had a very private journal that I kept hidden from even Jane and Julius, with things I needed to know about in later years, like the whole plot of the world I'm in, the name of certain characters, and all that, along with everything else I knew about the 21st century. By the time I finished reading all the stories they had about me, I started to realize why this group that had formed around me were the way they were. To them, I was the first man created by God. In the stories, I was shown as an immortal person that sought justice, like when I ended up dealing with a number of the corrupt businessmen in Rome, even though I was using corrupt officials in Rome to get rid of my competitors so I could make more money. But they didn't know about that. The story, they had only showed the outside story that was created to cover up the real reason, or that I was someone that sought knowledge. Because I was seen stealing a bunch of scrolls from the Library of Alexandria when it was burning to the ground, even though I had taken them to add to my own collection of items and saw it as a waste to just let them burn. Once I was done reading, we slowly made our way back and out of the underground library. I didn't say a word the entire time, being too caught up in my thoughts. They actually believed me to be the person they wrote about. A good person, I thought. Finally exiting the stairs that led us back to the office, Alexius reclosed the stairs as I took a seat. For a few more minutes, I didn't say anything. And instead, I continued to think. Why should I care what they believe in or use to better themselves? So making my mind up, I gave the approval to Alexius that he could continue all of this, but I made sure to leave him with a warning. When I came here today, I didn't know if I was going to kill you or not. I said, pausing to let that float in the air for a moment. Then the rest who were involved in all of this. I finished. I saw Alexius gulp. But from what I've seen here, I couldn't be happier. I said, instantly seeing the relief of Alexius's face. I kind of felt bad for them. They were using me as someone to follow in pursuits I myself never followed. I never had a problem bribing a corrupt person to get what I wanted, or killing someone. I wasn't a wise old man who gave advice about the cosmos. I was just like any other person, but this group of people used me as a figurehead and a person to follow to better themselves. So who was I to get in their way of something they had apparently been doing for 1,000 years? Just as long as they didn't start doing any of that weird crap, I was fine with their little book club. Making it back to the ship, I collected Oliver and Gerard. I found them in the small cabin that had belonged to the captain of the ship, Anton, before he loaned it to us for the trip. It was big enough for them to add another 2 hammocks for me and one of the boys. They were currently sitting on the ground, playing with some of the toys I had gotten for them in Paris. I asked if they wanted to do a little more exploring of a new city, and of course they said yes. Leaving the ship, I made sure to bring both John and Henry so they could carry anything we had bought. It was good to be back in my old stomping grounds. It had changed so much that this was like a whole new experience for me, just like it was for the others. We ended up buying more clothes for myself and the boys. I got new tunics, as well as a new black cape that had a nice hood to cover my head while in the most concentrated place of religion in all of Europe. You couldn't be too careful. We visited everywhere that interested us. And as we went, I noticed that we were being followed by a group of my bank's guards. They stayed at a distance, but stood out like a kangaroo in a tuxedo. With their black legionary armor and purple cloaks, they drew the most attention. My guess was Alexius sent them out to watch out for us. We ended up spending nearly a month in Rome itself, exploring and just relaxing. While we were there, I also made a few paintings of the place, making sure to make it as realistic as my abilities to paint would allow. Because who knew, maybe historians would love to know what ancient Rome looked like fully instead of guessing. After that, I decided to continue our little expedition and went east. Using the same ship again, we went east to Egypt. This change of climate was hard on everyone, but after a few days and a couple of tips from me on how to stay cool, they started to improve. I made sure both Oliver and Gerard had the best clothes for the weather and showed them how to wrap their headscarves if they wanted to cover their faces from the wind and sand. Again, we shopped and bought anything that caught our attention. I also spent a few days painting Egypt and what remained of the pyramids. After that, I decided we would go across land to Baghdad, which was the center of everything that was happening in the Middle East at the moment. By now, it had already been nearly 2 years, and both Oliver and Gerard were growing. It truly amazed me how much kids grow in such a short time. Not even 10 years old, Gerard was nearly 5 foot, while his younger brother Oliver wasn't far behind. Both boys were like sponges, taking in the world around them. From languages to cultures and different climates, like fish to water. They could now speak with John and Henry, after many nights by the fires, as I teach them the languages they wanted to learn. I had also shown them how to fight. At first, I showed them moves with the pair of daggers I had gotten for each of them to carry. And as they grew bigger and stronger, I also showed them hand-to-hand, which they showed to be naturally skilled in. Baghdad was a blast, where the boys truly found their love for exploration. Many times I would let them run free in the streets. But I did tell them if they were ever in trouble, go to the large Gringotts bank I had in Baghdad, and to show them the gold cards I had given to each boy, and they would know what to do. There was only ever one problem. Some street thugs saw them spending a good deal of gold, so they thought it would be a good idea to try and rob both Oliver and Gerard. Long story short, both boys went to town on them, incapacitating 7 grown men without needing to kill any. Their smaller size helped them do so. As it turned out, that group of men were bribing the area's guards to let them do what they wanted. And as the guards saw what they did, the guards ended up chasing both Oliver and Gerard through the streets, all the way to the bank. But both Oliver and Gerard are quite nimble and beat the guards there easily. Both boys ran up showing the bank guards the gold cards with my symbol on it. And since all guards at all my banks come from and are trained in my Rome bank, they knew well what that symbol meant. It ended up in a long standoff with the guards of the city. The only problem was that the Baghdad Bank, being the central gold holder for practically the entire Middle East, had a lot of guards, and I mean a small army of very well-trained men. 8,000 to be exact. When I showed up, I was pretty amazed when I saw the standoff. In front of my bank was every one of my bank's guards in their gleaming black legionary armor and helmets, with large black shields in front of them, making a long wall, with their purple capes fluttering in the wind. While all of the city's guards, known as the Mamluks, who were slaves and soldiers that were loyal to the caliphate, numbered around 10,000. They stood about 50 feet from each other, but without all the armor or shields, and with crappy-looking swords. As it turned out, those thugs were a part of a much larger organization that was bribing a good number of the city's guards. And as soon as the corrupt guards were threatened by my guards, they called some of their buddies, who were also corrupt, who then called the rest of the guards that weren't. Everything was so jumbled at the time that by the time the majority of guards that weren't corrupt got there, nobody knew what was happening and assumed something bad had happened between the city's rulers and the bank, causing the standoff to ensue. The standoff only ended when Baghdad's leadership had to get involved, telling their men to stand down. They sent 10 large chests of gold as an apology. They did that because they knew my bank was the only reason Baghdad made so much money, and if we were to leave, its money would dry up quicker than a drop of water in the desert. As a result of all of this, they ended up sending their most loyal guards to investigate the issues. And let's just say, the city was short on guards for a while, as nearly a quarter of them were hanging from the city's walls. When they investigated the crime ring that was bribing the guards, it wasn't hard for them to find them, mainly because I left the 300 heads of all its members in the center of their city in the most populated area for all to see. I ended up splitting the chests of gold that was given to the bank to both Oliver and Gerard, opening up an account for them. So now both of them were richer than most nobles in their own right. We continued our journey a few months later, heading to India. We ended up staying in India for 3 years, experiencing its rich culture. The main reason why we stayed so long was because I decided it was about time to start expanding my bank some more. I sent a message by ship to Alexius in Rome to get everything started. It took 2 months to get a response, and that response was of a delegation to be sent to every ruler in India. Not for there to be a bank in each of their lands, but for the delegations to find out who would be the best rulers we can trust enough for us to place our bank in their lands. It took nearly a year for the delegations to get together again, and the ones to come out on top was the Delhi Sultanate. I left the whole planning thing to the delegations and headed our own way. We decided not to continue east as I got word of the Mongols causing some trouble. So we started making our way back to England. Of course, we didn't just take a boat back. Instead, we went by land, going from city to city or town to town. By the time we passed through France again to take a boat across, we had 4 carts with horses pulling them. I guided one, John and Henry with one each, and Oliver and Gerard together on one. It had been almost 10 years now, and both boys were practically adults. Gerard trying to grow a beard, but all he could manage was a patchy stubble at 18. And Oliver, who had developed a love for the arts and knowledge. We got a ship to take us across to England. I wore a cloak to cover my now fully regrown hair as we stepped from a full ship. "Why is it so cloudy?" Gerard asked as he looked up at the sky. "Get used to it. It's always cloudy here," I said with a smile as I looked around the familiar area. It took the whole day for all of our stuff to be unloaded from the ship. So to pass the time, we walked the streets of London, with its ramshackle buildings that looked ready to fall with the slightest gust of wind, and its winding roads that smelt of shit. I couldn't have been happier to finally be back. "So, this is where you come from?" Oliver asked from behind me as I led us. "Kind of. I never really had a home. I was always moving from one place to the other. But I've spent more years here than anywhere else. So I guess it is," I said, sidestepping a passed-out drunk man. "And why here? There are many other places that would be more favorable," Oliver asked. I chuckled. "You might not be able to see it now, but one day this place will rival all the others." I hadn't told them of my immortality, and I wasn't sure if I would. Thankfully, neither John or Henry had spilled the beans about that. Probably because we hadn't spoken of it since that night in the forest, all those years ago, so it was deep in their minds, buried under all the memories of the traveling we had done. But I knew it would only be a matter of time before I wouldn't have a choice. And besides, I did build a house here, so technically this is my home for the day that I'm too tired of all the traveling and only think of relaxation. You have a home? Gerard asked with a chuckle. Yes, I have a home. I built it with my own hands, I said, turning to give him a look. Neither of them knew too much about me, other than the fact that I was a traveler with seemingly unlimited money and had close relations with the scattered Gringotts banks. It'll be a tight fit for all of us, with a friend of mine and his wife who stay there. He stayed here to watch over the house and to deal with some business here for me. But it won't be too bad. We have slept in much worse, and we can add on an extra room to the house for the both of you, I said, coming to a stop to let a pair of men who were in a fight pass by. It might be nice to settle down for a while. Oliver said. Maybe, Gerard said, as he turned to look into a bakery that had an enticing smell wafting from its door. Early the next morning, we pulled our carts of stuff out of the walls of London, and I started to head home. It didn't take me long to figure out something was different. Walking down the dirt road, I saw that the small trail that had once led to my home had been widened. And from the look of it, well used. Turning down the road, we walked down it and took the left turn, which should have revealed my small stone home. Instead, it showed nothing but more fucking road. I came to a stop for a moment as I stared at the spot where my home should have sat. But instead, there was nothing but a road. Even my beech tree was gone. What the fuck? I thought, moving down the road some more, surprised at how much longer it was. 20 minutes later, I found out why the road was so long now. Coming out of some trees that were on both sides of the road, I got my first glimpse of a massive castle. That little shit, I shouted as I saw it. He built a fucking castle and demolished the home I had built with my own 2 hands. I continued, as I picked up the pace, so I could give a 1,000-year-old man child an ear full of my rage. Making it to the large wooden door that was open, I was stopped by a pair of guards. Move out of my way, or I'm going to throw the both of you out of it, I said with a snarl. Hi, you're right, the one to my left said. Nobody is to enter without the Lord's permission, the one to my right added. Oh, really? I said, now washing my face of anger and spreading a wide smile across my face. Let it be that way then, I said. Before either of them knew what was happening, I smashed their heads together, not hard enough to kill them, but to give them one hell of a migraine when they woke. Leaving the carts behind, I strode through the courtyard of the stone castle until I made it to another pair of large wooden doors. Restricting my strength, I pushed the doors open, letting them slam into the walls as I strode in. Julius, get down here now, I roared, knowing that no matter where he was in the cast, he could hear me. It only took 2 seconds for me to hear the flutter of cloth as Julius blurred into the large reception room. Ah, Adam, you're back, Julius said with a wide smile as he came in for a hug. But our reunion was short-lived, because as soon as he was in range, I swung, landing a solid punch to the left side of his face, sending him flying backwards and into a stone pillar. You destroyed my home and built this, I said, striding forward. Wait. Julius managed to get out. We didn't have a choice. The building collapsed right on top of us. Julius got out in a panicked rush. I posed. It what? I asked. The beech tree died some time ago, and during a bad storm, it was knocked over and landed right on the house. Julius again said quickly. I stared at him for a solid minute before the sounds of rushing feet could be heard. Coming from behind me, with their swords drawn, were Oliver and Gerard ready for a fight. Adam, are you all right? Gerard asked as they came into the room. Taking a deep inhale breath, I turned to look at them. Yes, I'm fine. It just seems some people here had forgotten about me. But there is good news. You will each have your own rooms. I would be lying if I said I wasn't a little upset. That place had been my home for literally almost 1,000 years, and to find out that it was gone was like a kick to the sack. But I also had to admit that the place had been falling apart when I had left, and there was only so much longer it could have held together. The introductions were pleasant, especially when Jane returned from a hunt. The look of shock on their faces when she walked in was priceless, and never before had I wished for a camera. It took me a while to become accustomed to living in the castle. With more rooms than we would ever need, I started to feel that lonely feeling again as I would walk down empty halls. But then that started to change. Gerard, of all people, took a liking to one of the maids of the castle. Her name was Isabel, and was a blonde woman of larger proportions than was common to this era. In the 21st century, she would be considered triangular, or in other words, bottom-heavy. A very pretty woman. Before I knew what was happening, I was sitting in a church as they got married. Not even a few months later, his wife was pregnant. And to all of our surprise, they had a pair of daughters. Not much later, Oliver brought back a girl he had been courting for a few months. Her name was Emma, a short brunette with coal-black eyes and a skinny figure. And just like Gerard, they were also married, and having kids shortly after, both by the age of 20, which was quite old to be getting married at this time. Commonly 13 to 15 was the average. Now a few years later, our castle was bustling with life and activities as small children seemed to be everywhere, as both Isabel and Emma just seemed to be having children one after the other. The best part of it all was that they all call me Grandpa, which was funny because both Gerard and Oliver were starting to look older than me, while I looked to be no older than a teenager myself. Gerard and Oliver hadn't asked me about it yet, but I knew it was only a matter of time before they did so. And like I thought they would, they did ask. They asked me why neither myself or Julius and Jane never seemed to age. So I had to talk with them, the whole "I'm the Atom" talk, which they took quite well, and apparently had kind of guessed, which surprised me a bit. But they told me that in all of their travels with me, they had never seen anyone else with white hair. And after coming to the castle, they had finally had the chance to read the Bible themselves and put the pieces together. But Jane and Julius were a different story altogether and was harder for me to explain. So I had Julius help me. We showed them the pros and cons of becoming a vampire, like immortality and the powers that came with it. They sat and didn't ask any questions and just let us explain. At the end of it all, I asked them the important question: did they want to become one? Neither said anything for a while before Oliver asked the first question. "What happens to the soul when you become one of these vampires?" he asked. I thought for a moment, then shrugged. "We don't know." I said, "For all I know, it's perfectly fine, and nothing happens to it. Or I could be wrong, but I can't see them, so who knows?" It took them a few days to make their decisions, and it was to stay human. They didn't want to risk their souls. I was sad when they told me that. I had become more connected to them than anyone I had ever before. And now I knew that one day they would be gone. So I decided to spend as much time with them as I possibly could. And I did. We would go on the occasional adventures. Sometimes we would go north to the lands of the Scots, or every now and again, wives permitting, would go across the pond to France. But there is only so long in a mortal life. And at the age of 68, Oliver was the first to go. He went in his sleep, never knowing he was passing on. He was buried in a large tomb I had constructed within the castle's church. The tomb was large enough to hold 10 generations of their children. Something special that happened when they were alive was take on my last name, Gray. Being born as peasantry, they never had one, so they decided to take my own. So the tomb became known as the Tomb of the Grays. The time after Oliver's passing was hard on us, even Julius and Jane, but me in particular. I felt a numbness that seemed to take the light from my eyes. And not long after his brother, Gerard also passed at 74 years. He was buried with his brother in the tomb. By now, their children already had children and families themselves, and farms to run that I had bought for them, so I didn't get to see them much anymore. It was probably best that way anyhow. I was sure they knew who I really was to the world, but that didn't seem to matter to them. To them, I was just Grandpa. Henry and John had died many years ago, after living out the remaining 30 years of their lives as rich men in large homes. And from what I heard, surrounded by many women. Sucks for them that in both of their wills, I had all of their money donated to churches and orphanages, since neither of them had kids or were actually close to any of their mistresses. But now, without much left for me here, I left again, with no destination or an idea in hell of what I was going to do. Just that I needed time to heal. And I couldn't do that in a place that reminded me of my adopted children at every turn.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.